Chapter 1. Konoha Chat Group. In a small room, a boy who appeared to be around 10 years old slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Where is this place? After scanned his surroundings, he noticed that everything was completely different from his previous bedroom. My head is a complete mess. No, it feels like my brain is about to explode. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression changed drastically. I am Makoto Ito, Konoha, Hokage, and Demon Fox Boy. Ito. Makoto's eyes widened in shock. Is this some kind of prank? But what are these strange things in my head? Holy shit, why am I smaller? Did I really transmigrate, and into the world of Naruto? He then examined his hands and feet and exclaimed in shock. This is ridiculous. Everyone knows that transmigrators either die unexpectedly or have some sort of accident. But I didn't do anything. I just went to sleep and woke up like this. The important thing is that I transmigrated into the Naruto world. A sudden sharp pain shot through his head, and an overwhelming flood of memories invaded his mind. Blank. There was no doubt about it. He had indeed transmigrated from Earth to the world of Naruto. The body he now inhabited belonged to a boy named Ito Makoto. And, to be honest, what a damn good name. He had money, a house, no parents, and was a complete nobody. He was a background character who didn't even have a single scene in the original work. But this was the world of Naruto. What determined one's fate in this world? Wealth? No. Power was dictated by blood, and bloodlines were everything. The legacies of powerful clans reigned supreme. Yet, his surname was Ito. Not Uzumaki, not Senju, not Uchiha. In other words, he was an ordinary civilian with absolutely no inherited bloodline. There was no monstrous beast sealed inside him, and he was not the incarnation of some white aliens. His parents had merely been ordinary ninjas of Konoha, who had tragically lost their lives during a mission. What they left behind was a little inheritance. It was just enough for him to survive. Most importantly, this body didn't seem to have any talent for learning ninjutsu. Even at the Ninja Academy, he was nothing more than an average student. This is going to be difficult. Isn't this a total trash start? Am I going to be a complete failure? For a moment, he felt utterly hopeless. On an impulse, he pulled down his pants and took a look. Okay, at least my little brother is still as mighty as ever. No wonder I felt so heavy just now. Turns out, my brother is the one with real talent. Despite this small consolation, he still felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had always loved Naruto, and like many others, he had once dreamed of traveling into its world. In his fantasies, he would have Hinata in his left arm and Ino in his right, while ensuring the Senju clan's survival. Maybe even casually seducing Otsutsuki Kagaya, the rabbit goddess. But now, it seemed like he wasn't even worthy of such dreams. An ordinary surname, no bloodline, no colorful eyes. In a world where people died every second, survival alone seemed impossible. Just as he was drowning in his frustration, a pleasant voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the Konoha chat group and have been appointed as the group leader. A chat group? What was the point of this thing? Was it just for idle conversation? Still, he had some hope in his eyes. You can communicate with group members anytime and anywhere. You have the authority to decide whether group members can observe the outside world. With the consent of group members, the group leader can inherit their bloodline limits, combat experience, ninjutsu, chakra, and many more. The moment he heard this, Ito Makoto's entire body stiffened. His heart pounded violently in his chest. Fuck. This chat group was absolutely insane. It could even allow him to perfectly inherit the bloodlines, battle experience, ninjutsu, and chakra of the group members. For a moment, it felt like he had been injected with pure adrenaline. Quick, open the chat group. The chat group is opening. Recruiting Konoha group members. Recruitment complete. A futuristic-looking chat interface suddenly appeared in his mind. The moment he entered the chat group, he immediately checked the list of members. After all, as overpowered as the chat group seemed, it would be pointless if the members were all weak nobodies. If the group was just a collection of useless nobodies, then what was the point? Discuss whether with them. But what he saw left him completely stunned. The names in the group were absolutely insane. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, 2 pairs of brothers. No, 2 legendary pairs of brothers. This was an absolute jackpot. With just the presence of these four alone, the entire group had already reached god tier status. These men were the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. Especially Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The monstrous duo who could single-handedly crush the four great nations, set forests ablaze, and shake the entire world with their sheer power. If he could inherit all their abilities, wouldn't that make him completely unstoppable? He could FK whoever he wanted. Ahem, no, he meant he could do whoever he wanted. No, that still didn't sound right. Anyway, the point was that he would be invincible, and this wasn't even the best part. Behind those four names was an even longer list. Uzumaki Mito, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Hitaki Sakumo, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, Yuhi Shinku, Might Dai, Hyuga Hazashi, ... When Ito Makoto saw the full list of names, he almost screamed out loud. This is insane. Every single member of this chat group was a Konoha powerhouse. They were all absolute legends. But there was one thing they all had in common. They were all dead. Only now did Ito Makoto realize the truth. His chat group only recruited the deceased. No wonder it was mentioned earlier that the group members can observe the outside world. It turns out, they were all in the Pure Land. But that only made things even better for him. If he could inherit the combat techniques, experience, bloodlines all these people, wouldn't that make him the strongest being in the ninja world? His entire body burned with excitement. At that moment, a new prompt appeared in the chat group. Please send a message to activate the chat. So I have to send a message first. No wonder it was so quiet. Without hesitation, he quickly typed his first message. Alright, everyone, let's get high, shall we? At that moment, the sleeping souls in the Pure Land suddenly opened their eyes. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 37 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 2. Hashirama, Madara. The deceased souls in the Pure Land were all startled by the sudden appearance of the chat box in their minds. Makoto Ito. Welcome to my chat group, everyone. I am the group leader, Makoto Ito. In an instant, the chat group exploded with messages. Senju Hashirama. What is a chat group? And who is this Makoto Ito? Wasn't I already dead? What's going on here? The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, sat in the Pure Land with a bewildered expression, completely lost as to what was happening. Uchiha Madara. Have I been resurrected? No, this doesn't feel like resurrection. What kind of existence is this? Madara's sharp eyes narrowed. He assumed his resurrection plan had succeeded. However, after checking his surroundings, he quickly realized he was still in the Pure Land. So what exactly is this chat group? And who is this so-called group leader, Makoto Ito? Will this person interfere with my plans? Senju Hashirama. Ah, my wife. Uchiha Madara. Who are you calling your wife? Senju Hashirama. Madara, I'm not calling you, I saw my wife in the member list. My Mito. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Izuna. Namikaze Minato. Wait, my wife is here too. Kushina, can you see my message? Uzumaki Kushina. Minato, you're here too. Uchiha Fugaku. Ancestors. Might die. Oh, hello, everyone. This place is bursting with lively energy. Hitaki Sakumo. Might die, I never expected to speak with you like this. Hyuga Hazashi. Damn, there are so many legends here. I feel like the weakest one in the room. Senju Hashirama. Madara, why are you here? Uchiha Madara. What's it to you, idiot? If you're here, why can't I be? Stupid Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Madara, don't pick a fight with me. You actually have the nerve to call me stupid. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Izuna. Makoto Ito. Ahem, everyone. Ito Makoto watched the chat explode with messages, trying to interject. However, in Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's world, only each other existed. They were completely ignoring him. Clearly, these two had no room in their hearts for anyone else. Uchiha Madara. I say you're stupid because you are. Admit it already, idiot. Senju Hashirama. No matter how dumb you think I am, you've never beaten me once. Uchiha Madara. Damn you, Hashirama. Do you want to fight? Senju Hashirama. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Madara's head ached at the mention of their fights. No matter how many years they had known each other, he had never once won against Senju Hashirama. Especially in their childhood, whether it was stone throwing or peeing contests, he had lost every single time. Uchiha Madara. TCH, looks like we can't fight in this shitty place. We can only chat. What kind of ghostly existence is this? Even fighting is restricted. Senju Hashirama. Madara, why do you think about fighting every day? Haven't you fought enough? Meanwhile, Ito Makoto's head felt like it was going to burst. His mind buzzed with countless imaginary bees flying around as the chat continued spiraling out of control. These members were completely ignoring him while talking amongst themselves. Was there no respect for the group leader? They weren't even acknowledging him. Makoto Ito. Silence. The sudden outburst silenced the group. Uchiha Madara. Who are you? Senju Hashirama. Yeah, who are you? Are you from Konoha? Why haven't I heard of you before? Makoto Ito sighed. Had they really not seen his earlier messages? Uchiha Izuna. Brother, this person called himself the group leader. The group's avatars were clearly displayed, and at this moment, everyone could see Ito Makoto's profile picture. A young boy around 10 years old. Uchiha Madara. What, kid, tell me, where can we fight? I want to settle things with Hashirama once and for all. Senju Hashirama. I'm always ready, Madara. Let's go. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Madara. Uzumaki Mito. So, were they true love all along? Was I just an accident? Namikaze Minato. These two are definitely terrifying, but why does their conversation sound so off? Makoto Ito. Yeah, this whole conversation feels weird. Senju Tobarama. Brother, it seems you only have eyes for Uchiha Madara and never for me, your own little brother. That damned evil Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna. It's the same with my brother. He only has eyes for Senju Hashirama, and you damn Tobarama, we are not evil. You Senju are the real evil. Senju Tobarama. Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. Ito Makoto stared blankly at the chat, feeling utterly speechless. Isn't this just pure mess? Do these people have some kind of serious illness after staying in the Pure Land for so long? Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. Sparky8 creators thoughts. 38 comments 0 vote. Chapter 3. The Banning Spree. Makoto Ito. Can you guys stop for a moment? Group leader Makoto Ito has banned Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. In the distant Pure Land, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were both left stunned. Ha ha ha, Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly, while Madara's face darkened with rage. Damn it, how dare a brat ban me, Uchiha Madara. The legendary Uchiha felt his pride being trampled. His name alone was enough to make the entire ninja world tremble, yet here was some unknown kid daring to suppress him. Has my reputation already faded to this extent? Does this child not take me seriously at all? Madara clenched his fists in anger. Senju Tobarama. Ha ha ha, well done, kid, I couldn't stand them anymore. The group is finally peaceful. Uchiha Izuna. I agree. Senju Tobarama. Agree to what? Who asked for your opinion? You Uchihas doesn't have the right to speak while I am talking. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama. Senju Tobarama. Izuna. Makoto Ito stared at the chat and felt utterly speechless. I just banned 2 people, and now another 2 start fighting. These pairs really love fighting with each other. Without hesitation, he acted again. Group leader Makoto Ito has banned Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna for 3 minutes. The buzzing in Makoto Ito's head finally quieted down. These 2 pairs of rivals were just too damn noisy. Namikaze Minato. Whoa, the group leader is terrifying. He instantly banned 4 legendary figures. Such boldness. By the way, is your name Makoto Ito? Nice name. Hyuga Hazashi, you dared to ban those four. I have to say, group leader, you are ruthless. You should be careful in the future. Sooner or later, something is going to happen to you. Seeing the chat finally settle down, Makoto Ito smiled in satisfaction. HMPH. This is the authority of the group leader. Now they see my power. None of them took him seriously. Since they dared to act up, he wouldn't hesitate to silence them all. He took a deep breath before typing. Makoto Ito. Ahem. Finally, I can speak. Greetings, everyone. I am Makoto Ito, the leader of this chat group. Makoto Ito. Now, all of you in this group must listen to my words. Otherwise, I'll start another banning spree. Muahaha. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara was boiling with fury. This brat, how dare he talk to me like this? Does he have a death wish? For years, he had dominated the ninja world as the feared ghost of the Uchiha. Never had he suffered such humiliation. I refused to stay in this ridiculous chat group a moment longer. Madara gritted his teeth, controlling his anger. He quickly scrolled through the interface, looking for an option to leave. To his delight, he found one. Without hesitation, he clicked it. Do you agree to Uchiha Madara's request to leave the group chat? Makoto Ito's eyes widened upon seeing the new message. Madara is trying to leave. Not happening. He quickly examined the group settings and discovered something interesting. So members need my permission to leave. PFF'd. Do you think you can escape from me that easily, Madara? With a smirk, he quickly clicked the reject button. Makoto Ito. Trying to leave after messing with me, Madara. Do you think this chat group is your house, where you can come and go as you please? You've offended the group leader, and now you want to run. What a joke. In the Pure Land, Madara nearly lost his mind in anger. This brat is going too far. His hands trembled as he read the message. How dare this child toy with him? Senju Hashirama. Oh, my ban time is over. Madara, you tried to leave but got rejected. This is too damn funny. Uchiha Madara. Shut up, Hashirama. I was just curious. That's why I clicked it. I never actually wanted to leave. Madara's eye twitched violently. Senju Tobarama. PFF'd. Trying to cover it up. Madara, you really embarrassed yourself this time. The legendary ghost of the Uchiha was rejected by a brat. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama. Stop mocking my brother. Senju Tobarama. What? I'm just stating the truth. Seeing Madara suffer is the best entertainment I've had in years. Actually, seeing any Uchiha suffer makes me happy. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama. Senju Tobarama. Izuna. Once again, the group chat descended into chaos. These guys just never stop. Are they here to chat or to fight? Makoto Ito rubbed his temples. Even Hashirama and Madara learned their lesson and stayed quiet, but Tobarama and Izuna still have the nerve to argue. Fine, time for the banning spree again. A smirk formed on his lips. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. Makoto Ito, do you two want to be banned again? At this moment, a sudden silence filled the chat group. Tobarama and Izuna, who had been at each other's throats, froze. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Izuna. Seeing the lack of response, Makoto Ito finally let out a satisfied sigh. HMPH. That's more like it. Let's see if they dare to act up again. For now, at least, peace had been restored in the Konoha chat group. But knowing these people, it probably wouldn't last long. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. Sparky8 creators thoughts. 19 comments 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. SparkyXD. Download app now. Chapter 4. Choosing nicknames. Makoto Ito. You guys really don't take me seriously at all, do you? Believe it or not, I'll ban you two permanently. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama. Kid, do you know who I am? I'm the second Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Izuna. Kid, do you know who I am? I'm the second strongest in the Uchiha clan. My older brother is the strongest. Ito Makoto raised an eyebrow at the messages. Is there something wrong with these two? Makoto Ito. Haha, what does it matter? I don't give a fuck about your identities. Just stay quiet for a moment. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Tobirama was staring at the screen, his eyes burning in anger. This little brat. He just got a chance to mock Madara, but now he was being laughed at. Senju Tobirama. Kid, did you hear me? I'm the second Hokage, show some respect. Uchiha Izuna. Yeah, show some respect. Group leader Makoto Ito has banned Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna for 3 minutes. Namikaze Minato. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. The group leader, these two are just too funny. Makoto Ito. Haha, that's the price for messing with the leader of this group. Senju Hashirama. Ha 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 ha. Tobirama, you always call me the talkative one. Now you've been banned twice by the group leader, and I've been banned only once. Are you still going to talk about me? Uchiha Madara. You deserve it, Tobirama. You're not even worthy to talk to me. And you, little brat named Ito Makoto. You dare ban me? Do you know who I am? I'm Uchiha Madara, the nightmare of the ninja world. Did you dare mock me? Tell me, where can we fight? I'll teach you a lesson. Makoto Ito. Oh, so you're the nightmare of the ninja world. Group leader Makoto Ito has banned Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. Makoto Ito. There you go. Let me say it again. If you don't behave, you'll be banned next. Senju Hashirama. Wahahaha. Madara, you're making me die laughing. The ban was just lifted, and now you're banned again. Ha ha ha. Ito, you're just too much. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Madara stared at his chat interface, seeing that he was banned again. Ah, damn little brat, you dare mess with me. Hyuga Hazashi. Haha, I can't believe the legendary god of shinobi, the first Hokage of Konoha, is so talkative. No, I mean amiable. Amiable. Uchiha Shisui. Yeah, I didn't expect that too. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, only Tobirama and Madara put on airs. I never do that. Uzumaki Mito. It's not that you don't want it, you're just plain stupid. Senju Hashirama. Wife, how could you say that? Am I really stupid? Uzumaki Mito. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Shut up. Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Kushina. Grandma Mito. Uzumaki Mito. Ah, little Kushina. And so, the group continued to chat, sharing some family moments. Senju Hashirama. Alright, little one. It's time to introduce us to this so-called chat group. Tell us, what is the purpose of this chat group? Makoto Ito. Little one, huh? You all are the little ones. Do you know what I've got in my pocket? If I show that at you, you'd probably faint. If you keep talking nonsense, I will ban you and let you stare at the screen, just like Madara. Senju Hashirama. Hashirama was starting to get confused. What was this kid was talking about? What was he even going to show to them? Meanwhile, Madara was going crazy in the Pure Land. Ah, this brat, he's messing with me again. And only I can be rude to Hashirama. No one knew about Madara's tantrum, but if they did, they'd be questioning his priorities. Finally, after some more banter, Ito Makoto felt a sense of relief. It's finally calm again. Being the group leader is hard work. While speaking, he gave himself a nickname. The kindest man in the world. His nickname gleamed in gold and everyone saw it. Senju Hashirama. Group leader, what's that text on your avatar? The shiny gold looks good. Namikaze Minato. Group leader, the name is really cool. But I think something like, most handsome man in the world, would suit you better. Uzumaki Kushina. Minato, shut up. Namikaze Minato. Oh, wife. The 3 minutes of ban were up, and Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama were released. Senju Tobirama. Tisk, 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 the group leader is really narcissistic. Uchiha Izuna. Yeah, I dare not call myself the kindest man in the ninja world. Makoto Ito. Do you all want a nickname? The group fell silent as everyone thought carefully about their nickname. Senju Hashirama. Group leader. I want a nickname. It should be, God of Gambling. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you're really shameless. Everyone knows you are bad at gambling. Aside from that, I think, Ninja World's greatest brain, suits me quite well. Uchiha Izuna, you two are really full of yourselves. Just give me the nickname, super handsome, and I'll be fine. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 17 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 5. Functions of the chat group. Hitaki Sakumo. White Fang of the Leaf is good enough for me. Namikaze Minato. I am okay with any of these 2 nicknames. Yellow Flash of the Leaf or the most caring husband. Uzumaki Kushina. M. Minato, that last name is really. Namikaze Minato. What's wrong, Kushina? Don't you like my nickname? Uzumaki Kushina. I will like it. Ito Makoto couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the conversations unfold in the group. They were supposed to be the legendary shinobis, yet they were bickering over nicknames. It was as if his whole perspective on life had been flipped upside down. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara, who had been silent until now, jumped in. Uchiha Madara, group leader. My nickname should be Ghost of the Uchiha. As long as you arrange this nickname for me, I'll forget about everything that happened before. We'll still be good friends. Ito Makoto rubbed his temples. Every one of their nicknames were good, and how could he allow that to happen? Should I just arrange the signatures as I please? He muttered to himself with a devious smile. He started setting nicknames for everyone. Group leader Makoto Ito has set Senju Hashirama's nickname as God of Shinobi who loves Madara the most. Senju Hashirama. Group leader, what is this? This isn't the nickname I wanted. Hashirama stared at his nickname with an embarrassed face. Group leader Makoto Ito has set Uchiha Madara's nickname as the Uchiha who loves dancing with Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. What the hell? This isn't what I asked for. I wanted my nickname to be the Ghost of the Uchiha, and I'm certainly not dancing with Hashirama. These nicknames are too weird. I don't want them. Senju Hashirama. Madara, I do. Wait. It's not what you guys think. Closing square bracket. The rest of the group stared in shock, not sure how to react to this sudden confession. Group leader Makoto Ito has set Senju Tobarama's nickname as a jutsu and technique maker JTM. Senju Tobarama. Phew. Compared to my brother, my nickname is pretty normal. Closing square bracket. Group leader Makoto Ito has set Uchiha Izuna's nickname as Senju Tobarama's little wife. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? The nicknames of Hashirama and Madara was already outrageous enough, but now Izuna had become Senju Tobarama's little wife. This was going too far. Group leader Makoto Ito has set the nickname for Hitaki Sakumo as Depressed Uncle. Group leader Makoto Ito has set Uchiha Fugaku's nickname as Most Genius Patriarch. The group leader, Makoto Ito, has set Uchiha Shisui's nickname as A Foolish Kid. Group leader Makoto Ito has set Hyuga Hazashi's nickname as The One with Alien Eyes. Soon, Makoto Ito set the nicknames for everyone. Earlier, when everyone had been thinking about their own nicknames, they had been so excited. They had hoped for something cool and impressive. But now, as they looked at their nicknames, they had a shameful face. But there was no way around it. After all, the group leader was Ito Makoto. Everyone had no choice but to accept the nicknames that he had set for them. While everyone else was feeling depressed, Ito Makoto was grinning to his ears. These were all legendary figures from the ninja world and the characters he had only seen in anime. Makoto Ito. Ahem. Okay, now that the nicknames have been set, let me introduce you all to the main functions of this group. When Ito Makoto finally got down to business, everyone, who had been feeling down earlier, was now stunned. They finally got to hear about the actual features of the group chat. Makoto Ito. First of all, this group chat allows you to meet each other, like opening a room. You can do anything in this private space, such as sparring or even dating. Whatever you want to do is fine. You can even live in it, like a rebirth of sorts. Of course, this requires me to give you permission. Makoto Ito. Without my consent, no one can enter the private space. You will only be able to look at the chat box. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Especially those with wives. After all, their wives were also in the group chat. Namikaze Minato. Kushina, we can finally meet. Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, just wait, we can meet in a while. Naturally, there were some exceptions. Uchiha Madara. Wahahaha. Hashirama, let's have a big fight. Senju Hashirama. I am looking forward to it. Uzumaki Mito. Hashirama, what are you looking forward to? The moment others heard about this function, they thought of their wife. But you, the first thing you think about is that damned Madara. Uzumaki Mito. I had enough of your nonsense. Senju Hashirama. Hey, wife, I was wrong. I didn't say I wouldn't look for you. Just wait until Madara and I finish fighting, then I'll go find you, okay? Uzumaki Mito. Ha ha ha, did you just ask me to wait for the two of you to finish fighting? Sure enough, in your heart, Uchiha Madara is much more important than me. Makoto Ito. Okay, quiet down. This group chat not only allows you to meet, but you can also give all your blood inheritance limits, combat experience and other abilities to me. As soon as Ito Makoto finished speaking, the group immediately fell silent. Even the two big talkers, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, stopped typing. It was perfectly understandable. Who were they, and why should they give all their skills to some random kid? Who knew what kind of person this Ito Makoto was? Ito Makoto saw the silence and sighed with a wry smile. It seemed he would need to think of a way to convince them to share their abilities. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 17 comments 0 vote. Chapter 6. Functions of the chat group 2. Ito Makoto was in no hurry. He already had plenty of tricks up his sleeve on how to take advantage of these legendary figures. He continued speaking in the group chat. Makoto Ito, the functions I mentioned earlier aren't even the most important ones. The main feature of this group chat is the ability to share my vision. With my permission, you can observe the outside world. For example, is there someone you've been longing to see in the outside world? Your son, your daughter, your granddaughter. If you wish to take a look, all you need is my approval. Once vision sharing is activated, you can see them again. With that, Makoto Ito dropped an absolute bombshell in the group chat. Namikaze Minato, are you serious? Group leader, are you saying I can really see the outside world through you? Does this mean I can see my son? Uzumaki Kushina, is this true? This is great. Minato, we really weren't good parents. But with the group leader's vision sharing, we can finally see what our Naruto looks like as he grows up. I wonder how he's doing now. Is he eating well? Going to bed on time? Staying away from the 3 ninja taboos? Minato, you were the 4th Hokage. Naruto must be living a very happy life now, right? He must be the little hero of the whole village. He must have many good friends. The 3rd Hokage will definitely take good care of him. Upon hearing about the vision sharing function, Uzumaki Kushina was the first to react. After all, she had only seen her son once when he was born. She and Minato had no idea how Naruto was living now. Hitaki Sakumo, Kakashi, Hyuga Hazashi, Neji, Uchiha Makoto, Fugaku, this is wonderful. We can see Sasuke and possibly Itachi too. Uchiha Fugaku, yes, Makoto. I wonder how our sons are doing now. Uzumaki Mito, can I also see Tsunade? Senju Hashirama, I wonder if my granddaughter quit gambling. Senju Tobarama, not a chance, brother. Blank. As everyone immersed themselves in thoughts of their loved ones, Makoto Ito sighed before speaking up again. Makoto Ito, I really don't want to spoil the mood, but I feel I should warn you in advance. The people you've mentioned, they might not be doing as well as you think. The group fell into an uneasy silence. If what Makoto Ito said was true, this was far from good news. More importantly, there was no reason for him to lie. With vision sharing, they would soon be able to see their loved ones for themselves. There was no point in deceiving them. As the weight of the situation settled in, it was none other than Senju Hashirama who broke the silence. Senju Hashirama, well, let's not be too pessimistic. This function is still a wonderful thing. We're all just a bunch of dead people anyway. Being able to use this group chat to see the outside world is already a blessing. I can also see the Konoha that Madara and I built together. I can see whether the world has finally achieved true peace. Senju Tobarama, don't be a naive, brother. Peace. There's no such thing as true peace in this world. The so-called peace you had when you were alive, that was just because you were powerful enough to suppress the entire ninja world. And let's not forget, you handed out the tailed beasts to the other nations like they were some festival gifts. Do you even know what happened after you died? A ninja war broke out. And I died in that war. Peace. Don't make me laugh. There will never be real peace unless there is true unification. Otherwise, the cycle of war will never end. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama, I. Senju Tobarama. Shut up, brother. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, as much as I despise Tobarama, I have to agree with him. Peace. That is nothing but an illusion. If there is to be true peace, it can only come from someone strong enough to suppress the entire ninja world and enforce unification. Only then will real peace be achieved. Uchiha Madara. Distributing tailed beasts. Only an idiot like Hashirama would come up with such a ridiculous idea. Senju Tobarama. Shut up, Madara. No one asked for your validation. Uchiha Izuna. You shut up, Tobarama. Don't you dare insult my brother. Otherwise I will fight with you. Senju Tobarama. Ha, I'm not afraid of you. You're a loser. A weakling who couldn't even protect himself. You are nothing but trash with red lights for eyes. Uchiha Madara. Damn you. Come on then. Didn't that brat Makoto Ito just say there's a function for opening a duel room? I'll teach you a lesson today. Why do these guys always end up fighting each other? Makoto Ito was completely speechless. When did Madara and Tobarama even talk so much? Weren't these two supposed to be cold, aloof, and intimidating figures? Their entire character settings were falling apart. Had they all been infected by Hashirama's stupidity? Why had they all turned into a bunch of loud, talkative idiots? Just then, Uzumaki Mito finally lost her patience. Uzumaki Mito, will you guys shut up already? Have you embarrassed yourselves enough? I always knew Hashirama was a fool, but Madara, since when did you become one too? Is fighting the most important thing right now? Shouldn't we first take a look at what the ninja world looks like now? Aren't you even curious? Namikaze Minato. That's right. We still have plenty of time to fight later. For now, shouldn't we focus on seeing what's become of the ninja world? Hyuga Hazashi. Agreed. I'm also very curious about the state of the current ninja world. Why don't we follow the group leader's lead and take a look first? Uchiha Shisui. +1. Uchiha Fugaku. +1. Uchiha Makoto. +1. Hitaki Sakumo. That does make sense. Might die. This is the burning passion of youth. Uchiha Madara. Fine, you guys have a point. I'll let these two Senju bastards off the hook today. But we're fighting another day. Senju Hashirama. Sure. Senju Tobarama. Pathetic. Uchiha Madara. You two bastards. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. Sparky8 creators thoughts. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 7. There is no free lunch in the world. Makoto Ito. Okay, that's enough. Don't you all want to see what the outside world looks like now? The moment Makoto Ito finished speaking, the group chat fell into complete silence. Even Madara, who had been arguing just moments ago, stopped. Without wasting any time, Makoto activated the vision sharing function. Instantly, all the members of the group gained the ability to see through his perspective. At first, what they saw was Makoto Ito's face reflected through the chat box. Then, they observed the small house he was in, catching glimpses of the modest interior. Through the window, they managed to see a little bit of the world outside. This solidified their belief in the chat group's capabilities. The functions were real and it truly allowed them to witness the current state of the ninja world. Senju Hashirama. This is incredible. It's absolutely amazing. I want to check on Konoha immediately. Uzumaki Kushina. Wow, we can actually see the outside world. Naruto. Mom is here to see you. Makoto, please take us to see Naruto. I need to see how he's doing. Senju Tobarama. I wonder how the little monkey has been handling things. My clan should be safe under his leadership. I trust that Konoha has grown into a formidable village by now. Blank. By this point, everyone in the group had already learned about Namikaze Minato's position as the fourth Hokage. They also knew that after his death, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had reassumed control over Konoha. As a result, it was clear to all that the current leader of the village was still the third Hokage. However, amidst all this information, one thing particularly irked Hashirama. It was Minato's death itself. Was the Nine Tails really have been powerful enough to kill a Hokage? Back in his time, Hashirama used to play around with the Nine Tails single-handedly as if it were a mere pet. How did the Hokage of later generations end up so weak? Did simply sealing the Nine Tails really cost Minato his life? Isn't that far too embarrassing for someone holding the Hokage title? Faced with Hashirama's unintentional mockery, Namikaze Minato could only stay silent. He was up against a monster. There was no point in comparing himself. Blank. Now that everyone had caught a glimpse of the outside world through Makoto Ito's vision, they were completely overwhelmed with excitement. For a group of people who were already long dead, the opportunity to witness the living world once more was nothing short of a miracle. While everyone was focused on their chat boxes, eagerly watching the scenery outside, the screen suddenly went black. In an instant, their vision returned to darkness. Uchiha Madara. Kid, what do you think you're doing? Senju Hashirama. Namikaze Minato. What just happened? Uchiha Izuna. Why can't I see anything? Hyuga Hazashi. Did your screens go black too? As the group chat filled with confused and anxious messages, Makoto Ito had a sinister smile on his face. If one had to describe it, it would be the kind of smile one would expect from a salesman who was about to say an outrageous price after gaslighting the customers. Makoto Ito. Everyone, do you really think you can get something for free? I'm sure you were all powerful figures in your time and understand this simple truth. If you want to see the outside world, that's possible, but tell me, are you willing to offer me something in return? Look at the ninja world now, how beautiful it is. Look at the flowers, the grass, and the trees. Oh my, the air is so fresh. Oops, wait, did I just catch a glimpse of Naruto and Sasuke through the window? Makoto Ito. So, tell me, don't you want to see it too? The moment Makoto Ito sent this message, every group member in the Pure Land had an uncomfortable expression. This kid was something else and his approach was downright ruthless. First, he stirred up their emotions by telling that their loved ones might not be doing well. Then, he showed them the group chat's vision sharing function, proving that it was real and that they could see the outside world. And just when they were hooked, he turned off the vision and demanded compensation for turning it back on. It was a flawless scheme that was both infuriating and impressive. Makoto Ito. Oh, I almost forgot to mention one very important detail. I have the ability to enable vision sharing for specific individuals. In other words, whoever offers me the best benefits will get access to the outside world. But those who don't, well, your screens will remain black forever. At that moment, the group chat fell into stunned silence. They had initially assumed that as long as someone offered something, the vision sharing function would be restored for everyone. But Makoto Ito's words shattered that illusion completely. He wasn't just demanding payment, he was turning this into a competition. Uchiha Madara. Damn it. Uchiha Izuna. Fuck. Senju Hashirama. Shit. Senju Tobirama. You brat. Namikaze Minato. You are truly cunning. With that, the chat once again grew quiet. Now, everyone was deep in thought. What could they offer? If they gave away something too valuable, they would feel cheated. After all, Makoto Ito wasn't their ally or family. Why should they hand over their precious techniques or knowledge for nothing? But if their offer was too insignificant, Makoto Ito would simply ignore them and refuse to share the vision. Thus, rather than rushing in blindly, they chose to wait. Let someone else go first. That way, they could gauge what kind of compensation was acceptable before deciding on their own. Blank. Minutes passed. Then, suddenly, a notification popped up in the chat. Uchiha Fugaku has gifted the group leader a master-level proficiency in three bodies technique. Uchiha Fugaku. How about this, group leader? Not a bad gift, right? Now, please enable vision sharing for me. The moment everyone saw that someone had finally taken the first step, their eyes lit up with surprise. So, this was all it took. The three bodies technique was just a basic ninja school technique. If it was enough, then they had plenty to offer. They could toss out low-level skills all day without breaking a sweat. It was an easy price to pay. After seeing the message, Makoto Ito's face darkened. Makoto Ito, the three bodies technique. Are you trying to feed a beggar here? Uchiha Fugaku. Well, I noticed that the group leader looks quite young. You probably haven't even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet, right? I thought this would be a useful technique for you, and I happen to be quite proficient in it. Everyone had already noticed Makoto Ito's appearance and strength when the vision sharing function was still active. What could they say? Even calling him weak would be an overstatement. With the way he was now, most of them could defeat him with one finger. Upon hearing what Fugaku had said, Makoto had an ugly face while laughing in anger. The group leader, Makoto Ito, has banned group member Uchiha Fugaku for 3 minutes. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 22 comments 0 vote. Chapter 8. Accepting the gifts. Makoto Ito. Next time, if I see anyone try that again, I'll just ban you permanently, and don't even think about seeing the outside world. Stop trying to fool me with these basic stuffs. You've got to show some real sincerity if you want something, right? I'm not asking for you to give me your special techniques, but I do expect you to give me something decent. What is a three bodies technique, anyway? After venting his anger, he clicked the accept button. Group leader Makoto Ito has received master level proficiency in the three bodies technique. Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Madara. What an evil kid. Hyuga Hazashi. Damn. Senju Hashirama. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, guys. I just couldn't hold it in. Meanwhile, Fugaku was trembling with anger upon seeing the notification. Damn it. If you didn't want it, then don't take it. As soon as Makoto accepted it, he felt a surge of unfamiliar energy coursing through his body. His thoughts about the three bodies technique changed. What he once struggled to understand about the technique now clicked into place instantly. Within a few moments, Makoto had fully mastered the three bodies technique. Transformation technique, clone technique and body replacement technique. Blank. After witnessing Fugaku's situation, others thought twice about trying to bribe him with something cheap. They realized they had to offer something more valuable. The group fell silent for a while. Everyone was thinking what they could offer, something valuable yet not too expensive and nothing like the three bodies technique. Finally, after some time, the chat began to light up with new messages. Makoto looked at the notifications flooding, his eyes practically glowing with anticipation. These big names were finally offering something. He grinned, reading through the chat. Senju Hashirama presents Chakra X3 to the group leader. Senju Tobarama presents Water Style, Water Dragon Bomb Technique to the group leader. Uchiha Madara presents a Fire Style Technique to the group leader. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. As Makoto continued to read the messages, he was a bit disappointed. While the gifts weren't bad, they certainly weren't anything extraordinary. He knew that getting forbidden techniques or wood style from these powerful figures was a long shot, but a small part of him still hoped for something more impressive. As Makoto clicked to accept each item one by one, he instantly felt his chakra multiplied 3 times, and in the blink of an eye, he had mastered 2 new ninjutsu. All he could think was how incredible the group chat was. The power of the group chat was truly unmatched. Then, the next wave of surprises flooded in from the group chat. Namikaze Minato presents top-level chakra control skills to the group leader. Uchiha Izuna presents Fire Style Nature Transformation to the group leader. Hitaki Sakumo presents the Hitaki Sword skills to the group leader. Uzumaki Kushina presents 4 Symbol Seal to the group leader. Uchiha Makoto presents Earth Style Nature Transformation to the group leader. Uchiha Shisui presents Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique to the group leader. Might Dai presents the first 2 gates of 8 inner gates to the group leader. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Makoto was relieved as they finally stopped playing around. Makoto Ito. Aha, seniors, you are too kind. Thank you so much. You are all so generous, I feel so unworthy. Excited, Makoto clicked to receive everything almost instantly. Makoto Ito. I wish you all a prosperous and happy future, may you live long and continue to thrive. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama. Opening square bracket ... comma closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ... comma closing square bracket. As the others saw messages Makoto sent, they couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads. This kid was truly something else. The moment he saw benefits, he instantly switched gears. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, who had just been released from the ban room, had no choice but to offer another gift to Makoto in hopes of finally seeing his son again. Uchiha Fugaku presents Grandmaster level Shuriken technique to the group leader. Makoto Ito. Oh, Uncle Fugaku, you are too kind. How could I accept such a generous gift? This is too embarrassing. The group leader Makoto Ito has received the Grandmaster level Shuriken technique. Everyone looked at the chat, shaking their heads in disbelief. This kid, if we offer him something, we are his seniors, and if you don't, he'll call us a bastard. It's like he switches personalities depending on what he gets. Namikaze Minato. Alright, the group leader has received everything. Can we enable vision sharing now? Uchiha Madara. Yeah, kid, hurry up and turn on vision sharing. Senju Hashirama. Ra. Ito Makoto. Okay, I understand. Why the rush? With that, the vision sharing was finally restored, and everyone in the Pure Land could once again see the outside world. Makoto's mood couldn't have been better. This operation had been a total success. Not only had his chakra, ninjutsu, nature transformations, taijutsu, genjutsu, sealing techniques, perception skills, and ninja tools all improved, but his power had grown by leaps and bounds. Makoto could now truly call himself a ninja. He might not be a powerhouse just yet, but he was well on his way. With all these powerful friends in his group, he had plenty of time to gather even more techniques and strength. In less than 10 minutes, he had transformed from an ungraduated ninja into someone with the strength of a chunin. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 18 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 9. What a loss. The improvement was truly incredible. Though his combat experience was still somewhat lacking, Makoto wasn't too concerned. After all, there were many people in the group with ample battle experience. For example, Uchiha Madara. Who wouldn't want to fight effortlessly, dominating the battlefield like a dance? If anything, Madara was the most graceful and deadly fighter among all the powerhouse figures in the group. Makoto knew what he had to do. He would find a way to acquire Uchiha Madara's combat experience for himself in the future. As for training the hard way, that was simply out of the question. The group was filled with powerful figures who could help him bypass the need for hard training. Why waste time with practice? Before the chat group came into play, he had to practice. But now that he had access to it, why should he waste time when he could focus on gaining more power? His most important task was not to spend years honing his skills, but to focus on getting as much as possible from these big names in the group. Wood Style, Mangekyo Sharingan, Flying Thunder God Technique, Rinnegan, Sage Mode. He wanted it all. Just as Makoto was thinking, he casually dropped a bombshell in the chat. Makoto Ito. By the way, there's something incredibly important I need to tell you all. There's a function in the group chat that hasn't been unlocked yet. It's the ability to resurrect the dead. Closing square bracket. The group went absolutely wild after reading this information. Resurrection. Could that really be true? Everyone in the group started discussing the potential of this news, but Makoto stayed silent on the matter. The group chat did have a resurrection function. However, unlocking it required his own strength to reach a certain level. Cage level strength. Without that level of strength, he couldn't revive anyone even if he has the authority to resurrect others. After receiving all the benefits from the powerful figures in the group, Makoto got ready for the day. He tidied up, had breakfast, washed up, and headed out. Today, he was heading to ninja school alongside Naruto, Sasuke, and the rest. Today's a great day. Everything I want is coming true, he sang to himself as he walked down the street, feeling overjoyed. His strength had improved so much and only now, the world seemed so fun. Meanwhile, the members in the group chat were also in high spirits. After being idle for so long, it was refreshing to finally witness the ninja world again. The most exciting part was the possibility of resurrection. But there was one person who was slightly uncomfortable with this situation. Naturally, it was Madara. Despite all his schemes, and preparations for his own resurrection, Makoto casually told them that the group chat has a resurrection function. As Makoto walked down the streets of Konoha, he couldn't help but notice the bustling atmosphere. Konoha was as prosperous as ever. There were people everywhere, ninja going on missions, civilians doing business, and vendors shouting to attract attention. Senju Hashirama, Konoha has really changed. It's much more prosperous than when I first founded the village. Seems like the Hokage successors have done well. Senju Tobirama, true, it looks like handing over the Hokage seat to the young monkey was the right choice. Uchiha Madara, it's all just surface level prosperity. You can't see the darkness behind it. Senju Hashirama, Madara, don't keep imagining the ninja world as a dark place. Take a look at the people on the street. They're happy. Isn't that what we dreamed of when we built Konoha? Isn't that what we wanted for this village? Hearing Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara fell silent. He recalled the goal of founding Konoha. Peace and stability, but he believed that peace was unattainable. What was truly dark was not the world, but the human heart. As long as there were people, there would be conflict. Hashirama's idealism was flawed in Madara's eyes. His plan for resurrection wasn't just about him, it was about ending the cycle of war for good. I must fulfill my promise, Madara thought. In doing so, he would be fulfilling the promise he had made with Hashirama when they were young. Blank. With that, the group followed Makoto's vision, watching the lively streets of Konoha as people bustled around, each lost in their thoughts. As Makoto walked out of a narrow alley in Konoha, everyone in the group chat noticed the Hokage rock, with the faces of the Hokages carved into the mountain. Senju Hashirama, oh, look, it's my statue. Senju Tobirama, and I'm there too. Namikaze Minato, mine too. Senju Hashirama, but seriously, fourth, why did you die so young? And to think it was because of sealing the 9 tails. Is that even something that can kill you? Isn't that just a little pet you can hold with one hand? Uchiha Madara, 9 tails. Isn't that thing just a puppet? I'd stare at it and it would fall down instantly. Namikaze Minato, I don't want to bring it up, but yes, I did die because I sealed the 9 tails. But here's the thing, there was this guy who called himself Uchiha Madara. He attacked me in Kushina, which is why I perished along with the 9 tails. Senju Hashirama, Madara, Senju Tobirama, what did you say just now? Uchiha Madara, me, Uchiha Izuna, my brother. Namikaze Minato, yes, he called himself Uchiha Madara and to top it off, he controlled the 9 tails. Senju Tobirama, I am saying it again and again. Uchihas are full of evil. Now, they actually killed Konoha's 4th Hokage. Uchiha Madara, but I'm already dead. How could that have been me? Senju Hashirama, that's right. Madara's already dead. It couldn't have been him and Tobirama, seriously, stop thinking the Uchiha clan is all bad. Madara is a pretty decent guy. Naturally, Madara kept quiet. The situation was tied to his resurrection plan, so he could only pretend he wasn't involved. On the other hand, Makoto knew the whole story, but he didn't say a word to the others. After all, how could he explain everything? He was just a kid now. Besides, the fun of uncovering secrets was in letting the truth unfold slowly. Senju Tobirama, but it looks like the little monkey had done well. He must be quite old by now. It's impressive to see him take on the responsibility of Hokage. Ito Makoto didn't comment on Tobirama's opinion of his apprentice. He didn't feel the need to tell Tobirama about the good things that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had done. He could leave that discovery for later. When Tobirama finds out what his precious apprentice has really done, it would be interesting to see if he still feels so optimistic about him. Senju Hashirama, it's such a pity that Minato died so young. What a loss. Namikaze Minato, I was honored to die fighting for Konoha. As a Hokage, it's our duty to ensure the safety of Konoha. Senju Hashirama, but you died because of sealing the 9 tails. Namikaze Minato. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. Sparky8 creators thoughts. 20 comments 0 vote. Chapter 10. Embarrassed Senju brothers. Minato truly didn't know what to say at that moment. Yes, Hashirama was incredible. He could capture the 9 tails easily and even fight Madara while toying with it like a mere pet. Minato was like an ordinary person in comparison. Who could match such a freak of nature? Could a normal person fight against the 9 tails? Looking at Hashirama and Madara, each one seemed more extravagant than the other. At this moment, Hashirama was replaying an image in his mind. With his wood-style jutsu, he was lifting the 9 tails like a chicken. They were all Hokage, but why was there such a vast gap between them? Was every generation weaker than the last? It seemed that with each generation, the strength declined. Hashirama had just observed the ninjas in Konoha through Makoto, and none of them seemed impressive. Compared to the ninjas of his period, they were basically nothing. Could it be that the long-lasting peace had made everyone too comfortable? Well, at least that was a good thing. It proved that there was peace now. Senju Tobirama. Brother, if you can't keep quiet, then just shut up. Not everyone is as absurdly strong as you. Isn't it a bit cruel to talk like that? Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, what do you mean? Did you also die from sealing the 9 tails? Senju Tobirama. Shut up, brother. Of course I didn't die from sealing the 9 tails. How could sealing that thing kill someone? Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama. Yeah, it's just a seal, how could it kill someone? Closing square bracket. Namikaze Minato. As Makoto watched this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. Tobirama had the nerve to talk. How did he die? He really knew how to pretend. After all, Minato sealed the 9 tails while protecting the village and fighting against Obito who had Kamui. And what about him? How did he die? Makoto couldn't take it anymore, so he spilled Tobirama's secrets. Makoto Ito, the second Hokage, didn't die from sealing the 9 tails. Instead, he was killed by too many 9 tails. Senju Tobirama. How do you know? No, kid, shut up. Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama. What do you mean by too many 9 tails? Are there other 9 tails? Why didn't I know about this? Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. Tobirama, you are a shinobi greater than your brother. Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama, you can't escape this time. At this moment, Tobirama was extremely embarrassed. Senju Tobirama. What about you, huh? You're nothing, loser. So, Makoto explained to everyone about the 2 9 tails, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Everyone now knew that the Tobirama had been killed by them. Senju Hashirama. Alas, it seems that ninjas in the future are truly inferior to each other. Sure enough, I am the strongest Hokage and the god of shinobi. Seeing the arrogant Hashirama, Makoto thought with an amusing smile. Isn't the god of shinobi Sarutobi Hiruzen? After all, this was what taught in the current ninja school textbooks. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also hailed as the god of shinobi. Uchiha Madara. The current generation is truly inferior to the last one. When Hashirama and I faced the tailed beasts, we could easily subdue them. So, when Hashirama says he is the god of shinobi, there's no doubt about it. After all, he is the only one in the entire ninja world who could defeat me. Closing square bracket. Ito Makoto. So, first Hokage is considered the god of shinobi. Isn't it supposed to be third Hokage? That's what we learn in the textbooks these days. Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama. What? Closing square bracket. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Mito. Makoto Ito. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Isn't the god of shinobi Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage? Uchiha Madara. The strongest. Where did he get off calling himself that? How does he have the audacity? It seems as he ages, his shamelessness grows too. I can crush him with a single hand. He's the god of shinobi. What a joke. Makoto Ito. Ha 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 ha. Madara, you are really protective of Hashirama. I was right in making your nickname. Uchiha Madara. What on earth are you talking about? Uzumaki Mito. Sigh, it's clear now, you two really are. Senju Tobarama. To be honest, I noticed something was off with the two of them a long time ago. Uchiha Izuna. That's right. I noticed it too. Uchiha Madara. Ah, shut up, everyone. Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama. Madara, don't be so angry. Our relationship is nothing like that. We are like siblings. Uchiha Madara. Shut up, you idiot. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. All of you are mentally ill. Especially the fourth, you are the most mentally ill. Didn't you say before that I attacked you and your wife? I'm already dead, how could I have attacked you? In fact, Uchiha Madara figured out what had happened. The Uchiha Madara, who Minato referred to as having attacked him, must have been Uchiha Obito. Now, Madara had to sever any connections to that incident. He couldn't show any weakness. After all, there was now a new variable, Ito Makoto. If these guys discovered his plan, they would likely start training Ito Makoto relentlessly, potentially ruining his chances of resurrection. He couldn't afford to let his plan fail, and most importantly, it was true that he had nothing to do with that incident. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Find 15 plus advanced chapters at patreon.com/SparkyXD. Sparky8 creators thoughts. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 11. Miserable Danzo. As Makoto walked, he reflected on the actions of the Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his youth, Hiruzen could be considered a true ninja. However, in his old age, it was hard not to see his increasing mistakes. He had allowed his good friend Danzo to indulge in a series of questionable actions, and his weak foreign policy led to the death of Hyuga Hazashi. His failure to put a stop to rumors ultimately resulted in Hatake Tsukumo's suicide. Orochimaru, his apprentice and one of the legendary Sannin, defected from Konoha. Tsunade was wandering off on her own, and Jiraiya ran away as well. The most notable failure was his lack of care for Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen even failed to provide proper guidance for him. While claiming that the identity of the deceased Hokage was hidden to protect the safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was his own actions that inadvertently revealed Naruto's connection to the Nine-Tails Fox. It was clear that those who played politics had a way of manipulating the truth to their advantage. As Makoto continued his walk, his eyes drifted up to the Hokage rock. A question suddenly crossed his mind. Makoto Ito. Second Hokage, it seems third Hokage is more than just your disciple. Why was the Hokage position given to him? Was it because he stepped forward in a crisis to save everyone? Why not leave it to Shimura Danzo? Senju Tobarama, how did you even know this kind of thing? You're getting me more and more interesting. How much else do you know? As far as I tell, you're just an orphan and your strength is pretty average. How did you come to know about these things? Who told you? Ito Makoto, don't worry about it. I know plenty of things about them. I know what you know and even what you don't know. I even know about Uchiha Madara who attacked the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Madara, why are you guys bringing me into this conversation? I already told you, that person is definitely not me. I've lived my life openly and honestly, and I don't hide who I am. Senju Hashirama, Madara is right. The person who attacked the fourth Hokage didn't even have the courage to show his face, which means it couldn't have been Madara. Besides, Madara should have been dead by then. After all, I killed him with my own hands. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, shut up. Did I ask you to speak for me? Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Madara couldn't help but feel some doubt. Did this kid really know many secrets? And did he know about his plans? What Makoto had said left Madara feeling puzzled. After all, Makoto seemed to be aware of a lot of secrets, and the ability to resurrect everyone in the group only made him more mysterious. Ito Makoto, alright, enough with this. Don't worry about it too much. Right now, you can follow my eyes and see the outside world. You can discover for yourselves what happens in the future. It would be boring if I just told you everything. And by the way, second Hokage, why did you give the Hokage position to Hiruzen? Senju Tobarama, well, what you mentioned is part of the reason I passed it on to him. If you want to become Hokage, you must be someone who can take responsibility. Hokage is more than just a title or glory. It's about shouldering the rise and fall of the entire Konoha village. Only those who can step up and illuminate the village at crucial moments deserve to be Hokage. Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama, he is right. That's what Hokage should do. Namikaze Minato, and that's exactly what I did. Uchiha Madara, tisk, a bunch of idiots. Makoto Ito, I still have one question for second Hokage. If it had been Danzo who asked for a break that day, would you have passed the Hokage position to him? Closing square bracket. After hearing his question, Tobirama thought carefully about the situation. Everyone else was also wondering how he would answer. Would the Hokage position really be passed on to Danzo? Senju Tobirama, no, not at all. Closing square bracket. Comma. PFF Taa. I Makoto couldn't help but laugh when he heard his words. Danzo was really in a miserable situation. It seemed that no matter what he did, he was always destined to miss out on the Hokage position. Makoto Ito, ha 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 ha, second Hokage, do you know? Danzo has been regretting this for years. He always thought that if he had asked to stay and had been the one to refuse, then you would most likely have handed the third Hokage position to him. He believed that it was his hesitation that caused him to miss the third Hokage position. But what if he knew that even if he stayed and broke his back, you still wouldn't have passed the third Hokage position to him? How would he feel? Senju Tobirama, actually, Danzo isn't very suitable for being a Hokage. Even before that incident, I had already decided on the next Hokage. Both Hiruzen and Danzo were good candidates, but in comparison, Hiruzen was much better. Like I said before, Hokage is responsible for the rise and fall of the village. I feel much more at ease leaving the position in Hiruzen's hands. Senju Hashirama, well, Tobirama, it seems like you made a good choice after all. Senju Tobirama, yes, the little monkey seemed to have done a really good job. Namikaze Minato, Lord Second's choice is indeed excellent. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. When Makoto heard them all praising the third Hokage, he just smiled and shook his head. Let them praise him for now. But later, when they find out that Tsunade was the last member of the Senju clan and that Uzumaki Naruto lived a life of barely getting by, eating expired food and enduring villagers' insults all day long, he wondered what their thoughts would be then. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 14 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 12. Ninja Playing House. After walking for a while, Makoto finally arrived near the ninja school. As he got closer, the number of people around him increased. The area was filled with young children, ranging from 6 to 12 years old, accompanied by their parents who had come to drop them off at school. The atmosphere buzzed with conversations as groups of students gathered, eagerly discussing their progress. Some excitedly bragged about their progress in the clone technique, claiming they had almost mastered it. Others boasted that their transformation technique had reached a level where they looked indistinguishable from the real thing. A few proudly talked about securing the top rank in their class during the last theoretical exam. To Makoto, these conversations were nothing more than childish chatter. He was no longer the same Ito Makoto as before, and his perspective had changed drastically after awakening the chat group. Compared to the others, he felt more than capable of teaching at the ninja school himself. At that moment, the chat group became lively once again. Senju Tobirama, is this the current ninja school? Makoto Ito, yes, this is the ninja school founded by you and I am studying here as well. Senju Hashirama, damn, this is amazing. Tobirama, you actually did something this incredible. I always thought you'd just spend your days obsessing over those forbidden techniques. But this is truly brilliant. Senju Hashirama, Madara, did you see this? Isn't this exactly what we always dreamed of? A world where children don't have to step onto the battlefield but can instead enjoy a carefree childhood. Senju Hashirama, Madara, it seems we were right to found Konoha together back then. Just look at these children and how happy they are. Isn't this proof that our vision was the right one? Uchiha Madara, I see it. Shut up, I'm not blind, and they're just a bunch of kids playing house. What's so exciting about that? Senju Hashirama, tisk, Madara, why are you always so harsh? This was our dream, and now it has become a reality. You must be happy about it deep down. Hee. Uchiha Madara, HMPH. Meanwhile, Tobirama, who was observing the chat, had his own thoughts. Senju Tobirama. The ninja school has grown so much since I first established it. It looks completely different now. Namikaze Minato. I have to say, the ninja school founded by the second Hokage is truly remarkable. It has given many civilian ninjas the opportunity to learn. And I am one of those civilian ninjas. Senju Hashirama. Really? Fourth, you're saying you were once a civilian ninja. And now you've risen to become Hokage. That's impressive. You must have been an incredibly talented child. Namikaze Minato. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara. Tisk, a bunch of idiots. As always, the age-old rivalry between Tobirama and the Uchiha resurfaced. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, why are you always spoiling the mood? The Uchiha are truly an evil clan. Uchiha Izuna. Shut up, Tobirama. Do you want to fight? Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku. Ancestors. Uchiha Makoto. This is embarrassing. However, Madara was far from done with his words. Uchiha Madara. What kind of ninja school is this? Civilian ninjas. Don't make me laugh. This is nothing more than a place where children play house. Uchiha Madara. Just listen to what these kids are talking about. Transformation technique, clone technique, body replacement technique, and shuriken throwing. These are all trash. Tobirama's patience was reaching its limit. Senju Tobirama. Madara, don't look down on the ninja school I built. But Madara refused to back down. Uchiha Madara. Am I wrong? Uchiha Madara. Do you honestly believe Konoha would willingly hand over those forbidden ninjutsu to these so-called civilian ninjas? You're delusional. Look at what they're learning. Clone technique, body replacement technique, transformation technique. I stopped using these tricks when I was 3. Senju Tobirama. If we're talking about the family with the most ninjutsu, that would undoubtedly be the Uchiha clan, wouldn't it? With your Sharingan, you can copy ninjutsu at will. I wonder if the Uchiha clan are willing to share these techniques. Uchiha Madara. HMPH. Don't mention the Uchiha clan in front of me. They have long ceased to be of any concern to me. The moment I left the Uchiha, I unilaterally expelled them all from the clan. It was clear that Uchiha Madara harbored deep resentment toward the Uchiha clan for not following him out of Konoha. Tobirama was never one to miss a good opportunity to mock Madara. He immediately caught between his words. Senju Tobirama. What a joke. You expelled them. More like they expelled you from the Uchiha clan. You're nothing more than a Konoha traitor. Uchiha Izuna. Shut up, Tobirama. You're not allowed to talk about my brother like that. Do you want to fight? Senju Tobirama. Fine by me. Who's afraid of whom? The argument raged for a while before eventually fizzling out. In the end, it was pointless. Tobirama wouldn't truly engage in battle with Madara. After all, he knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat him, so what reason would he have to provoke a fight he couldn't win? He was just messing with Madara and Izuna. Meanwhile, Ito Makoto was approaching the ninja school. Finally, someone couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer and spoke up. Uzumaki Kushina. Group leader, you seem to be around the same age as Naruto, right? Do you know him? Makoto Ito. You mean Uzumaki Naruto? Of course, we're good friends and we often compete for the ranks in class. Uzumaki Kushina. Really? Does that mean Naruto excels in his studies? Does he frequently rank first? That's amazing, my son is so great. Wait a second, Uzumaki Naruto. Shouldn't it be Namikaze Naruto? Makoto Ito. It's Uzumaki Naruto. And I think you might have misunderstood something, the two of us are actually competing for the last rank. Uchiha Madara. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, kid, so you're hilarious. Senju Tobirama. Last place. Is that even something worth competing for? Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Kushina. Last place. At that moment, Kushina rubbed her temples in confusion. Why is my son competing for the last place in class? Uzumaki Kushina. But wait, something doesn't add up. Naruto should be named Namikaze Naruto. Why did he inherit my Uzumaki surname instead? Namikaze Minato. Could it be that the third Hokage did this for Naruto's protection? After all, I sealed the 9 tails inside him, and I had many enemies back then. Not letting Naruto inherit my surname might have been a way to keep him safe. Uzumaki Kushina, is that so? Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 13. Uchiha clan is gone. Namikaze Minato. It doesn't matter, as long as Naruto can grow up happily, nothing else will be a problem. Makoto grinned as he walked towards the school. He had to admire Namikaze Minato's ability to come up with explanations. The man had even managed to rationalize why Naruto didn't inherit his surname. He wondered what would this couple think once they saw what Naruto was actually going through. Namikaze Minato. Makoto, since you know Naruto, that must mean you talk with him daily, right? And you just mentioned that you and Naruto are good friends. Makoto Ito. That's right. Closing square bracket. Uzumaki Kushina. That's wonderful. That means we'll have plenty of opportunities to see Naruto in the future. Namikaze Minato. Yes, exactly. Uzumaki Kushina. Makoto, how has Naruto been all these years? How is he doing? Does he have many friends? Makoto Ito. You'll see for yourselves soon. Whether he's doing well or not, well, you'll be able to judge with your own eyes. Hearing Makoto's response, both Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina felt uneasy. After all, Makoto Ito had hinted before that the person they missed might not be living well. Now, when they directly asked about Naruto's well-being, he simply told them to see for themselves. What did that imply? Didn't it mean Naruto's life wasn't as good as they had imagined? But how could that be? Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage, the very hero who sealed the 9 tails. How could he possibly have a difficult life? More importantly, the 3rd Hokage was still in charge. The couple firmly believed that Hiruzen and Sarutobi would take good care of their son. Hyuga Hazashi. Makoto, do you know Hyuga Neji? As Minato and Kushina anxiously asked about their son, Hyuga Hazashi was naturally unable to sit still. Makoto Ito. I don't know him personally, but I do know of him. He's a year above me and has quite the reputation as a genius. He was the top student in his class. Hyuga Hazashi. Well done. As expected of my son. Hearing that another child was excelling while his own son was competing with the Makoto for last place, Minato and Kushina was feeling a bit disheartened. On the other side, Fugaku and his wife could no longer suppress their anxious hearts. Uchiha Makoto. Makoto, since you know Naruto, then you must also know Uchiha Sasuke, right? He should be around your age and might even be your classmate. Do you know Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, can you tell us about Sasuke? Makoto Ito. Of course, I know him. He's actually in the same class as me. Uchiha Makoto. Then, can you tell us about Sasuke? Makoto Ito. Sasuke. His performance has always been excellent and he's been the top student of our year. But no one really wants to talk to him and he doesn't have many friends because he always has a sour expression on his face. Uchiha Makoto. Sasuke has become like that. It must have been hard on him. After everything that happened, it's not surprising. He used to be such a bright and cheerful child when he was little. Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, after experiencing that event, it's understandable that he would become withdrawn. It hasn't been easy for him. Uchiha Izuna. What are you two talking about? What happened? Our Uchiha clan descendants are top students in their class. Isn't that a good thing? Senju Tobirama. Makoto, you keep talking in circles without speaking clearly. Makoto Ito. Oh, it's just, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, that's all. Makoto dropped this bombshell in the most casual tone and the entire group fell silent in an instant. Not a single message was sent. Then, as if a fuse had been lit, messages exploded one after another like bombs. Uchiha Madara. What did you say? The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Uchiha Izuna. Our Uchiha clan is gone. Namikaze Minato. How is that possible? Uchiha Shisui. So it's finally come to that. Senju Hashirama. What's going on? Is this really true? Senju Tobirama. Wiped out. How is that possible? Even Tobirama, who usually spoke ill of the Uchiha at every turn, was utterly shocked. Despite his deep distrust of the Uchiha, he never once thought the entire clan would be eradicated. The Uchiha were one of the founding families of Konoha, known for their overwhelming strength. How could they have been so easily annihilated? He had always suppressed the Uchiha clan, precisely because they were too powerful, and with someone as dangerous as Madara among them, he feared their potential for rebellion. But to be completely wiped out, could it be that Konoha faced an overwhelming enemy? An enemy so strong that even the Uchiha clan couldn't survive? Did Konoha suffer devastating losses, leading to the clan's extermination? Senju Tobirama, boy, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Did Konoha face some kind of powerful enemy? How could the Uchiha clan be exterminated? Makoto Ito, there was no powerful enemy. It was the third Hokage and Danzo who were responsible for their extermination. For a moment, Tobirama couldn't process what he had just heard. Were his own disciples truly capable of wiping out the entire Uchiha clan? Senju Tobirama, so that's how it is. The Uchiha clan must have been planning to rebel against the village. I've always said they are an evil clan. Senju Hashirama, shut up, Tobirama. Even after all this time, you're still saying such things. Senju Tobirama, haha, but am I wrong? Senju Hashirama, shut up. Senju Tobirama, understood, brother. Tobirama could genuinely feel Hashirama's rage. It was as if his chakra was surging through the chat. Hashirama was truly furious. What were these so-called descendants doing? The Uchiha and the Senju were the two most powerful clans during his period. Together, they had been the foundation of Konoha, and the Uchiha were not only a pillar of the village but also the family of Madara. And now, they had been completely wiped out. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 14 comments, 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. SparkyXD. Download app now. Chapter 14. The reason for the demise of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku. Sigh, it all started with the second Hokage. Ever since you took power, you began suppressing our Uchiha clan. Later, when your disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, came to power, the suppression only became worse. Once, the Uchiha and the Senju stood side by side, founding Konoha together. Now, our entire Uchiha clan has been wiped out. And you, as the second Hokage, still have the audacity to mock us. You are unworthy of the title of Hokage. Senju Tobirama, who are you? How dare you speak to me like this? Uchiha Fugaku, I am the last leader of the Uchiha clan. Let me tell you, I did not betray the village and I was not a traitor. Uchiha Madara, you are pathetic. You actually have the nerve to speak here. The Uchiha clan was destroyed under your leadership. You are a complete disgrace. I have long cut ties with the Uchiha clan, but even I can't help but scold you. Uchiha Fugaku, ancestor. Uchiha Madara, enough with the useless words. Explain yourself. Who wiped out the Uchiha clan? Was it the third Hokage himself? Or was it Danzo, as you claimed? Uchiha Izuna, yeah, you idiot. Just tell us the reason already. I swear, I'll slaughter his entire bloodline. Fugaku remained silent for a long time, not answering their questions. Uchiha Fugaku, it was the will of Konoha's top brass that led to our clan's extermination. However, they were not the ones who actually did it. Uchiha Madara, what the hell are you even saying? I asked you who did it. Just say it already. Stop dragging this out like an old woman. Uchiha Fugaku, the one who did it, was my eldest son. The chat group fell into absolute silence. Everyone was stunned. The Uchiha clan was wiped out by an Uchiha. What the hell? What kind of ridiculous plot twist was this? A clan leader's own son annihilating his entire clan. The ninja world had seen many ruthless individuals. Those who slaughtered enemies, those who betrayed their own villages, but a man who single-handedly eradicated his entire bloodline. What kind of monster was this? Uchiha Izuna, what did you just say? Your own son destroyed the Uchiha clan. Weren't you the leader of the Uchiha? Wouldn't that make your son the young patriarch? Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, Uchiha Izuna. Do you even hear yourself right now? Are you sure you are not dreaming? Are you perhaps sleep-talking? Are you mentally ill? Uchiha Madara. Let me get this straight. You're saying the Uchiha clan was wiped out by one of its own? That your son did it? Are you fucking kidding me? Both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were completely dumbfounded. No matter how they looked at it, this made no sense. Why the hell would anyone annihilate their own clan? Even Madara, who had been abandoned by the Uchiha clan, never once thought about destroying them. But now, to hear that an Uchiha actually did it. Just how much good karma did the Uchiha clan accumulate in past lives to produce such a extraordinary descendant? Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan had ideological conflicts with Konoha's higher-ups, and the administration was constantly suppressed and forced my eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, to turn against our clan and side with the village leadership. That is how this tragedy happened. Senju Tobirama. That's so damn funny. And this is exactly why I've always said the Uchiha are a clan of lunatics. One of their own wiped them out. Your whole clan really has the weirdest thought process. Uchiha Madara. You bastard. What the fuck did you just say? Come out and fight me. Senju Tobirama. You think I'm scared of you? Uchiha Madara. One-on-one, right now. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama. Shut up already. Senju Tobirama. Brother, I just can't get over how hilarious this is. The mighty Uchiha clan, completely wiped out by their own member. Just thinking about it is killing me. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Fugaku. HMPH. My son wasn't even a high-ranking member of Konoha and they managed to brainwash him. This so-called will of fire is a fucking joke. Even my own son was manipulated into betraying his clan. I have to commend your excellent disciple. Senju Tobirama. HMPH. Who knows what was going through his mind? Maybe he just snapped and decided to wipe out his own clan. Don't go blaming Konoha's leadership for this. That kid must have just been out of his damn mind. Uchiha Shisui. Itachi wasn't a madman. He had his reasons for doing this. Deep down, Itachi truly desired peace and stability. Senju Tobirama. And you are? Another Uchiha. Who the hell are you? Uchiha Shisui. Actually, I'm closely connected to you. I'm a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Senju Tobirama. Oh, so you're Kagami's descendant. Kagami was one of the few Uchiha I actually respected. Uchiha Shisui. I was actually guiding Itachi, helping him cultivate his yearning for peace. Uchiha Fugaku. Sai, Shisui, how exactly did you die? The clan had its doubts about your death, but now I see, you were just another spy. Uchiha Shisui. I'm sorry, clan leader. The Uchiha's ambitions were too great. Such ambition would only bring harm to Konoha. As for my death, let's just leave it in the past. Uchiha Fugaku. Yeah, it's all over now. We're all dead anyway. But no matter what, you and Itachi, you two were the true geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. Enough. Shut the hell up. Two fucking idiots, and you still call them geniuses. The Uchiha name is being dragged through the mud because of you guys. What's wrong with having ambition? Ambition is a proof of strength. Only with strength can you bring about true stability. You're all just a bunch of fucking fools. I don't even want to waste my breath on you anymore. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 15. Hyuga Hinata. Senju Tobirama. Haha, you're all just making excuses. It's exactly because the Uchiha clan harbored crazy individuals and that cursed bloodline, I was always on guard against them. Senju Hashirama. That's enough, Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Fine, fine, I won't say anything more, but with the Uchiha clan gone, Konoha will only become more stable and harmonious. This is something I'm truly happy and relieved about. Makoto Ito. That's exactly what I'd expect from the second Hokage. I just hope you'll be just as happy and relieved in a little while. Senju Tobirama. What do you mean by that? Makoto Ito. Oh, nothing much. You'll find out soon enough. At that moment, Everyone in the group chat was bewildered. What could it be? Was this related to the second Hokage somehow? Tobirama had just celebrated the downfall of the Uchiha clan, feeling that Konoha was finally at peace. But what event could possibly turn his relief into shock and sadness? While some already knew what he was talking about, but they stayed silent and waited for Makoto to talk about it. Sensing that Makoto was unwilling to reveal more, Senju Tobirama chose not to press further. However, he couldn't shake off a growing sense of unease. Something felt terribly wrong. Meanwhile, as the conversation continued in the chat, Makoto stepped into his classroom at the Ninja Academy. Since he had arrived a little late, most of the seats were already taken, and the room was buzzing with chatter. He glanced around, greeting his classmates as he walked toward his seat. "Ino, you're looking beautiful as always." Choji, still snacking on potato chips first thing in the morning. "Shikamaru, you're already sleeping. We just got here." "Oh, Hinata, your eyes are as mesmerizing as ever." "Hey, move aside, your big head is blocking my way." While conversing with his classmates, he gently pushed Sakura away who was blocking the way, walked toward his seat. As he made his way through the room, he stopped near Hinata, who sat quietly at her desk. "Good morning, Hinata." With a warm smile, he greeted her. The shy Hyuga girl immediately lowered her gaze, her face tinged with pink. Good morning, Makoto-kun," she murmured softly. Senju Tobirama, is that a Byakugan? Senju Hashirama, looks like she's from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hazashi, Hinata, that's my brother's daughter, she's already grown so much. Makoto Ito, yeah, she and I are the same age. Makoto gazed at Hinata, who sat before him looking like a delicate porcelain doll, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. After all, when he had watched the Naruto anime in his previous life, Hinata had been one of the female characters he adored the most. As for his second favorite, that would definitely be Yamanaka Ino. Unable to control himself, Makoto instinctively reached out, his fingers gently ruffling Hinata's soft hair. The moment his hand touched her head, Hinata stiffened. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she shrank down in embarrassment, practically burying her head beneath the desk. Despite her overwhelming shyness, she made no effort to resist or pull away. At the same time, as Makoto observed the scene unfolding before him, he recalled a crucial detail from his memories. Though his academic performance had never been remarkable, his relationships with his classmates at the Ninja Academy had always been quite good. Except for that arrogant Sasuke, everyone else in the class was quite friendly toward Makoto. The most important thing was naturally his appearance. He was absolutely on par with Sasuke. Even Yamanaka Ino had once sent him flowers. Though, looking back, it seemed like his original self had been a bit of an idiot. He hadn't even realized what that meant. Ino had never said a word about her feelings, and the original Makoto had remained clueless about it. But in the end, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was that he had done something very important in the past. When he was just 4 years old, he and Naruto had saved Hinata from being bullied by a group of brats. At that time, Naruto hadn't even noticed Hinata. All he could think about was Haruno Sakura. He somehow became Hinata's childhood crush. As for Naruto's future, whether he ended up with Sasuke or Sakura, who cared? At the very least, by cutting off Hinata's path to Naruto, he had done a great service to the ninja world. He prevented the birth of Boruto, the infamous hate-pulling machine. Hyuga Hazashi. Damn it, Makoto, what the hell are you doing? Get your hands off my niece's head. The moment Hyuga Hazashi saw Ito Makoto ruffling Hinata's hair, he was so outraged. That damn brat, he actually dared to lay hands on my adorable little niece. If only he weren't dead right now, he would have personally shown this insolent boy the true power of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Makoto Ito, why are you freaking out? Can't you see Hinata likes it? Hyuga Hazashi, like it, my ass. You shameless brat, all I see is you being an scoundrel. Makoto Ito, sigh, I'm warning you, don't slander me. Out of respect for you as an elder, I'll let this slide once. But if you keep this up, I will have to ban you. Upon reading the message, Hyuga Hazashi was so furious that his entire body trembled with rage. Hyuga Hazashi, ARRRRGHHH. This damn brat, Hyuga Hazashi has been banned by the group leader Makoto Ito for 3 minutes. Seeing that he had been banned, Hazashi's temples throbbed with frustration. Damn that brat, I will never accept him and Hinata being together. Not in this lifetime, never. However, as his anger settled, Hazashi was suddenly struck by a terrifying realization. He was dead, which meant he couldn't interfere with what was happening in the real world. No matter how much he cursed, raged, or resisted, he had absolutely no way to stop Makoto and Hinata getting together in the future. He could only watch helplessly, grinding his teeth in frustration. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 17 comments 0 vote. Chapter 16. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the most shameless. Senju Tobirama. Even though you're young, you're quite good looking. Uchiha Izuna. Kids these days are really maturing early. Senju Hashirama. But Makoto is indeed quite handsome. If a young girl takes a liking to him, isn't that normal? After all, his looks are only slightly inferior to mine. Uzumaki Mito. Hashirama, can you have a little self-awareness? Senju Hashirama. Mito, are you saying I'm not handsome? Uzumaki Mito. Handsome, you're the most handsome, alright. Senju Hashirama. Hehe, I know that already. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, I, Madara, would like to call you the most shameless. ... Makoto raised an eyebrow when he saw Uchiha Madara's words, similar to the phrase he said to Might Guy during the 4th grade ninja war. Senju Tobirama. But I must say, Makoto, you act really fast. At such a young age, you're already making preparations to find a wife. Makoto Ito. It's obviously Uncle Hazashi meddling in other people's business. The two of us clearly like each other. Does he really have to tear us apart? Do you think I'd agree to that? Besides, when it comes to finding a wife, I've always believed that there are those who act fast and those who act slow, don't you guys understand? Uchiha Madara. Good grief, when it comes to finding a wife, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Makoto Ito. Thank you for the compliment. Uchiha Madara. You shameless kid, I have no doubt that even without this ghostly chat group, you'd still have a thriving future ahead of you. Honestly, I can't even blame him for being mad at you. After all, that Hinata girl is his niece. Makoto Ito. Well, have you guys never considered the possibility that she was the one who got a crush on me? Closing square bracket. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Hashirama. Makoto is so handsome, isn't it normal? Just like me, Mito once pursued me too. Senju Tobirama. Brother, can you please show some restraint? Uzumaki Mito. Shut up, you idiot. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you are still as shameless as ever. Uchiha Izuna. Truly shameless. Ignoring Hashirama's messages, Makoto continued. Makoto Ito. Besides, having a partner in the ninja school is a long-standing Konoha tradition. There was once a legendary ninja named Namikaze Minato. He was the most sought-after figure in the academy, and in the end, he went on to become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Senju Tobirama. So, you're saying that he became the 4th Hokage because he had a puppy love in school? Makoto Ito. That's what I believe. Senju Hashirama. Maybe there's actually some truth to that. Senju Tobirama. That's enough, brother. Just stop. Don't embarrass yourself any further, okay? While everyone was busy discussing about Minato and Kushina, the couple themselves weren't paying attention to any of it. Their eyes were fixed on the shared vision, where they had finally spotted the figure they had been thinking about, Naruto. In the classroom, the young blonde boy couldn't sit still for even a moment. He kept looking around, chatting with Nara Shikamaru one moment and teasing Inuzuka Kiba the next. From time to time, he would make exaggerated gestures and burst into strange laughter, desperately trying to draw attention to himself. Namikaze Minato. Is this our Naruto? Has he grown this much in all these years? And that golden hair, it's exactly the same as mine. Uzumaki Kushina. Yes, Minato. Naruto has grown so much, but the most important thing is that he seems really happy and has good friends around him too. That pineapple head boy looks like someone from the Nara clan, and the one on the other side seems to be from the Inuzuka clan. Namikaze Minato. It looks like third Hokage has been taking good care of Naruto. Upon seeing the conversation between the two, Makoto's lips twitched. Did these two really hear what they just said? Happy, surrounded by good friends, the third Hokage taking good care of him. Do any of those things actually apply to Naruto? Not a single one of them, right? But looking at Naruto at this moment, he did seem genuinely happy. No wonder they misunderstood. Minato and Kushina still didn't know the reality of Naruto's life. Naruto had very few friends in the entirety of Konoha. Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, and himself. The original Makoto had also been an orphan and shared a similar experience with Naruto. Both had lost their parents at a young age. That was why he had never harbored any resentment toward Naruto and had even often played with him. Uchiha Madara. This brat, if my senses are correct, is that the chakra of the Nine Tails. Senju Hashirama. Yes, I can sense it too. There's no doubt about it. That's the Nine Tails presence. So he's this generation's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama. Fourth, you are really ruthless. You turned your own son into a Jinchuriki. Namikaze Minato. Naruto is my son and this is the responsibility he was born to bear. It's just that the two of us, sigh. Reading Minato's words, Makoto scoffed internally. What a fool. Minato had undoubtedly been an exceptional Hokage. He had even given up his life for the sake of this village. But was Konoha truly worth such devotion? It was difficult for Makoto to imagine what would happen if Minato found out about the kind of life Naruto had been forced to endure all these years. Would he still remain the same, or would he succumb to the darkness? After all, if a person loved something deeply enough, then betrayal would only fuel an equally intense hatred. However, at this moment, Minato and Kushina were simply overjoyed to see Naruto again. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the classroom, a young boy dressed in blue sat in silence. A fan-shaped clan emblem was emblazoned on his back. His chin rested on his hands, his expression cold. Uchiha Makoto. Sasuke. That's Sasuke. Fugaku, do you see him? That's our son. Uchiha Fugaku. I see him too. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 19 comments 0 vote. Chapter 17. What should I do if my son can't find a girlfriend in the future? Sasuke was surrounded by a group of little girls from his class, all eagerly vying for his attention. However, his attitude toward them was extremely cold, sometimes outright disdain. Get out of my way. The moment Sasuke lost his temper, the group of girls, led by Sakura, immediately scattered. Sasuke-kun is so handsome. Yeah, even when he's angry, he's still so cool. No, he's just too handsome. On the other hand, Sakura was seething with rage internally. You damn girls, how dare you talk to Sasuke? Sasuke is supposed to be mine. Uchiha Makoto. Sigh. Sasuke's personality is really a bit problematic. How could he be so harsh when faced with so many adorable little girls? What if he can't find a girlfriend in the future? Uchiha Fugaku. I can't blame him. That incident must have hit him too hard. I'm afraid all he has left in his heart now is hatred. Uchiha Makoto. I really don't understand what Itachi was thinking. Are we really going to stand by and watch our sons kill each other in the future? Uchiha Fugaku. I don't know either, but we should still trust in our children. I believe they will find their own way to handle things. At long last, the two parents had finally laid eyes on their long-lost son. Uchiha Shisui. All of this happened because of that event. If things had been different, Sasuke could have had a wonderful childhood. Uchiha Fugaku. Enough, Shisui. Uchiha Makoto. I suppose the only good news is that Sasuke seems to be very popular with girls. Uchiha Fugaku. HMPH, they're just a bunch of noisy little brats. What's the point of that? Uzumaki Kushina. Fugaku, do you even realize how lucky your son is? Look at all the girls around Sasuke and take a look at my son. There isn't a single girl near him. What if he can't find a girlfriend in the future? Namikaze Minato, Kushina, Naruto is still a kid. Do we really need to worry about this so soon? Uzumaki Kushina, shut up. You have the nerve to say that. Didn't you already fall in love with me back when we were in ninja school? And now you're saying Naruto is too young for this. Makoto Ito, second Hokage, look. Didn't I say that the fourth was already in love back when he was in ninja school? Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, it seems that early romance really does help someone become Hokage. Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobirama, brother, shut up. Uzumaki Mito, shut up, you idiot. Senju Hashirama. At this moment, in the Pure Land, Hashirama was completely puzzled. Why are they all telling me to shut up? Did I say something wrong? It was clearly a case of puppy love for the fourth Hokage, and yet he still went on to become Hokage. Doesn't this kinda prove that having a love interest at a young age can actually help someone achieve the position of Hokage? Then he thought back to his own past. Didn't I also meet Madara when I was young? He and Madara had been close friends and their relationship had been deep and close. No less than that of a childhood romance. And so, Hashirama came to a firm conclusion. Puppy love helped people become Hokage. Of course, these thoughts remained inside his head. He wasn't foolish enough to say them out loud. Soon, Iruka walked into the classroom. Students, today we are going to learn about how to use the clone technique. Iruka was an attentive teacher, carefully explaining the various applications of the clone technique to his students. However, Makoto could barely stifle a yawn. As expected, no matter which world I'm in, I just can't seem to stay awake during lectures. It wasn't just because of boredom. It was because he had already mastered the 3 basic techniques. If he hadn't gained anything from the powerhouses in the chap group, he might have paid more attention. After all, before coming to this world, he had never been exposed to anything like chakra or cultivation. It would have been fascinating to learn about new things. But he now fully understood these concepts and had learned jutsu far more advanced than the clone technique. So, Iruka's lesson held absolutely no interest for him. Senju Hashirama, lessons for using the clone technique. Senju Tobirama, what the hell is this? They teach these things in school now. Uchiha Madara, what did I say? This is just children playing house. These kids are already this old, and they're still learning something as basic as the clone technique. How ridiculous. When I was their age, I was already on the battlefield taking enemy lives. Senju Tobirama, Madara, shut up. Maybe they just happened to be covering this today. Uchiha Madara, TCH. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Though Senju Tobirama refused to back down, he grumbled internally. This wasn't like this when I first founded the ninja school. Originally, he had provided many ninjutsu for students to learn. If a child showed extraordinary talent, they were supposed to receive direct instruction in more advanced techniques. That was the whole point of creating so many jutsu. What's the point of the forbidden technique scrolls if they're never used? When the ninja school was established, the curriculum focused on practical battlefield skills. But now, they were actually learning how to use clone techniques. How did it deteriorate to this level? Judging from their age, these students should be nearing graduation. What was the graduation requirement now? Don't tell me, they can graduate from ninja school from just mastering the 3 bodies technique. Can they even be called a ninja? What exactly had Sarutobi Hiruzen been doing all these years? For the first time, Tobirama had genuine doubt about his former students' leadership. Just then, Hashirama noticed an ominous detail. Senju Hashirama, have you all noticed? There doesn't seem to be a single Senju clan student in the classroom. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 24 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 18. Where the hell is Senju clan? Now, everyone was searching for the Senju clan members after reading Hashirama's message. Tobirama also began to take a closer look. After carefully inspecting the classroom, he found that there wasn't a single student from the Senju clan present. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, is there really not a single one? Senju Tobarama, it seems so. I don't see any students from the Senju clan here at all. Senju Hashirama, what's going on? Senju Tobarama, perhaps it's just a coincidence that none of them are in this class. They're probably in other classrooms. Senju Hashirama, that's right. They should be studying in other classrooms. While the Senju and Uchiha brothers were only beginning to suspect something, other members of the group were already aware of the truth regarding the Senju clan, at least to some extent. In reality, there were no Senju left in Konoha. But no one in the group dared to speak up first. After all, this wasn't good news, and no one wanted to be the one to break it. Meanwhile, Tobarama began replaying the earlier events in his mind, carefully recalling Makoto's journey from home to school. He tried to recall any sign of a Senju clansman along the way but came up empty-handed. There wasn't just a lack of Senju students in the academy. There were no Senju at all on the streets. A strong sense of unease gripped at his heart. Something had clearly gone wrong with the Senju clan. He could no longer assume they were living well. If anything, their complete absence painted a much darker picture than he had initially imagined. Unlike his younger brother, Senju Hashirama didn't dwell too much on the matter. Deep thinking had always been Tobarama's job anyway. His head already hurt just trying to process everything. For now, he decided to stick with Tobarama's explanation. Makoto chose to remain silent. There was no need to say anything. Sooner or later, these two would see the truth for themselves. If he spoke up now, they might just bombard him with questions or refuse to believe him. Instead, it was better to let them witness the reality firsthand. Would they still find any trace of the Senju clan in Konoha? Although Iruka's lecture felt dull in Ito Makoto's eyes, the presence of the big names in the group chat kept things entertaining. Before he knew it, the morning had passed. Once he finished his lesson, Iruka suddenly turned to the class with an enthusiastic announcement. Students, I have great news. The third Hokage will soon be visiting the school to explain the will of fire to all of you. As you all know, Lord Third is incredibly busy, yet he is taking time out of his packed schedule just to speak with you. When he arrives, make sure to give him a warm welcome. Senju Tobarama, the will of fire. The little monkey has done well. Instilling the will of fire must start at an early age. Senju Hashirama, yes, your disciple is quite something, even finding time in his schedule to personally visit the school and give a lecture. Uchiha Izuna, I don't fully understand this, will of fire, you all keep mentioning, but why does it sound like brainwashing to me? Uchiha Madara, because it is brainwashing. Uchiha Fugaku, HMPH. This is what Konoha's leadership excels at. That damned will of fire. If not for that, Shisui and Itachi wouldn't have been fooled into becoming loyal pawns. I should never have sent them to the ninja academy. Senju Tobarama, sure, whatever you say. They were fooled into being loyal pawns. But isn't your son currently undergoing the same brainwashing at this very school? The conversation continued with them exchanging sarcastic remarks, teasing one another in the chat. Meanwhile, in the real world, Iruka was filled with excitement. Third Hokage was an admirable figure to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was someone he looked up to as a figure of endless wisdom and power. The idea that he would take time from his busy duties to personally visit the academy was incredible. However, Iruka's enthusiasm wasn't shared by the students. Lord Third is coming to give a speech again. Yeah, isn't this the third time just this week? Every time he gives a speech, it drags on forever. I'm hungry, I just want to eat. Is the Hokage really so free? He keeps coming here to talk. Doesn't he get hungry? Doesn't he need to eat lunch? Senju Hashirama. Judging by what these kids are saying, the third Hokage must visit the academy quite frequently. Uchiha Madara. This is so damn hilarious. What do they call this? Wasted effort. Haha. Ito Makoto. Today is Thursday, and this will be his fourth visit this week. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. Your disciple is really quick, Tobarama. I can't think of the right word. Senju Tobarama. You mean, dedicated, right? My foolish big brother. Senju Hashirama. Ah, yes. That's it, I was trying to say that. It seems your disciple is truly dedicated. Meanwhile, Iruka's expression darkened as he noticed the students whispering among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with yet another lengthy speech. Everyone, quiet down. No more complaining and follow me to the playground. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. The students shrank back and obediently followed him to the schoolyard. Uchiha Izuna, if this is just brainwashing, why drag everyone outside? Can't it be done right here in the classroom? Ito Makoto, what do you think? The third Hokage isn't just here for one class. If he's coming all the way to the academy, of course, the entire school has to gather for the lesson together. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobarama. Actually, this is efficient method. I think it's quite practical. Now come on, Makoto, stop grumbling and follow along. I haven't seen the little monkey in years. I'm curious to take a look at him. With that, Makoto followed the rest of the students as they made their way to the playground. Just then, Yamanaka Ino deliberately slowed her pace to walk beside him. Makoto-kun, I noticed you didn't bring a lunchbox today. I packed plenty of extra food. Let's eat together at noon. Looking at the cheerful little girl, Ito Makoto smiled. Alright, thank you. And Hyuga Hazashi saw this scene. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 22 comments 0 vote. Chapter 19. Waifus of the Ninja World. Hyuga Hazashi, you little brat. You already have my niece, and now you're looking for another girl. You shameless scumbag. Ito Makoto, what kind of accusation is that? Scumbag, I just want to give all the girls a home. Uchiha Madara, as expected of the kindest person in the world. Senju Hashirama, as expected of the kindest person in the world. Uchiha Izuna, as expected of the kindest person in the world. Namikaze Minato, as expected of the kindest person in the world. Senju Tobarama, as expected of the kindest person in the world. All the members in the chat group instantly formed a unanimous front and spammed Makoto's nickname. But he just laughed at their reactions. Meanwhile, at the back of the line, Hyuga Hinata was quietly observing Ito Makoto and Yamanaka Ino. The moment she laid eyes on him, the memory of him patting her head earlier resurfaced in her mind, and her face immediately flushed red. Uchiha Madara, hey, kid. Stop talking with that Yamanaka girl. The Hyuga girl behind you is blushing and stealing glances at you. You sure have some luck with girls, huh? Ito Makoto, hey, you are the ghost of the Uchiha. When did you turn into a gossiping busybody? Uchiha Madara, what's the problem with that? Senju Tobarama, that little girl really seems to like you. I never thought someone would actually be interested in you. Ito Makoto, excuse me. What do you mean by that just now? Are you implying I'm not worthy of being liked? Ito Makoto, do you think everyone is like you? Cold-faced, emotionally stunted, and self-righteous. What's more, I heard that a certain someone has remained a virgin throughout their life and has never experienced that before they died. Do you know who is that second Hokage? Ito Makoto, I also heard that same person has never even been in love before their death. Senju Tobarama, you damn brat. Everything you just said is technically true, but why does it piss me off so much? Where the hell did you learn to be this snarky? There's no way you learned it out on your own, right? I've never seen anyone as insufferable as you. Ito Makoto, if you've never seen someone like me before, it's simply because you never met me. Well, today's your lucky day. Uchiha Madara, in this world full of sarcastic bastards, I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you as the undisputed king. Hyuga Hazashi, you damn brat. Stay away from Hinata, you'll corrupt my niece with your nonsense. Senju Hashirama, actually, Hazashi, just think about it, Makoto has this chat group, and with all of us standing behind him, his future achievements are bound to be remarkable. Namikaze Minato, even though Makoto is just a commoner, he doesn't seem unworthy of being with the Hyuga clan's young lady, does he? Hyuga Hazashi, what the hell is going on? Why are both of you supporting this brat? Hazashi found himself baffled by the comments from Hashirama and Minato. Why were they helping this young troublemaker? But after thinking it over, Hazashi realized there wasn't anything fundamentally wrong with what they said. This kid already had the strength of a chunin, and most importantly, he had this mysterious chat group. Combined with these big bosses backing him in the group, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Hazashi considered the possibility that this kid could easily become cage level with the right resources. Maybe, just maybe, matching him with the Hyuga family's little princess wouldn't be so far-fetched after all. But then Hazashi shook his head in shock. Damn it, how could I even entertain such a thought? He had seen the kid talking with that girl from the Yamanaka family earlier. He was clearly a playboy. He'd have to stop flirting with other girls before Hazashi could even think about letting him near his niece. But, Hazashi's concerns were in vain. After all, considering Makoto's name alone, he seemed destined to become the king of harem. Makoto, who had transmigrated, wasn't about to let his new life go to waste. He hadn't had a wife before he came to this world, so he figured he had to marry multiple wives in the future. What was even more tempting were all the waifus in the world of Naruto. Aside from Hinata and Ino, there were others like Azuki Yugao, Tsunade, Yuhi Kurenai, and countless others. And the ninja world wasn't just Konoha. There were other villages to consider too. The members of the chat group had no idea what Makoto was thinking. If they did, they'd probably be amazed by his audacity. Currently, Makoto was enjoying the spectacle of Hashirama and Minato speaking in his defense. He laughed, imagining what Minato would think if he knew. According to the original story, Hinata was supposed to be his daughter-in-law. Hyuga Hazashi, yeah, I can see where both of you are coming from, but this guy is just too reckless. Moreover, my older brother is quite traditional, and I doubt he'll approve this kid. Namikaze Minato, well, that's up to him. At least I tried my best to win Kushina over, didn't I? Uchiha Madara, let me tell you something. Strength is the foundation of everything. So what if you're a bit of a womanizer? If you've got the strength, you can marry as many wives as you want. Anyone who disagrees can deal with me. Kid, remember this, as long as you have the power to dominate the ninja world, people will be begging you to marry their daughters. Senju Hashirama, Madara, why do you always get so deep when you talk about things? This is supposed to be about love, but you turned it into something more serious. Uchiha Madara, there's nothing wrong with what I said. In the ninja world, strength is respected above all else. Namikaze Minato, by the way, Hazashi, I've got a question for you. How did you end up dying? Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 22 comments 0 vote. Chapter 20. How did Hyuga Hazashi die? It wasn't really surprising that Minato had this question. After all, Minato and Hazashi were once considered contemporaries. Moreover, when Minato became Hokage, Hazashi was also regarded as one of his subordinates, and the two had shared a good relationship in private. Hazashi had been a capable person, so how did he die so young? More importantly, Hazashi was the younger brother of the head of the Hyuga family. Logically, he should have been in no danger. The likelihood of his death seemed very small. So how could he have died at such a young age? When Minato posed the question, Hazashi fell silent. Makoto found this situation quite amusing. What was even more funny was that they were about to meet the third Hokage, and it seemed the third Hokage was about to share his will of fire. Could this be the moment when the real reason behind Hyuga Hazashi's death would be revealed? Namikaze Minato, Hazashi, why don't you speak? Was it because of some war? Or did you encounter a powerful enemy? Uchiha Madara, humph, what else could it be because of? The ninja world is always in chaos. It's nothing strange for someone to die. Even in our period, teenagers had to go to battlefields. Isn't it normal for someone to die? Senju Hashirama, Madara, the world is getting better now. We are moving closer to our dreams. Please don't be so angry. Uchiha Madara, is there something wrong with what I said? You idiot, which dumbass gives tailed beasts as a gift? Did you give them out so that all the village can wage wars fairly? Damn it, I should have gone to the Hokage conference with you and that fool Tobarama actually agreed to you sending the tailed beasts. He has a sharp mind normally, so why did he act so foolishly at such a crucial moment? If I were Hokage back then, I would have suppressed the entire ninja world and unified it. With that there would have been no more wars. Senju Hashirama. Hashirama couldn't respond to Madara's words. Instead, he thought about it deeply. Did I really make a mistake back then? Senju Tobarama. Now that I think about it, my eldest brother really was a fool back then. Namikaze Minato. Aren't we discussing how Hazashi died? How did we get to this topic? Hyuga Hazashi. Minato, I died protecting my brother. Uchiha Madara. You died to protect your brother. Hazashi, I respect you for that. You truly are a good brother. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, if it were me, I would die to protect you. Uchiha Madara. Me too. Senju Hashirama. Hazashi, your older brother truly has an excellent younger brother. Senju Tobarama. What do you mean? Are you implying I am not any good? Senju Hashirama. When did I say that? Senju Tobarama. Shut up, brother. Namikaze Minato. So that's it. Well done, Hazashi. You are an excellent ninja. At this point, Minato had already imagined a grand drama in his mind. He pictured a dangerous battlefield, with Hyuga Hiyashi in danger. Then, Hyuga Hazashi stepped forward, taking the fatal blow meant for his brother. It had to be said, Minato's imagination was impressive. Hyuga Hazashi, thanks. Before Minato could dwell on his thoughts, his imagination was suddenly interrupted. Uchiha Fugaku. Haha, you've got to be kidding. I'm laughing so much right now, I've got a bit of a stomachache. Senju Tobarama. Damn Uchiha, why are you laughing? If you've got something to say, then say it. It's getting awkward here, it's like you've got some serious illness. Uchiha Fugaku. Ha 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 ha, you have no idea how Hyuga Hazashi died. Senju Hashirama. Didn't he die protecting his brother on the battlefield? Uchiha Izuna. Is there another shocking twist here? Namikaze Minato. Didn't he die in battle? Ito Makoto. Haha, died in battle. Who told you that? I've got to admire your creativity, 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato. Is there something being hidden here? Uchiha Fugaku. Forget it, I won't say any more, let him speak for himself. Namikaze Minato. What really happened to Hazashi? Tell me quickly. Seeing the direction things were going, Hazashi had no choice but to reveal the truth. Hyuga Hazashi. Sai, let me tell you. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha's power was greatly weakened as a result. Soon after that, Cloud Shinobi Village sent their people to Konoha. Senju Tobarama. Did they come to Konoha to cause trouble? Mentioning Cloud Shinobi Village brought out Tobarama's fury, as he had never been fond of them. Hyuga Hazashi. Actually, thinking about it now, they did come to cause trouble, but they initially came under the pretense of forming an alliance. Senju Tobarama. Damn it, what exactly did they do? How did you end up dying? Did they make unreasonable demands on Konoha? Hyuga Hazashi. They didn't make any unreasonable demands, but what they did was far more extreme than their demands. Cloud Shinobi Village sent an envoy to Konoha, but what we didn't expect was that they took this opportunity to kidnap the eldest princess of our Hyuga family, Hyuga Hinata, my niece. Senju Tobarama. What did you just say? Senju Hashirama. They actually did such a thing. Uchiha Madara. Haha, Hashirama, did you see that? This is the village where you gave out two-tailed beasts, and now they're daring to walk all over Konoha. Senju Hashirama. Madara, shut up. I didn't do anything wrong back then, and I don't regret my decision. Uchiha Madara. That's why I always say you are an idiot. Back then, with our combined strength, we could have easily suppressed the entire ninja world, but you insisted on showing kindness to others. Now, Konoha is suffering from the consequences of your actions. If we had united and suppressed the ninja world, how could there have been so many problems? In the Pure Land, Hashirama felt a deep sense of frustration. He didn't continue to argue with Madara. Had he really made a mistake back then? Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. 200 more power stones for a bonus chapter. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 22 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 21. Tobarama loses it. Could it be that his decision to divide the tailed beasts had truly been a mistake? Even his own younger brother believed he had done something wrong. Now, even his closest friend, Uchiha Madara, thought so. Had he really made the wrong choice? Everything he had done was meant to bring peace to the ninja world. Wasn't his decision to distribute the tailed beasts made with the hope that wars would cease? At this moment, Senju Hashirama found himself drowning in self-doubt. Although he kept telling himself that he had done nothing wrong, a seed of guilt had already taken root in his heart. Senju Tobirama. Those damn bastards. They came under the guise of forming an alliance, only to try and steal Konoha's people. How utterly shameless. Namikaze Minato. I've fought the fourth Raikage before, so I have some understanding of him. He's definitely an ambitious man. It's not surprising that he would attempt something like this. Makoto Ito. Second Hokage, why are you getting so worked up? Besides, didn't they fail in the end? Senju Tobirama. Why am I getting worked up? Do you even need to ask? Damn it, these people from the land of lightning dared to act so brazenly in Konoha. Do you honestly think I can just stay calm? Ito Makoto. I mean, maybe don't get so angry just yet. If you keep this up, you might just end up dying again from rage in a while. Senju Tobirama. What do you mean? What do you mean I'll die from anger soon? Are you saying something even more infuriating happened? Tobirama felt the veins in his temples throbbing violently. He was absolutely furious. The fact that the people from the land of lightning had dared to infiltrate Konoha under the pretense of forming an alliance, all while attempting to kidnap Konoha's people, was already enough to enrage him. But was there more to the story? It was only then that Tobirama noticed something. They had been discussing the death of Hyuga Hazashi. However, Hyuga Hinata was still alive, which meant the Cloud Shinobi's plan had ultimately failed. So then, how did Hazashi die? Senju Tobirama. Hazashi, you stopped halfway through your explanation. Keep talking. How exactly did you die? You said you died protecting your brother, but were you actually trying to protect your niece? Were you killed by those Cloud Shinobi? If that's the case, then you're truly pathetic. The brother of the Hyuga clan's leader, beaten to death by trashes. Unbelievable. What exactly happened? Explain it to me properly and clearly. Hyuga Hazashi. No, I wasn't beaten to death by those Cloud Shinobis. In fact, it was my elder brother who killed them. Senju Tobirama. Your elder brother killed the Cloud Shinobi. Well, that's good. Did the Land of Lightning offer any explanation? More importantly, the evidence was there, wasn't it? Konoha must have demanded compensation from Cloud Shinobi Village, right? Hyuga Hazashi. Well, that's not exactly what happened. Makoto Ito. Ha 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 ha. Explanation. Compensation. Senju Tobirama. What's wrong? Boy, is there something wrong with what I said? If the stolen goods were found in their hands, shouldn't they be the ones compensating us? Makoto Ito. Oh, I agree. There was an explanation, and compensation too. Senju Tobirama. HMPH. I knew it. If that monkey couldn't even handle something this simple, he'd be better off eating bananas. Cloud Shinobi Village dared to walk all over Konoha. We should have crushed their arrogance immediately. Uchiha Fugaku. Haha, everyone always says the second Hokage is both wise and brave, that his intelligence is unmatched. But right now, he just looks like a fool. Senju Tobirama. What the hell did you just say? You damn Uchiha, what part of my logic is flawed? Uchiha Fugaku. Oh, you'll KNY soon enough. If you think you're right, then let Hazashi continue speaking. Senju Tobirama. Hazashi, keep talking. Hyuga Hazashi. Although the Cloud Shinobi's attempt was exposed and my elder brother personally killed the one who tried to kidnap Hinata, Cloud Shinobi Village denied everything. Not only that, they twisted the story completely. They claimed that our Hyuga clan had murdered their people, who had supposedly come in peace to form an alliance. Senju Tobirama. What? Damn it. These people from Cloud Shinobi Village, they're truly shameless. Did they have no sense of honor at all? Uchiha Madara. Out of all the shameless acts I've seen, this one takes the crown. Senju Hashirama. This is absolutely disgraceful. Uchiha Izuna. Keep going. What happened next? Hyuga Hazashi. After that, Cloud Shinobi Village demanded an explanation from Konoha. They even began pressuring the R Village's borders, demanding compensation. Senju Tobirama. What the fuck? Did you just say that instead of Konoha pressuring them for compensation, they pressured Konoha? Instead of us making them answer for their actions, we had to compensate them. Ha ha ha, fantastic, mind-blowing, tell me more, I must hear what kind of compensation these cloud shinobi demanded. Hyuga Hazashi, they insisted that Konoha hand over the murderer. That is, my elder brother, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato, how dare they demand that? Senju Hashirama, that's so absurd. There's no way Konoha would ever agree to betray one of its own. Impossible, completely impossible. Senju Tobarama, wait, didn't you say you died for your elder brother? Don't tell me, don't you dare tell me, that Konoha actually agreed to Cloud Shinobi Village's demands. Hyuga Hazashi, sigh, at the time, there was truly no other option. After all. Senju Tobarama, shut up. I don't want excuses, just tell me, yes or no. Did Konoha really hand you over to Cloud Shinobi Village? At that moment, Senju Tobarama felt like his lungs were about to explode. Never in his life had he been this furious. Cloud Shinobi had already defiled Konoha's dignity once. And now, Konoha had not only let them get away with it, but had willingly sacrificed one of their own. It was as if Cloud Shinobi had taken a dump on Konoha's face and then pissed on it as though they were cleaning the shit. Hyuga Hazashi, yes, blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 26 comments 0 vote. Chapter 22. Tobarama loses it too. Senju Tobarama. Arg, I'm so pissed off. Hiruzen, how could you be so foolish? You let them walk all over you, right up to your own doorstep, and they were practically shitting on your head, and you still thanked them for it. Why the hell did I choose him as a Hokage? Sarutobi, you disgusting monkey. Among all the Hokages of Konoha, Senju Tobarama was undoubtedly the most cunning and ruthless. Unlike his indecisive elder brother, he never hesitated in his approach. Whether dealing with internal matters or foreign threats, his policies were always crushing. If Cloud Village dared to provoke their village like this, his response would be simple. Crush them thoroughly. He would have gone to war without a second thought, just to see if those Cloud Village ninjas still dared to act so unruly in Hidden Leaf Village. Senju Hashirama, how could this happen? Senju Tobarama, Hiruzen, you bastard. I trained you, I trusted you, and I personally chose you as Hokage. Is this how you repaid me? Hyuga Hazashi, second Hokage, please calm down. Lord Third Hokage didn't want to do this, but back then. Senju Tobarama, you're actually defending him. Are you fucking stupid? No matter how many excuses you make, no matter how necessary it was, nothing justifies what he did. Nothing. Hyuga Hazashi, but, Lord Second, look at how prosperous our village is today. That compromise allowed the village to develop into what it is now. If we hadn't made that decision back then, the village might not be as strong as it is today. Senju Tobarama, bullshit, what's the point of this so-called prosperity, if it was built on cowardice and surrender? If this is what prosperity means, then I would rather we never had it in the first place. Uchiha Fugaku, oh dear, second Hokage, don't be so harsh. As we already know, your disciple is very skilled at brainwashing. Senju Tobarama, what did you just say? Uchiha Fugaku, just look at Hyuga Hazashi. They sold him out, and yet here he is, still defending them. They threw him away like an undersized sandals, yet he still speaks as if it was the right thing to do. His dignity was stripped away, but he still thinks he made a noble sacrifice. Now tell me, second Hokage, isn't your disciple terrifying? Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi's brainwashing skills really are something else. Even I have to admit it. When it comes to brainwashing, he's probably the strongest of us all. Fugaku never wasted an opportunity to criticize the village's leadership. Whenever he got the chance, he would attack them mercilessly, and he wasn't even wrong. His words were undeniably true. To make matters worse, Fugaku despised the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga were supposed to be among Konoha's great clans. Yet the Hyuga were obedient lapdogs to the village, bowing their heads instead of standing tall. They were an embarrassment to him. A so-called great clan that willingly let themselves be used and discarded. They were a fucking joke. Hyuga Hazashi, Fugaku, you have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan always stirring up trouble, always scheming for power, always trying to seize control, would we have needed to compromise with Cloud Village back then? Uchiha Fugaku, and why do you think we wanted power in the first place? The village's top brass was suppressing us from the start. If we hadn't been constantly pushed down, we wouldn't have needed to resist. Hyuga Hazashi, ha, you make it sound so noble. You led to your clan to its demise. Uchiha Fugaku, fuck that. The Uchiha clan is different from your Hyuga clan. We valued our pride. We don't wag our tails and act like obedient dogs, unlike you, a fool who got sold out and still thanked them for it. Hyuga Hazashi, you. Hazashi realized he couldn't win against Fugaku in a war of words. Back when he was alive, Fugaku never talked this much. Why did he become so damn talkative after death? Had he been holding in all this resentment while stuck in the Pure Land, just waiting for someone to argue with? His mouth was running like it had a motor installed, rattling off insults non-stop. Hyuga Hazashi, HMPH. I won't waste my breath on you. Uchiha Fugaku, what's there to waste? You are already fucking dead, dumbass. Hyuga Hazashi, Fugaku, Senju Tobarama, enough, both of you, shut up. In this case, the Uchiha clan is not to blame. Sigh, if we're pointing fingers, then the blame me for putting my trust in the wrong person. I was wrong to believe in Hiruzen. If I had known he would turn out like this, I would have given the Hokage position to Danzo instead. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, don't be so hard on yourself. This isn't your fault. Senju Tobarama, no, brother. This is my fault. How could I have raised and entrusted the village to someone with 0 brain cells? I spent my whole life building my reputation, maintaining my pride, and today, it's all gone. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given the position to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If I had chosen Shimura Danzo, Udatain Kaharu, or Mitokado Homura, at least this wouldn't have happened. Makoto Ito, hate to break it to you, but you're in for another disappointment. Because those 3 also agreed to this decision. Senju Tobarama, Hyuga Hazashi, but, second Hokage, it's the correct decision. Senju Tobarama, just kill me at this point. At this moment, Tobarama felt like his entire world had collapsed. What kind of people did I train back then? He had carefully selected and trained his students, pouring years of his life into molding them into strong leaders. And what had come of it? A group of weak-willed cowards who sell out their own people in the name of peace. Hyuga Hazashi, second Hokage, please don't blame yourself. After all, the third Hokage only did what he thought was best for Konoha. At the very least, the village has prospered under his rule, hasn't it? Namikaze Minato, that's right. If we look at the results, our village has flourished under third Hokage's leadership. His decisions might not align with your ideals. But there's no denying that he is an excellent Hokage. Opening square bracket ... comma closing square bracket. After listening to their words for a long time, Tobarama finally calmed down. Senju Tobarama, fine, enough of this. I will try to see some of his good points. The conversation continued for a long while, with everyone finally uncovering the full story behind Hyuga Hazashi's death. Meanwhile, in the real world, Makoto stood in the playground with his classmates. He looked across the vast field. From the youngest students to the senior classes, hundreds of students had gathered for the brainwashing session. No, the Will of Fire preaching session. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 15 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 23. The reason behind the decline of Senju clan. As the students finally gathered on the playground, Sarutobi Hiruzen took his place at the podium. He began to address the students, explaining the essence of the Will of Fire. In other words, the brainwashing had begun. It was clear that his methods of persuasion were nothing short of impressive. His words flowed smoothly, speaking of the fire that would continue to shine and nourish the village, making new leaves sprout, symbolizing the growth of the village. Even Makoto found himself momentarily captivated by his speech. Uchiha Fugaku. Tisk, tisk. Just listen to this. The words keep coming, one after another. Uchiha Madara. This guy sure has some skills. He doesn't even need genjutsu. Senju Tobirama. Could it be that the lit monkey used these speeches to make the village thrive? Uchiha Izuna. That's talent for you, damn it. Uchiha Madara. If I had spoken like that, I'm sure the Uchiha clan would have rebelled with me. Namikaze Minato. It's been a while since I heard third Hokage talk about the village's purpose. It still sounds so heartfelt. Uchiha Shisui. Yes, it feels like my whole body is at ease when I hear him. Uchiha Izuna. Here come two more brainwashed idiots. Uchiha Fugaku. Sigh. If we had known this, I would have led the Uchiha clan to brainwash people. After all, we even had Sharingan. Blank. Senju Hashirama. Makoto, are all the students from the ninja school present? Makoto paused for a moment upon reading Hashirama's message. After all, he had been waiting for this moment. He then pretended to casually looked around and saw that all the students seemed to have arrived. Ito Makoto. Yes, all the students are here. Why are you asking? Senju Hashirama. Something's wrong. Can't you tell? Senju Tobirama. What's wrong, brother? Ito Makoto. Everything seems fine though. All the students are here. Senju Hashirama. If this is truly a ninja school, then all the students should be here. But where are the Senju clan members? Why is there not a single one on the playground? Senju Tobirama. What? Upon seeing his older brother's message, Tobirama quickly scanned the area. To his shock, there were indeed no members of the Senju clan present. There had been no Senju students in Makoto's class earlier either. When Hashirama had raised the concern earlier, he was already suspicious. Now, his suspicions only grew. He looked around once again and found that there was not a single Senju clan member on the playground. Senju Tobirama. What the hell is going on? Senju Hashirama. Shouldn't all the students of the Senju clan be here? This doesn't seem right. Senju Tobirama. Brother, after I founded the ninja school, I made it clear to everyone in the clan. All of our clansmen must attend the ninja school when they reach the proper age. Makoto smirked internally. The long-awaited truth was finally about to be revealed and the drama he had been waiting for was finally coming to the surface. Uchiha Fugaku. Oh, so the truth is finally coming out. Do you know how hard I've been holding back? Senju Tobirama. Shut up, you evil Uchiha. Senju Hashirama. Judging by what the genius patriarch said, it seems like there's some story behind this. Makoto, can you explain what's going on? Makoto Ito. Oh, this is actually very simple. The Senju clan, well, it's been wiped out even before the Uchiha clan. As soon as Makoto sent the message, both Hashirama and Tobirama, who were in the Pure Land, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Senju Hashirama. What did you say? Senju Tobirama. How is this possible? The two brothers were utterly shocked. The Senju clan had been one of the most formidable forces in the ninja world and it had been the cornerstone of Konoha's founding. The idea that it could be destroyed so suddenly seemed unfathomable. The Senju clan had even suppressed the mighty Uchiha clan for years. How could they have fallen? Uchiha Fugaku. But that's the truth. Senju Tobirama. Makoto, tell me clearly. How did the Senju clan fall? I felt from the previous conversation that you know a lot about this. You should be well aware of this matter, right? Makoto Ito. Yes, I do know about it. Let me explain, it's a long story. Senju Tobirama. Then keep your explanation even longer. Makoto's lips twitched speechlessly after seeing the Tobirama's message. Makoto Ito. Sigh. Things changed when third Hokage who wasn't from the Senju clan came into power. Many members of the great clan saw him as an eyesore and some members of the Senju clan didn't even acknowledge him. The room went silent as the pieces began to fall into place. Makoto Ito. So what did the third Hokage do? He thought about it for a long time and finally came up with a solution. He didn't directly oppose the great clan's power. He first started by encouraging the Senju clan to marry into civilian families. It was successful since you and first Hokage encouraged your clan members to marry into civilian families in the past. Tobirama's eyes widened as the truth began to dawn on him. Senju Tobirama. Wait, are you suggesting that the Hiruzen intentionally spread the Senju clan's power through marriage? Makoto Ito. No, this is what he said. By marrying civilians, more members of the Senju clan would be born, thereby indirectly expanding the clan's influence. In the Pure Land, Tobirama had a devastated expression after learning the truth. Arg, Hiruzen, how dare you? Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 27 comments, 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. SparkyXD. Download app now. Chapter 24. Angry Tobirama. What nonsense about expanding influence. Tobirama was once a cunning politician with a sharp mind. He could easily see through Hiruzen's thoughts. It was clear as day for him. Hiruzen should have felt threatened by the Senju clan's overwhelming power and influence, which endangered his rule over the village. That was why he encouraged the Senju clan to intermarry with commoners, deliberately diluting their bloodline. If that continued, within just a few generations, the Senju clan would be nothing more than a memory. Any talk of expanding the influence and power of the Senju clan was utter nonsense. The ninja world revolved around bloodlines. If a family's bloodline was diluted to the point of impurity, then its decline was inevitable. The Uchiha clan stood strong for generations because they upheld strict intermarriage policies within their own ranks, preventing their blood from being diluted. That was the key to maintaining the strength and purity of their lineage. The Senju clan, though not as rigid as the Uchiha, could not withstand such continued dilution. Given enough time, they would vanish entirely. If only a small portion of the clan intermarried with commoners, it wouldn't have been an issue. But if the entire clan followed this practice, how is that any different from completely dissolving the Senju name? Senju Tobirama. Makoto. This is just one of the reasons behind my clan's demise, right? Makoto Ito. Of course. The other reasons are even simpler. Wasn't Senju clan known as the strongest clan? The pillar of Konoha? If that was the case, then let them handle all the dirty work on the battlefield. Closing square bracket. If members of the Senju clan died on the battlefield, why should Hiruzen be held accountable? After all, they were just expendable soldiers, weren't they? A mission here, a battle there, one by one, the Senju clan would be thinned out. Who would question it? And most importantly, when they died, Hiruzen stood before the village, shedding crocodile tears, mourning their sacrifice, pretending to be a benevolent leader. He would express his gratitude for their service, honor their deaths, and declare how they had given their lives for the village. In the end, though, he wouldn't truly care. Senju Tobirama. Ah, Sarutobi, you deserve to die. At this moment, Tobirama was seething with fury. His clan was gone, his family was wiped out, and the one responsible for this was none other than his very own disciple. Hiruzen, who he had personally trained, the student in whom he had placed his highest hopes, had orchestrated the downfall of his clan. Tobirama easily saw through these schemes because he had once used them himself. Now, his own student used them against his clan. Senju Tobirama. Damn it. Was the Senju clan's leader at the time an idiot? Was he brainless? Did he really just follow every command that monkey bastard gave him without question? Uchiha Fugaku. Oh my, look at what you are saying. How can the interests of one clan override the interests of the village? As a citizen of Hidden Leaf Village, one must obey the Hokage's orders. Otherwise, they would be labeled a traitor, right? Uchiha Shisui. That's right. The interests of a clan should never come before the interests of the village. I think Lord Third made the right choice. Uchiha Fugaku. Shut up, you spying bastard. Senju Tobirama. You're all talking nonsense. The Senju clan has contributed so much to the village. The village wouldn't even exist today without us. Makoto Ito. Actually, the Senju clan's leader at the time did make an effort to preserve their bloodline. He ensured that the purest lineage of the Senju clan survived, the descendants of the first Hokage. Senju Tobirama. What did you say? My eldest brother's descendants. There are still members of the Senju clan alive. Where are they now? Tobirama's voice carried a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Fugaku. Well, interestingly enough, that last surviving member was none other than the grandson of the first Hokage himself. Senju Tobirama. Then where is he now? Hearing that his brother's grandson was still alive, Tobirama felt a small sense of relief. It was a tragic situation, but at least his clan had not been completely wiped out. Uchiha Fugaku, where is he? The Pure Land, of course. He might even be living next door. Senju Tobirama, what, didn't he just say that the Senju clan left behind their purest bloodline? How could he be in the Pure Land? Uchiha Fugaku, oh, I forgot to mention. That child was sent to the battlefield during the Second Ninja War by your apprentice. Do you know what happened to him? His intestines were blown out. He died a gruesome death. Fugaku deliberately left Tsunade out of the conversation, aiming to provoke Tobirama even further and make him more angry. Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi, fuck you bastard, how dare you do this to me? Rage consumed Tobirama. After all, he had raised Hiruzen, mentored him, placed him on the path to becoming Hokage. How did Hiruzen repay him? He led his clan to demise. When faced with external threats like the Cloud Shinobi, Hiruzen bowed his head and acted with submission. But when it came to his own people, he struck them down without mercy. In the outside world, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on a podium and proudly preached the so-called will of fire to the students without knowing his teacher was itching to kill him at this very moment. Senju Tobirama, that bastard. So the Senju clan is truly gone. Uchiha Fugaku, oh, second Hokage, do you remember what you once said about our clan? Without the Uchiha clan, the village will only be more stable. Senju Tobirama, wait, don't speak. Uchiha Fugaku, hee, now let me return those words to you. Without the Senju clan, Konoha will only be more stable. Muhaha. Senju Tobirama, Fugaku, moments ago, he had mocked the Uchiha clan's demise. Now, the very same words had come back to haunt him. At least the Uchiha had survivors with pure blood. But the Senju clan was completely gone. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 22 comments 0 vote. Chapter 25. Gaslighting the Senju brothers. At this moment, Makoto could barely suppress his smile upon seeing the furious Tobirama. After all the waiting, he finally arrived at the moment he had been anticipating. It was his time to shine. Senju Hashirama. Forget it, Tobirama. At least Makoto said something worth hearing. We, the Senju clan, have integrated with the common people. Anyways, the ninja world is one big family. Hearing Hashirama's words, Makoto was left dumbfounded. Damn it, are there really people like this in the ninja world? Should he praise Hashirama for being broad-minded or criticize him for being too naive? Senju Tobirama. What, brother, how could you say something like that? Our Senju clan is gone. Our family is gone. Uchiha Madara. Let's just call it what it is. He's being a fool. You think he's going to listen? He won't. Senju Hashirama. By the way, Makoto, do you know Tsunade? Could it be that even she? Namikaze Minato. Tsunade-sama was taken in as a disciple by the third Hokage. She later became a legendary figure in the ninja world. But after the death of her younger brother and lover, she fell into despair and left the village. Senju Tobirama. Wait, you mean Tsunade is still alive? Makoto Ito. Yes, she's still alive, but her faith in life has been shattered. She suffers from hemophobia and spends most of her time gambling and drinking. She hasn't returned to Konoha in years. Senju Tobirama. Sigh, when she was a child, she was so full of life and energy. Senju Hashirama. It's really tragic for her, but at least she's still alive. Senju Tobirama. Such a shame. If Tsunade was a man, she could revive our clan. On the podium, the third Hokage continued to speak about the will of fire, his speech full of empty rhetoric. Tobirama's anger only grew as he listened. Why did I ever choose him as Hokage? It would have been better to let Danzo take the position. Senju Tobirama. Why was I so blind back then to choose such a weakling? If I had the chance, I'd shove 2 large pieces of bananas in his ass. Makoto, can you temporarily let me out of this chat group? I need to go up there and slap him in the face. Makoto Ito. It's impossible to let you out, but but you can hand over all your abilities to me. I'll go up for you and give him a few good slaps myself." After seeing his message, everyone was stunned and speechless. Even in moments like this, Makoto was always looking for ways to take advantage of them. "Senju Tobirama, you've got to be kidding. You want all my abilities just to slap him twice? Makoto Ito, you said yourself that you're dead, and all your skills will be buried with you. So, why not pass them on to me? Senju Tobirama, enough, I've already had a few worthless disciples. All of them turned out to be absolute failures and you're no better than them." Makoto rolled his eyes as he knew it wouldn't be so easy to extract any favors from the old man. But after a moment of thought, he tried again. "Makoto Ito, first, second, don't you want to revive the Senju clan?" "Senju Tobirama, what good is wishing? Our Senju clan has no more men left, how could we revive it?" "Makoto Ito, ahem, aren't I here? I'm the destined one who would revitalize the Senju clan. It is my glorious purpose." "Senju Tobirama, do you really have a connection to our Senju clan?" "Makoto Ito, of course. I heard my mother's sister's second aunt's brother-in-law's brother's uncle's second uncle's sister's brother-in-law's fourth uncle's brother's eldest nephew married a woman who was a descendant of the Senju clan." Makoto spoke seriously, but his words left everyone in the chat completely speechless. "Senju Tobirama, could you please explain again the relationship you just mentioned?" "Makoto Ito, anyways, that's not important. What matters is that I am indeed connected to the Senju clan." "Senju Tobirama, what's the point of that?" "Makoto Ito, what do you mean? It shows that I have a deep connection with the Senju clan. That means I can also revitalize the Senju clan." "Senju Tobirama, but you don't even have the blood of the Senju clan, so how could you revive it?" "Makoto Ito, I don't have the bloodline, but don't you two have it?" "Senju Tobirama, so, you're still trying to get something out of us, huh?" "Makoto Ito, no, this isn't about reaping benefits anymore. This is about a mutually beneficial deal. Come help me grow stronger and I will help you rebuild the Senju clan. It's something that benefits us all. Don't you agree?" "Senju Hashirama, is this really possible?" "Makoto Ito, of course. And from now on, I can even change my last name to Senju without any problem. From now on, I'll be Senju Makoto." "Makoto Ito, one more thing, Tsunade is still alive. If I marry her, then any children we have will naturally carry the purest Senju bloodline." "Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Hyuga Hazashi. Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobirama, brat, what are you even saying? What's the age difference between you and Tsunade?" Despite his words, Tobirama was actually beginning to seriously consider what Makoto had said. What Makoto had said was true. If he married Tsunade, their child would inherit the purest bloodline of the Senju clan. Even without marrying his granddaughter, Makoto can inherit their bloodline through the chat group and revive the Senju clan. "Senju Tobirama, actually, now that I think about it, there's nothing wrong with what Makoto said. Originally, the Senju clan was destroyed, and there was no hope of revival. But now there's a variable named Makoto. The important part is that he could inherit our bloodline through the chat group. As for Tsunade's matter, it's not something within our control. Senju Hashirama, this doesn't seem like such a bad idea." Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 43 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 26. The Unexpected Gifts. At this moment, Madara saw things were going in the wrong direction and quickly intervened to stop the Senju brothers. "Uchiha Madara, Tobirama, Hashirama, have you guys lost your mind? You're willing to go to such lengths just to revive the Senju clan?" In truth, Madara had no interest in whether the Senju clan was revived or not. What truly concerned him was the possibility that if both Hashirama and Tobirama fully supported Makoto, it could interfere with his own plans. What troubled him even more was that Makoto seemed to possess knowledge about the group members, including him. In fact, Makoto appeared to have insight into events across the ninja world, which meant that he might even be aware of Madara's plans. If the two Senju brothers threw their full support behind him, Makoto became an obstacle in his plans. Senju Tobirama. Madara, you must not want to see the Senju clan rise again. Well, I refuse to let things go your way. Whatever you don't want me to do, I will do it. Whatever you seek to prevent, I will ensure it happens. Ha ha ha, I was still hesitant at first. But thanks to you, I've made up my mind. We must support Makoto. Just a moment ago, Makoto was growing increasingly anxious. When he managed to sway the Senju brothers to his side, Madara suddenly interjected a crucial moment to stop them. To his surprise, Madara's words pushed Tobirama further into the idea of supporting him. Uchiha Madara. Even Madara himself was speechless. He hoped to stop the Senju brothers from backing Makoto, but his words only backfired, and now, it was a done deal. Damn you, Tobirama. Seeing things turning in his favor, Makoto was excited as he was slowly getting closer and closer to acquiring wood style, and he silently thanked Madara for his assistance. Senju Tobirama. Brother, perhaps we should truly consider this. Regardless of whether everything Makoto said is true, or whether he even has any direct connection to the Senju clan, the second point he made is undeniable. If he possesses both of our bloodlines, and if he were to have a child in the future, wouldn't that child possess the Senju bloodline of high purity? This might be our clan's best chance. We shouldn't let it slip away. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, when it comes to matters like these, your judgment has always been better than mine. If you think it's worth trying, then let's do it. Besides, Makoto is from our village. Even if we support him, we aren't really helping an outsider. While Hashirama had long accepted the decline of the Senju clan, now that an opportunity to restore his clan had presented itself, he saw no reason not to pursue it. Senju Hashirama has gifted the Senju bloodline to group leader Makoto Ito. A system notification appeared in the chat group, and Makoto could hardly contain his excitement. Damn, it's really the Senju bloodline. First Hokage, you're incredible. Without hesitation, he clicked, accept, at lightning speed. The moment he did, an unfamiliar yet powerful energy surged through his body. Was this the power of the Senju bloodline? Makoto could feel his body's cells screaming in excitement. Even his chakra had become far more lethal, growing at an exponential rate. A transformation was taking place, one that reshaped him at a fundamental level. The bloodline of the Senju clan was well known for enhancing one's life force. But this wasn't just any Senju blood, it was the blood of Hashirama himself, the purest lineage of the clan. Senju Hashirama has gifted wood style to group leader Makoto Ito. Senju Hashirama has gifted the beginner-level sage art to group leader Makoto Ito. Upon seeing these notifications, Makoto's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected to gain the Senju bloodline, but Hashirama had given him far more than that, wood style and even sage art. Though his chakra reserves were nowhere near Hashirama's level yet, and he couldn't unleash the same world-shattering techniques, this was still an incredible starting point. With a strong foundation like this, the future held endless possibilities. Without wasting a second, Makoto Ito accepted both gifts. He took a deep breath, trying to control his excitement. The sensation felt unreal. He had received the Senju bloodline. He had obtained wood style. He had gained a sage body. It was almost too good to believe. Even though simply acquiring wood style didn't mean he could immediately unleash techniques on the scale of Hashirama's, the foundation was now firmly in place. With time and training, nothing was impossible. Currently, Makoto couldn't stop grinning. Senju Tobirama. Alright, stop grinning like an idiot. Have some dignity as the group leader. Makoto Ito. Ahem, can you guys blame me? This is just too exciting. Uchiha Madara. Fools. Both of you are fools. You're actually entrusting the revival of the Senju clan to an outsider. Madara was utterly speechless. If the Senju brothers continued down this path, they might end up creating someone even more terrifying than Hashirama. At that point, what would be the point of his own resurrection then? Just to get beaten up by a kid? Makoto Ito. Madara, don't feel so bitter. If you want, I can also help revitalize the Uchiha clan too. All you have to do is offer me a Sharingan. Of course, the only problem is, there aren't any women left in the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama. Wait a damn minute, brat. You just promised us to restore our clan, and now you're offering to restore the Uchiha clan too. Senju Tobirama. Do you have no shame? Makoto Ito, why are you two so worked up? I never said I wouldn't help rebuild the Uchiha clan. More importantly, I'm still a student, aren't I? Do you really expect me to walk up to some lady and say, marry me and let's rebuild the Senju clan together? She'd probably look at me like I am some delusional kid. Senju Hashirama, that does make sense. Senju Tobarama, surprisingly, it does. Makoto Ito, so what do you say, Madara? I can help restore the Uchiha clan too. I don't mind having my child bear the mighty Uchiha name. Uchiha Madara, I don't need your help and I certainly won't give you my Sharingan. You can keep dreaming but that will never happen. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 18 comments 0 vote. Chapter 27. Moderator role. Faced with Madara's firm rejection, Makoto could only give up and turn to Hazashi. Makoto Ito. Uncle Hazashi, don't you think the Hyuga clan is on the decline? Would you like my help in restoring its former glory? All I ask in return is that you teach me your techniques. In the future, every child born between Hinata and me can take the Hyuga surname. Hyuga Hazashi. You wish, kid. Didn't you just promise the first and second Hokage that you would help revitalize the Senju clan? Weren't you planning to marry Tsunade? Why is Hinata involved now? Makoto Ito. I did promise the 2 Hokage, but I never said I would marry only Tsunade. Can't I have more than one wife? Hyuga Hazashi. Ha ha ha. You shameless scumbag. You're a scoundrel. Makoto Ito. How can you call me a scumbag? I'm just trying to give all the girls a home. Hyuga Hazashi. Get lost, you bastard. Makoto Ito. Uncle Hazashi, don't regret this later. When Hinata and I have children in the future, I won't let them take the Hyuga name. In the Pure Land, Hazashi was stunned by the audacity of his words. Yet, deep down, he hesitated for a moment. Should he really consider giving his abilities to Makoto? With the Senju bloodline now coursing through Makoto, any children he had with Hinata would be extraordinary, possessing both the Byakugan and Senju lineage. If such a child bore the Hyuga surname, it might truly lead to the clan's resurgence. He shook his head with a scared expression after being nearly swayed by Makoto's words. What nonsense was he thinking? Hinata could never be with that scumbag and his older brother, Hiyashi, would never approve of such a match. Just then, an idea crossed Makoto's mind. Makoto Ito. Even though I was the one who suggested revitalizing the Senju clan, what the first Hokage gave me was invaluable. So, I've decided to give him a reward. Senju Hashirama. A reward. Senju Tobarama. At least you still have some conscience left. Makoto Ito has promoted Senju Hashirama to group moderator. A notification flashed across the chat group, and everyone was momentarily stunned. Hashirama's profile now displayed the title, Moderator, in bold letters. Senju Hashirama. Moderator. What's this? Senju Tobarama. Ha ha ha. Things are getting interesting. Uchiha Madara. What the hell did you give him? Senju Hashirama. Makoto, what is this? Makoto Ito. It means you now have moderator privileges in the group. You can ban anyone except for the group owner. There are also a few other features. You'll figure them out by yourself. Senju Hashirama. That sounds fun. Let me try it out. Uchiha Madara. Damn it, you little brat. You just give authority to anyone who gives you good things. Makoto Ito. If you give me your Sharingan, I'll make you a moderator too. What do you say? Very tempting, isn't it? Uchiha Madara. Keep dreaming. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, just be glad it was Hashirama who got the moderator role and not Tobarama. If it had been Tobarama, all the Uchiha in the group would be doomed. Uchiha Madara. Do you think this situation is any better? You clearly don't know Hashirama well enough. That fool is unpredictable and there's nothing he won't do. Senju Hashirama. Madara, I'm warning you. I'm a moderator now. Show me some respect. Uchiha Madara. Like hell I will. Do you think I care about your stupid moderator role? Senju Hashirama. Oh, is that so? Then prepare to be punished. Uchiha Madara has been banned for 3 minutes by Administrator Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Mwahahaha. In the Pure Land, Madara was staring at the chat with a stunned face. Damn you, Hashirama. Senju Tobarama. Well done, brother. I've been wanting to silence that fool for ages. When he comes back, keep banning him. Senju Tobarama has been banned for 3 minutes by moderator Senju Hashirama. What? Tobarama was completely dumbfounded after being banned. Did his brother make a mistake? Surely, his brother meant to ban Izuna and had just made a mistake. Yes, that must be it. Makoto Ito. Tisk, Tobarama, why are you so stupid? Don't you know your brother's relationship with Madara? He can scold and bully Madara, but others cannot. Learn your lesson. Senju Hashirama. Exactly. You understand me well, Makoto. Uzumaki Mito. I've always thought there was something fishy going on between you two. Now, look at this. He banned his own brother just for Madara. Senju Hashirama. Mito, I hope you show some respect. I am the group's moderator now. Uzumaki Mito. Oh, so now that you have become a moderator, you think you're above me. Fine, I see how it is. You've abandoned me for Madara. Go ahead and spend the rest of your afterlife with him. Don't come to me anymore. Senju Hashirama. Mito, it was just a joke. Come on, don't be mad. Uzumaki Mito. Shut up. Senju Hashirama. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Tobarama was left staring blankly. Is he really my brother? Just because I called Madara a bastard, he banned me. What kind of brother does that? Why do I feel like he and Madara are the real brothers here? Senju Hashirama. I am having so much fun. Mwahahaha. Uchiha Izuna. Damn, his laughter sounds so scary. Namikaze Minato. Yeah, it's like he is a completely different person. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 41 comments 0 vote. Chapter 28. Scamming Madara. Senju Hashirama. Madara, you always yell at me and mock me. So why are you so quiet now? And Tobarama, why aren't you cursing at me? Don't you love to throw insults? Why aren't you calling me an idiot? Senju Hashirama. Oh, that's right. I just banned you too. Ha 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 ha. For the first time, Hashirama, who was always scolded by both Tobarama and Uchiha Madara, finally stood his ground. Currently, he was taking great pleasure in relentlessly mocking both of them. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara was trembling with rage, his teeth nearly shattering from how hard he was clenching his jaw. 3 minutes. Did anyone understand how agonizingly long those 3 minutes felt? Never in his life had Madara felt time drag on for so long. Blank. Finally, the 3-minute ban was lifted, and his freedom was restored. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you bastard. How dare you? Group member Uchiha Madara has been banned by moderator Senju Hashirama for 3 minutes. Senju Hashirama. Madara, when will you finally learn your lesson? Makoto Ito. Damn, Uchiha Izuna. Brother. Namikaze Minato. Why am I getting chills now? Hyuga Hazashi. Me too. As Madara found himself banned once again, Tobarama's ban also came to an end. Senju Tobarama. Big brother, please don't ban me again. I swear I won't speak ill of Madara anymore. Senju Hashirama. Now that's my good little brother. In the Pure Land, Madara had a ferocious expression after being banned twice. Curse you, damn Hashirama. That bastard, that fool, that, arg. Damn it. But there was nothing he could do about it except staring at the chat in frustration. Makoto Ito. Ha ha ha, Madara, how are you feeling right now? Do you feel helpless? Do you feel like you're being unfairly treated? Well, let me remind you. While the moderator has the power to ban you, I have the authority to lift the ban whenever I want. Of course, I wouldn't just do it for free. So, you understand what I'm getting at, right? If you want me to unban you, you need to make it worth my while. Hearing this, Madara, who was blinded by rage, no longer cared about whether Makoto's strength would interfere with his grand plans. Right now, his desire to get back at Hashirama was above everything else. Without hesitation, he sent a gift to Makoto. Group member Uchiha Madara has gifted fire style, great fire extinction to group leader Makoto Ito. Makoto's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly accepted the gift. Nice. Another powerful ninjutsu for my collection. Group leader Makoto Ito has lifted the ban on group member Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama. Didn't see this coming, did you? I'm back, and I swear all. Moderator Senju Hashirama has banned group member Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. Madara hadn't even finished his sentence before he was banned again. For a moment, he was completely dumbfounded. He had been so blinded by rage that he had forgotten something crucial. While Makoto has the authority to unban him, Hashirama could just keep banning him again and again. This meant he had just given away a powerful fire-style jutsu for nothing. He couldn't even speak a full sentence before he got banned. Madara sat there, staring at the chat screen in disbelief, his whole body trembling with frustration. Makoto Ito. Oops, my bad, I totally forgot about it. First Hokage is still a moderator. Even if I unban you, he can just ban you again. My sincerest apologies. Seeing this play out, the other group members were completely stunned. This was pure evil. What if this sort of thing actually happened to them? Just the thought of it gave them chills. Meanwhile, Hashirama continued to provoke Madara. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. Madara, you always called me an idiot, but look at yourself now. Who's the real fool here? Did you forget I'm the moderator? Did you forget I have the power to keep banning you? This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. After seeing this message, Madara screamed in anger. Hashirama. After he calmed down, he began to think of a way to get revenge. Wait, didn't Makoto mention there was a duel function before? I'll challenge Hashirama to a duel. I'll make him pay and beat him until he's spitting out teeth. Immediately, he started searching through the group functions. And at last, he found it. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked the button. Group member Uchiha Madara has challenged group member Senju Hashirama to a duel. Senju Hashirama. What's this? Makoto Ito. This is the duel function I mentioned earlier. Group members can challenge each other, and if both sides agree, the duel will commence immediately. Senju Hashirama. Oh, I see. Looking at the duel request, Senju Hashirama grinned mischievously. Then, without a second thought, he clicked reject. Group member Senju Hashirama has rejected the duel invitation from group member Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Hey. Madara, you must be furious, right? Are you itching to get revenge? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. But I just don't feel like fighting. Kekekek. As Madara stared at the notification, his whole body trembled, his hands clenched into fists before screamed out. Hashirama. Makoto Ito. Just a friendly reminder. The group leader can override duel requests and force them to happen. But, of course, I wouldn't do that without proper incentives. Seeing this message, Madara immediately took action without missing a beat. Group member Uchiha Madara has gifted fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet to group leader Makoto Ito. Seeing the notification, Makoto's excitement soared through the charts. Another fire-style jutsu. Madara, you're the best. Group leader Makoto Ito has initiated a duel between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Reminder: the loser of the duel will receive a punishment. Madara suddenly froze. Wait, what? There's a punishment? But at this point, he was too furious to care about it. He just wanted to punch Hashirama straight in the face. Preparing to enter the duel arena. As the legendary figures were about to clash, Makoto was grinning from ear to ear. Perfect. Now, let's see what kind of punishment the chat group has in store. ... Namikaze Minato. Whoa, are they really going to fight? Senju Tobarama. I think Madara is walking straight into a trap. Uchiha Izuna. What did you just say? Shut up, Tobarama. Do you want a duel too? Senju Tobarama. Bring it on. I'm not scared. Hyuga Hazashi. Ah, if only we could witness this battle with our own eyes. These are legendary ninjas, after all. Namikaze Minato. Yeah, it would be amazing if we could actually watch it. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 29. Sage Art Wood Style, True Several Thousand Hands. Group leader Makoto Ito has enabled spectator mode for all group members. In an instant, a vivid battlefield scene appeared in the minds of every group member. On a vast and desolate terrain, Hashirama and Madara stood facing each other, ready for the battle. Madara stretched out his hands, feeling the long-lost feeling of chakra flowing through his body once again. It had been so long since he had experienced this power. The sensation was no different from when he was alive. It felt as if he had been completely resurrected. A wave of awe washed over him as he realized how incredible this chat group truly was. As he relished the moment, an image of his future resurrection flickered through his mind. Meanwhile, Hashirama was growing impatient. What is he doing? Is he going to keep admiring himself? Madara, are we fighting or not? He asked out loud with an impatient face. Madara's gaze snapped toward him as he heard his words. Hashirama, I've been waiting for this moment. Today, I will teach you a lesson. You banned me time and again, mocked me endlessly, it's time you pay the price. Come on, let's dance. Madara, Hashirama, blank, Senju Tobarama, honestly, I don't understand. They're about to fight, yet they're just shouting each other's names first. Namikaze Minato, is this what true friendship looks like? Uchiha Izuna, this is so unfair. My elder brother has never shouted my name like that. Senju Tobarama, same here. He only ever yells Madara's name with such passion. The audience remained fixated on the battlefield as the fight finally started. In the next moment, Madara and Hashirama clashed, displaying impressive taijutsu skills. Their movements were so evenly matched that neither gained the upper hand. Punches, kicks, parries, all exchanged in perfect symmetry. Hyuga Hazashi. As expected of two legendary shinobi, their battle is truly mesmerizing to watch. Namikaze Minato. Incredible. So, this is the power of the God of Shinobi, and Ghost of the Uchiha. Ito Makoto. If you're amazed now, just wait. This is only the beginning. Don't let your jaws hit the floor later. After an intense exchange of blows, the two of them separated. Hashirama, I'm going all out. Madara, the warm-up is over. It's time to get serious. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, Sage Art, Wood Style, True Several Thousand Hands. Two colossal figures immediately appeared on the battlefield. Madara's titanic Susanoo and Hashirama's towering wooden Buddha. Their chakra surged wildly, shaking the very foundation of the terrain. It was as if two living weapons of mass destruction had been unleashed upon the world. The sight left the group members completely speechless. Unlike Tobarama, Izuna, and Mito, who were accustomed to seeing such scenes, the rest of the group had a look of utter disbelief. What were they witnessing? Was this truly the power of ninjas? For those who had never lived in the same era as Hashirama and Madara, the stories of the God of Shinobi and the Ghost of the Uchiha had always been just legends. But now, seeing them in action, they realized all the stories about them were absolutely real. Even those who had reached the level of Cage found themselves doubting their own strength. Compared to these two, had they merely been playing at being shinobi all along? The reality was harsh. Looking at the two towering figures before them, many in the group realized that even if they gave it their all, they wouldn't last a single round against either of them. One punch from either the wood statue or Susanoo would be enough to reduce them to dust. Hyuga Hazashi. This is ridiculous. Can they even be considered ninjas anymore? They look more like gods. Namikaze Minato. So this is the true power of the first Hokage. Though I also hold the title of Hokage, I can't even compare to him. The gap between us is just too vast. Uchiha Fugaku. Is this the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's power? The true perfect Susanoo? Senju Tobarama. Both of them are absolute monsters. It's best not to compare ourselves to them. After all, neither of them are normal shinobi. Hyuga Hazashi. If we're talking about monsters, second Hokage, shouldn't you count yourself too? I mean, how many people go around inventing forbidden techniques? Most ninjas consider creating one or two forbidden techniques a lifetime achievement, but you were out there mass-producing them. Senju Tobarama. Ahem. Compared to those two freaks, I'm still far behind. Meanwhile, Makoto watched the battle with interest. With the group chat spectator mode, it felt as if he were physically present at the battlefield. Despite having seen this war play out in anime before, witnessing it firsthand was on an entirely different level. The sheer scale of destruction, the intensity of their attacks, this was beyond what any animation could capture. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Makoto Ito still found himself overwhelmed by the spectacle. These two were beyond powerful. He couldn't help but imagine himself one day using such abilities, activating sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands, then layering it with perfect Susanoo, forming an indestructible, armored titan. Just the thought alone thrilled him. If he could obtain all the best techniques from these two, he might truly become a force capable of wiping out entire nations single-handedly. The battle raged on for hours. Yet, despite the prolonged duration, no one in the chat grew impatient. Instead, they were all drawn in, watching with eager anticipation. Back in the real world, the third Hokage had long since finished his speech and left the academy. Makoto spent his lunch break with Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, as he didn't bring his own meal. Even after finishing his afternoon classes, the duel between Hashirama and Madara was still ongoing. The battlefield had been completely transformed. The land was utterly ravaged, similar to a wasteland rather than a battlefield. The scale of destruction was unfathomable. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 30 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 30 comments 0 vote. Chapter 30. Jackpot. After finishing his classes at the ninja school, Makoto Ito returned home, and the battle between Madara and Hashirama finally came to an end. The outcome was not surprising. Madara had never managed to defeat Hashirama before. The history repeated itself, and Madara was once again defeated. Most of the spectators accepted this result without question. However, Minato noticed something crucial. Madara had not used any space-time ninjutsu during the battle. This led him to a shocking conclusion. If Uchiha Madara had never wielded such a technique, then the masked man who attacked him and Kushina years ago could not have been the real Madara. This meant Madara had been telling the truth all along. But if that was the case, who had orchestrated the attack? One thing was certain, the perpetrator was a member of the Uchiha clan. But who among them had the ability and motive to do such a thing? Minato pondered the question for a long time but found no answers. In the end, he dismissed the thought with a bitter smile. He was dead, after all. Even if he uncovered the truth, what could he do about it? Makoto also noticed something very interesting. Madara had refrained from using the Rinnegan. Did this mean he could no longer access its power because he had already given it away? Or had he deliberately held back, choosing to conceal his full strength for his resurrection plans? Although he had lost the battle, Madara wasn't really disappointed. The fight had rekindled a passion he had not experienced in ages. There was no one else in the ninja world who could make him excited in a battle other than Hashirama. Only when he clashed with Hashirama could he feel truly alive. Hashirama was having the same thought. It had been so long since he had experienced such a satisfying battle with his best friend. Just as they were relishing the moment, an unexpected notification from the chat group left him stunned. Result: Uchiha Madara was defeated. Dropped item: Sharingan. Senju Hashirama. Damn, is this the punishment for losing? Senju Tobirama. Holy shit. Uchiha Madara. What the hell? What just happened? Why did my Sharingan get taken away? Uchiha Izuna. Isn't the punishment a little too harsh for a duel? Makoto Ito. Didn't you all read the system notifications? Losing comes with penalties. Uchiha Madara. Damn it. I wasn't even thinking about that at the time. How was I supposed to know my Sharingan would be taken away? This is completely unfair. Closing square bracket. At this moment, Madara finally realized he had fallen into a trap. First, Makoto gave Hashirama the moderator role. Hashirama then taunted and provoked him, causing him to initiate a duel. To top it off, before the fight even began, Makoto had conveniently received 2 powerful ninjutsu techniques. Now, after defeat, Madara had even lost his precious Sharingan. Senju Hashirama. Makoto, did you really just take Madara's Sharingan? Senju Tobarama, this is hilarious. Madara, didn't you say you wouldn't let Makoto take advantage of you? What happened now? First, you gave away 2 ninjutsu, and now you've even handed over your Sharingan. Ha ha ha, at least when we gave something to Makoto voluntarily, we gained some favor in return. But you lost your Sharingan for nothing. You didn't even get anything out of it. Ha ha. Madara was left speechless by Tobarama's words. He was right. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have just handed his Sharingan to Makoto willingly. That way, he could have at least earned some goodwill, or even been rewarded with the moderator role. Now, not only had he lost his Sharingan, but he had gained absolutely nothing in return. Blank. After returning home, Makoto had no time to pay attention to the lively chat group. His focus was solely on the small mirror in his hand, in which he was checking his new Sharingan. Even though it was currently a single Tomo Sharingan, he didn't mind at all. After all, what truly mattered wasn't the number of Tomo, it was the bloodline itself. Unlike Kakashi, who had only transplanted a Sharingan and suffered severe chakra drain, Makoto's Sharingan functioned as naturally as if he had been born with it, with no negative side effects. Moreover, if he already had a single Tomo, then wasn't double Tomo, triple Tomo, Mangekyo, and even eternal Mangekyo just a matter of time? And now that he possessed Senju Hashirama's sage art, wood style, and Senju bloodline, he also had the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. He successfully obtained the 2 most powerful Kekkei Genkei in the ninja world. If he merged them completely, he could obtain the ultimate dojutsu, Rinnegan. This was a massive win. Unlike many Uchiha clan members, Makoto had full control over his Sharingan's activation. He could turn it on and off at will, and the chakra consumption was entirely manageable. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, where his single Tomo Sharingan shined brightly, Makoto couldn't help but grin. Senju Tobarama, look at this kid. He's grinning so hard, his face might split in half. Namikaze Minato, it's understandable. Anyone would be excited after acquiring both wood style and Sharingan. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha, that's right, Hyuga Hazashi, this is incredible. With Konoha's 2 most powerful bloodlines, Makoto's future is bound to be extraordinary. Throughout the night, the chat group continued to buzz with discussions, but Makoto didn't talk much. He had more important things to do. For example, getting a good night's sleep. Blank. The next morning, he woke up and got ready for school. To be honest, he didn't even feel the need to attend school anymore. Studying seemed like a massive waste of time for him. But then he recalled the faces of the 2 adorable girls who would be eagerly waiting for him at school. Hinata and Ino. Perhaps, school wasn't such a bad place. Moreover, before classes ended yesterday, Iruka had announced that there would be a practical test today. Since Makoto had already gained so many powerful abilities, it was time to shed the label of dead last. From now on, Naruto could keep that title all to himself. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 45 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 31. Minato is a real one. On the way to the ninja school, Makoto walked with an excited look on his face. He was eager to shed the title of dead last and rise to the top of the class. However, upon arriving at school, he realized he had been overthinking things. There was indeed a test today, just as he had anticipated. But it was nothing like the ninja battle he had imagined. Instead, what awaited him was a pile of papers filled with countless questions. This was completely different from what he had expected. Makoto stared blankly at the test paper, quickly realizing he couldn't understand a single thing. It was as if he were reading an ancient, unreadable script. What the hell is this nonsense? He thought, utterly bewildered. Back in his previous life, he had taken so many exams that he nearly coughed up blood. He never imagined that after transmigrating into the world of Naruto, he would still have to deal with this torture. Aren't ninjas supposed to be assassins? Aren't they supposed to fight and eliminate their enemies? Why on earth do we need to take cultural exams? His frustration grew as he wondered who had come up with this ridiculous idea. Uchiha Izuna, holy shit. Ninjas nowadays have to take theory tests. Is this a ninja school or a regular academy? Uchiha Madara. This is hilarious. Tobirama, is this the ninja school you created? You're seriously making them do written exams. This is what Konoha considers proper ninja training. Senju Tobirama. Shut up, Madara. You know nothing. Ninja school provides well-rounded training in all areas. A truly excellent ninja must be developed in every aspect. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Madara. Oh, sure. And then those so-called excellent ninjas get wiped out in a real fight within seconds. Makoto sighed as he looked at the test paper in front of him. His initial dream of becoming the top student had just taken a serious hit. At this rate, he might even end up competing with Naruto for last place. The first question on the test paper. How is chakra formed in a ninja? The moment he picked up a pencil as if he was about to write an answer, the big shots in the group chat turned their attention to him. Senju Tobirama. This is a question. How did something so basic make it onto an exam? Even a 3-year-old knows this. Isn't this common sense? Uchiha Madara. I'm dying of laughter. Tobirama, this is what you call a well-rounded education. Even an idiot would know the answer to this. Closing square bracket. Ito Makoto. Oh, so you know the answer, Madara. Uchiha Madara. Of course, I do. What kind of question is that? Closing square bracket. Senju Tobirama. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you just say only idiots would know the answer? So, you're admitting you're one. Uchiha Madara. Fine, then I don't know. Closing square bracket. Senju Tobirama. Ha ha ha. You just said even idiots know the answer, but now you claim you don't. Does that mean you're worse than an idiot? Uchiha Madara. Tobirama. Shut up. Stop messing with me. Closing square bracket. Despite teasing Madara, Tobirama couldn't help but feel puzzled. Such questions would never have appeared in the ninja school he originally founded. Has the curriculum really been dumbed down that much over the years? Makoto read the first question again and realized it was something he actually knew. Confidently, he wrote down. Chakra is produced by the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Feeling relieved, he moved on to the next question. As a ninja, after completely depleting your chakra, how long does it take to fully recover? Makoto stared at the question, completely dumbfounded. How the hell am I supposed to know this? He thought in frustration. Why would anyone time their chakra recovery? What's the point of this question? Ito Makoto. Does anyone know the answer to this? Uchiha Madara. Easy. It only takes half an hour. Hyuga Hazashi. Damn. Namikaze Minato. Damn. As expected of a true powerhouse. Full recovery in just 30 minutes. That's insane. Senju Hashirama. Is it really half an hour? But why does it only take me 10 minutes? Hyuga Hazashi. What? Namikaze Minato. This is ridiculous. The two of you really are monsters. Closing square bracket. Makoto blinked in shock. Half an hour. 10 minutes. Something doesn't add up here. He recalled that in the original anime, characters who exhausted their chakra usually needed to rest for a long time before recovering. Could these two be exceptions? Uchiha Madara. What? That's already considered slow. Half an hour is my usual recovery time. Senju Hashirama. Right, and for me, it only takes 10 minutes. Uchiha Madara. Shut up, Hashirama. You're built differently. You're basically cheating with your absurd stamina. That was when it hit Makoto. Fuck, these two are not normal ninjas. I was about to write their answers down and completely screw myself over. Ito Makoto. Madara, you do realize that your recovery speed is not the same as a regular ninja's, right? Your half-hour timing is specific to you, correct? Closing square bracket. Uchiha Madara. Of course. How else would I know? I never asked anyone else. Ito Makoto. Then stop talking already. You and Hashirama are complete freaks. Can't you guys think like normal ninjas for once? Closing square bracket. Namikaze Minato. Exactly. A normal ninja takes at least 8 hours to fully recover. That's the correct answer. Ito Makoto. Thank you, 4th Hokage. You're a real one. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Madara. What's wrong with my answer? It's not my fault that I'm built different. Ito Makoto. Makoto rubbed his temples, feeling exhausted already. There was still an entire test paper to go through, yet just answering 2 questions had already given him a headache. More importantly, if he listened to Madara and Hashirama, he might just end up failing even harder. Thankfully, at least Minato was around. If the whole group had been full of lunatics like those two, Makoto would have lost his mind. After all, neither Madara or Hashirama were normal ninjas in any way. If he relied on their answers, he'd definitely fail this test and he would definitely place dead last. Truly, Minato was a real one. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 45 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 37 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 32. A load of bullshit questions. After completing the second question, Makoto moved on to the third question on the test paper. How do you throw a shuriken when there is an enemy ninja directly in front of you and another to your left? How do you accurately hit both? What angle and force should you use to maximize damage to the enemy? Upon reading the question, Makoto was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of question is this? Single quote. Since when did one need to calculate angles and force when throwing a shuriken? Isn't it enough to just throw it and kill the enemy? Why overcomplicate things? At this point, Makoto just wanted to complain. There wasn't really anything wrong with the question, but he was just too lazy to write it down on the paper. Just the thought of doing math to throw a shuriken made him annoyed. Naturally, he wasn't the only one who didn't like this method. Uchiha Madara, what the fuck is this nonsense? Do ninjas really study things like this nowadays? Calculating angles and force to throw a shuriken? How fucking ridiculous. Senju Hashirama, TCH. You are just ranting since you don't know how to solve this question. Uchiha Madara, oh, and you do. If you do, why don't you solve it then? Senju Hashirama, I never said I could. Uchiha Madara, then why are you acting so smug? Can anyone in this group actually solve this? If so, go ahead and show me. Namikaze Minato, ahem. This question requires a specific formula. First, we assume the enemy ninja A, the shuriken must be thrown at this angle, with the force set at X, and with that, the correct answer should be Makoto Ito. Fourth, you are a savior. Namikaze Minato, did you understand it? Makoto Ito, not at all. But that's fine, I've already written the answer down. Hyuga Hazashi, as expected of Minato. He was the top student after all. Uchiha Madara, what's the point of all this? No wonder the new generation of ninjas is getting weaker and weaker. Instead of honing their skills, they waste time on useless calculations. With Minato's guidance, Makoto managed to complete one question after another. Blank. Who is the strongest Hokage in Konoha since the village was founded? A. Sarutobi Hiruzen. B. The third Hokage. C. Sanin's master. Makoto stared at the question. Isn't every answer just Sarutobi Hiruzen? The moment the group saw the question, they were all speechless. Uchiha Madara, damn, this is beyond shameless. Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama, why am I not an option? Am I not the strongest Hokage? Namikaze Minato, this, Senju Tobarama, damn that Sarutobi. Shameless monkey, is this what they're teaching in ninja school now? He actually dares to call himself the strongest Hokage. Where does he get the audacity? Uchiha Fugaku, this is pure propaganda. At this rate, the students in the Ninja Academy will only know Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. They probably don't even know who the first Hokage is. Tobarama was filled with frustration. He once again felt the overwhelming urge to strangle his apprentice. The more he thought about his clan's fate, the more he recalled Hiruzen's actions, and now this blatant propaganda, he genuinely wanted to turn back time, find his younger self, and slap himself for choosing Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage. Blank. Makoto casually wrote an E in the answer box. Uchiha Madara, kid, can't you see properly? There's no E option. Closing square bracket. Makoto Ito, I know. I did it on purpose. Uchiha Madara, ha ha ha, good job, kid, you got a savage personality. After some talk with the group members, Makoto moved on to the next question. What should you do when surrounded by 100 enemy ninjas who are hostile to your village? Uchiha Madara, isn't this obvious? Kill them all. Closing square bracket. Senju Tobarama, naturally. Namikaze Minato. I'd use the Flying Thunder God technique first, then Rasengan, followed by the Flying Thunder God second step, and finish with the Rasengan Lion Roar Nimble third technique. Senju Tobirama. What is that? Namikaze Minato. It's Flying Thunder God combined with Rasengan. Senju Hashirama. I'd just go full Sage mode and unleash Wood style, true several thousand hands. Hyuga Hazashi. These guys are monsters. Is it just me who thought of escaping? Uchiha Fugaku. I won't lie, same here. After reading through the responses, Ito Makoto confidently wrote 3 bold words on his test paper. Kill them all. He was certain there was nothing wrong with his answer. If he was surrounded by enemy ninjas, he obviously couldn't surrender, nor could he afford to flee. The only logical solution was to eliminate them. Surrendering was absolutely out of the question. As for escaping, why should he run when he had the ability to kill them? There was no reason to retreat. Satisfied, he moved on to the last question. Write a 10,000-word essay discussing the third Hokage's will of fire. 10,000 words. Uchiha Madara. Oh, come on. Is there something wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Izuna. There's definitely something wrong. And it's very serious. Senju Hashirama. How can you possibly write 10,000 words about the will of fire? Senju Tobirama. I swear. I really want to go back in time, find my younger self, and tell myself to strangle Hiruzen on the spot. Closing square bracket. Namikaze Minato. They require 10,000 words now. I remember it was just 5,000 words when I was in school. Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato. Actually, it's pretty simple. As long as you pay attention to the third Hokage's speeches, you can just copy them down. That's basically a guaranteed full score. Senju Tobirama. Closing square bracket. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 45 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 23 comments 0 vote. Chapter 33. Respond to bullshit with bullshit. Makoto stared at the test paper in disbelief. A minimum requirement of 10,000 words. Just thinking of it made his head ache. What kind of bullshit question is this? HMPH. Then, I will also answer it the same way. He picked up his pen and began to write. At the very top of the page, he started with a classic phrase. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Namikaze Minato. This opening is really well written. Before Minato could even finish his praise, he began to write the second line. Today's topic requires us to briefly discuss the will of fire, with a requirement of no less than 10,000 words. I believe this is an extremely difficult challenge. Closing square bracket. After all, writing 10,000 words is no easy feat for a simple ninja school student like me. This seems a little too excessive. But after giving it some careful thought, I realized that 10,000 words might not be as difficult as it seems. After all, I have already written over 100 words, which means I only have a little over 9,000 left to go. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. I'm making progress. I am faster. I am stronger. I am better. Now, I only have about 9,000 words left. So, what exactly is the will of fire? I can only say that this is really a hard question. As we all know, winter is colder than summer. But why is winter colder than summer? Because winter is, in fact, colder than summer. When you eat noodles without garlic, you are simply eating noodles without garlic. You should not drink freshly boiled water because it will burn your mouth. When you are hungry, you feel the sensation of hunger. When you eat, you feel full. Therefore, you should eat when you are hungry. If someone is beautiful, then they are beautiful. In this way, Makoto filled the test paper with complete nonsense and the group members were watching this scene with speechless faces. Some had a hard time controlling their laughter. I'm getting closer. The words are adding up quickly. I've already written several thousand words, and now I'm just a few thousand away from completing this 10,000 word requirement. Writing about the will of fire is truly a difficult task, but writing 10,000 words? That's just absurd. However, as you can see, I'm almost there. Just a little more and I will meet the requirement. Makoto mindlessly scribbled on the test paper, stretching his nonsense to the very limit. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he managed to hit the 10,000-word mark. Uchiha Madara, good grief. I don't even know what to say. I guess you can only respond to bullshit with bullshit. Senju Hashirama, is this what they call nonsense literature? I have learned so much today. Namikaze Minato, when I saw the first sentence, I really thought he was going to take this test seriously. Makoto Ito, seriously, who in their right mind would take this seriously? If anyone can genuinely write 10,000 words on this topic, they must have something seriously wrong with them. The fact that I even managed to reach 10,000 words is already doing them a favor. Senju Tobirama, well done, kid. If Sarutobi dares to say anything about this, I'll teach you all my forbidden techniques. Then you can give him a proper beating. Makoto Ito, are you serious? If you are, I'll head straight to the Hokage building and slap him twice right now. Senju Tobirama, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Makoto Ito, TCH. You got me all excited for nothing. I was already halfway to the door. Senju Tobirama, brat, I said that for your own good. Even with all the things you got from us, you stand no chance against Sarutobi. Simply put, he will just kick your ass. Closing square bracket. Makoto Ito, blank. With that, Makoto finally survived the ordeal of the written test. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. Next came the afternoon practical training session. Under Iruka's guidance, all the students were led to the training ground. The practical training was a one-on-one battle format, where students were matched according to their rankings from previous evaluations. And as expected, Makoto's opponent was, once again, Uzumaki Naruto. The winning student would then be allowed to challenge others ranked higher in the class. Iruka stood before the gathered students and announced loudly, let's begin the group duels. First match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Yamamoto Gojiroku. Uchiha Makoto, Fugaku, look, it's Sasuke, our little son is up first. Uchiha Fugaku, I see him, let's hope he performs well. And Sasuke did not disappoint. He finished the battle in just over 10 seconds. Sasuke goes to victory. Next match, Sasuke's effortless win drew a wave of admiration from the girls in the class, with Sakura leading the charge. Ah, Sasuke-kun is so handsome. I doubt anyone here can beat Sasuke-kun. Of course not. Sasuke-kun is the top student in our grade. Even some of the seniors from the year above wouldn't be able to beat him. Sasuke-kun is amazing. I want to marry him in the future. Step aside, I'm the one who's going to marry him. Shut up, it's obviously me. Naruto watched with an uncomfortable look on his face as Sakura continued to fawn over Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, is this the so-called combat training we've been looking forward to? Isn't this just kids playing ninja? Even when Hashirama and I were children, we weren't this soft. Senju Hashirama, I have to admit, this is a little embarrassing to watch. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama was left speechless as the ninja school had deteriorated into nothing more than a glorified playground, under Sarutobi's leadership. Uchiha Fugaku. Actually, Sasuke does know ninjutsu. It's just that his opponent was too weak for him to bother using it. Uchiha Madara. Shut up. Senju Tobirama. But with things like this, what is the point of a ninja school? Clan ninjas can learn their own family's secret techniques and train in various jutsus at home. But for civilian students, what exactly are they learning here? Isn't this just a waste of time? Sarutobi, that damn bastard. What is he trying to do? Destroy Konoha? At this moment, Tobirama once again deeply regretted appointing Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. The group members lost interest in watching the practical training. If the top student were this weak, then the lower-ranked students would only be worse. There was simply no fun in watching a bunch of rookies fumbling around. For a group of seasoned legends, watching children play ninja was hardly worth their time unless it was their own children. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD. I go through each chapter 3 to 4 times, editing every detail. You can see it in the quality. I'm not just half-assing it, I'm full-assing it. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 42 comments, 0 vote. Download the app for greater interaction. You can chat with me about my writing experience apart from the comments section. SparkyXD. Download app now. Chapter 34. Battle against Uzumaki Naruto. After waiting for a while, it was finally Makoto's turn. Iruka's voice rang out clearly. Final group, Makoto Ito vs Naruto Uzumaki. At the announcement, Naruto jumped in with an excited face, rubbing his nose with a confident grin. Is it finally my turn? Makoto Ito, this time, I'll definitely defeat you. Naruto was always eager to prove himself and he was sure his victory would finally catch Sakura's attention. However, since he struggled to defeat most of the students in class, he had fixated on his frequent rival, Makoto, as a benchmark for progress. Despite his enthusiasm, most of the students in the class didn't pay much attention to this particular matchup. The exception was Hinata and Ino, who both watched as Makoto Ito stepped onto the stage. From the audience, Ino enthusiastically cheered. Makoto-kun, come on, you can defeat Naruto this time. Show him your strength, Makoto-kun. Hinata was a little more reserved, murmured softly to herself. See, come on, Makoto-kun. While the other students showed little interest in the match, the big names in the chat group were paying close attention. After all, it was finally Makoto's turn to fight. Uzumaki Kushina, it's finally Naruto's turn. I've been waiting so long to see him in action. Namikaze Minato. Yes, let's take a good look. It wasn't just Minato and Kushina who were eager for this match. The other figures in the group were also invested. Makoto had received various benefits from them, and they were curious to see the results. More importantly, they wanted to assess the combat abilities of Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As Naruto enthusiastically leapt onto the battlefield, Makoto stretched lazily before walking forward at a steady pace. Makoto, you haven't defeated me in any of our matches so far, but this time, I'm going all out. You definitely won't win. To tell the truth, Makoto had always been one of the weakest students, ranking at the bottom of the class. Whether in academics or combat training, he was considered as an average. On the other hand, despite Naruto's poor performance in theoretical subjects, his physical prowess was far above average thanks to his bloodline. As a result, he had consistently bested Makoto in their previous encounters. This rivalry for last place had continued throughout their time at the academy. Makoto gazed at Naruto and chuckled. While the original Makoto had sparred with Naruto on multiple occasions, this was his first time facing him since arriving in this world. It was an unreal feeling as he stood face to face with a character from his childhood. Blank. In the audience, Ino's eyes sparkled as she clasped her hands together. Makoto-kun, he looks so cool when he smiles. Hinata, who was standing quietly among the crowd, also noticed the change in Makoto. Makoto-kun seems different from before. Naruto broke into a wide grin upon seeing Makoto's smiling face. The two were simply standing there, grinning at each other. Their classmates looked at them with a confused look on their faces. What were they doing? The sooner this match ended, the sooner they could all go home. Iruka was equally puzzled by this scene. While it was understandable for Naruto to act this way, given his usual behavior, Makoto's attitude was unusual. Normally, he was more introverted. What was going on today? All right, you two, enough smiling, hurry up and form the seal of opposition. At Iruka's command, both of them finally came back to their senses. They placed their hands together, completed the traditional gesture of respect before a match. Makoto then extended one hand in front of him, curling his index finger as he gestured toward Naruto. Come at me. Seeing his actions, Naruto had an annoyed face. HMPH. Makoto, how dare you underestimate me? Here I come. With a shout, Naruto charged forward with his fist raised. If it was in the past, Makoto would have been overwhelmed at this moment, scrambling to defend himself. But now, he has changed into a completely different person. Naruto's movements seemed sluggish, almost as if he was seeing them in slow motion. Every strike was filled with openings. Makoto extended a single hand, effortlessly catching Naruto's punch midair. What? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. How was this possible? Before, Makoto had never been able to react in time, much less block his attacks. Could it be that Makoto has gotten stronger? What Naruto didn't know was that Makoto's body had undergone significant changes. Having merged with the Senju bloodline, his physical strength, chakra reserves, and overall endurance had drastically improved. On top of that, he had received training in taijutsu from several powerful figures. He had even unlocked the first 2 gates of the 8 inner gates. If the match were purely about physical prowess, Naruto stood no chance. Even if ninjutsu were included, Naruto's current level was still too weak to pose a challenge. Naruto immediately put his full strength into that punch, but Makoto still stopped it with ease. He then tried to pull his fist back, but no matter how much he struggled, his hand was trapped in Makoto's grip. At this moment, Iruka had a surprised look on his face. It looks like Makoto has improved significantly. His strength seemed to have increased a lot. As the teacher, Iruka knew exactly what Makoto's abilities had been like before. There was no way he could have caught Naruto's punch so easily in the past. Clearly, something had changed. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 13 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 35. Scamming Minato. Iruka was quietly thinking to himself. It seems that Makoto has been putting in a lot of effort. Otherwise, his progress wouldn't have been so significant. Especially in terms of strength, it looks like he's been training hard during his free time. After realizing he couldn't withdraw his fist, Naruto decided to switch tactics and attempted to kick Makoto with a sidekick. Makoto noticed his move, grabbed Naruto's hand, and twisted it gently. It hurts. It hurts. Makoto wasn't really using any force. Given his current strength, if he applied any real pressure, Naruto's arm would likely be rendered useless. Uchiha Madara. Is this really the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Isn't this embarrassing? Senju Tobirama. 4th, I must say, your son has quite the capability. Uzumaki Kushina. Hey, be gentle. Didn't you see how much pain Naruto is in? Namikaze Minato. Makoto, please go easy on him. Makoto Ito. Impossible. Do you know how much this kid used to bully me? Every time I couldn't defeat him during training, he'd claim I let him win, and then he'd insist on me treating him to ramen. I'm making sure to teach him a lesson today. To be honest, Makoto wasn't really bullied by Naruto. Their relationship was actually quite good. The reason he spoke so harshly was to try and get some benefits from Minato and Kushina. What if they didn't give him anything? Well, then, he could do nothing about it. From the beginning, he wasn't really planning to do anything to Naruto. Naruto, who was still trapped by Makoto, refused to just sit back and accept his fate. He twisted his body, placed his left hand on the ground, turned sideways, and prepared to kick Makoto's head. Naruto's move is a clever one. How will Makoto respond? Iruka was impressed. In Iruka's eyes, Naruto's strategy was pretty good and it could potentially turn the tide of the match. Senju Hashirama. It seems this kid has a good talent for taijutsu. Uchiha Madara. 4th, your son is not totally useless. Naruto's move was certainly well thought out, but the disparity in strength between the two was too vast for it to have any real effect. Makoto wasn't particularly surprised by his move, as Naruto often came up with unexpected tactics in battle. He simply leaned back slightly and grabbed Naruto's ankles with one hand. He then swiftly pulled them upward and spun him like a windmill. Uchiha Madara. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I never thought watching kids fight could be this entertaining. Senju Hashirama. Well, if the strength were more equal, that move could have worked, but with Ito Makoto's current strength, he easily countered it. Senju Tobirama. What a shame. That was a brilliant move. Looks like your son's going to take a beating, 4th Hokage. At this moment, Naruto squirmed desperately, shouting, Makoto, put me down now. Makoto casually tossed him aside. Here you go, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto. Naruto quickly twisted his body and landed on his foot. HMPH. You caught me off guard, but I'm coming for you now. Naruto quickly resumed his fighting stance. Suddenly, Makoto dashed toward him at full speed and he raised his fist using his full strength. Uzumaki Kushina. No, Makoto, don't do it. But in the blink of an eye, Makoto withdrew his strength and gently patted Naruto's shoulder with a smile. That was a pretty good move. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto had a stunned face upon hearing his words. With a playful smile, Makoto pushed Naruto down with a slight exertion of his palm, causing him to land on his butt. Makoto, I'm going to make you pay for this. Naruto stood up and rubbed his back with an embarrassed face. Iruka was relieved after seeing this scene. At that crucial moment, he was about to step in to end the match, but after seeing Makoto pull back his strength, he stopped. As Naruto stood up and charged toward him again, Makoto's smile only grew wider. Ito Makoto, Minato, Kushina, what should I do? Your son won't back down unless he gets beaten up badly. You don't want your son to be beaten into a pulp, do you? How about you give me the Flying Thunder God technique? I'll subdue him without beating him up, deal? Uchiha Madara. So that's what you were planning. Senju Tobirama. Makoto, you are truly cunning. Closing square bracket. Hyuga Hazashi. I see now. From the start, you were planning to get some benefits from Minato. Senju Tobirama. But you want the Flying Thunder God technique for this little favor. That's too much. Hyuga Hazashi. Exactly. This is absolutely unacceptable. Ito Makoto. Trying to ruin my plan. Do you two want to be banned? Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. In my defense, in the original, Mick was a lot more harsh and trashy towards Naruto, Kushina and Minato. I literally had to rewrite the whole chapter. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 31 comments 0 vote. Chapter 36. Acquiring Rasengan. After hearing Makoto's warning, both Senju Tobirama and Hyuga Hazashi immediately fell silent. No one wanted to be banned, especially they were in the Pure Land, and after being silent for so long, they were finally able to speak and see the world outside. Only those who've been in the Pure Land for so long could truly understand this feeling. Uchiha Madara. Just a warning. They were trying to ruin your plans. If it were me, I would have banned them immediately. Permanently. Makoto, you're still too soft-hearted. Ito Makoto. Madara, I think you're right. The group leader, Makoto Ito, has banned Senju Tobirama and Hyuga Hazashi for 3 minutes. Uchiha Madara. Ha 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 ha, well done. The moderator, Senju Hashirama, has banned Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. At this moment, in the Pure Land, Madara was left confused, staring at the chat box after being banned. What is this about, Hashirama? Why did he ban me? Is this some sort of fun game for him? Did he ban me just to mess with me? He wondered, bewildered by Hashirama's actions. Makoto hadn't expected this, either. He didn't expect Hashirama to suddenly ban Madara. It was clear that these two, good friends, loved to bicker and had a complicated relationship. Blank. In the outside world, Naruto dashed forward again. Makoto responded to him with a lazy attitude. Naruto often appeared naive, but it was clear that Makoto was toying with him. He even took the time to blow a kiss to Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata, who were in the audience. Makoto was clearly mocking him. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration, determined to hit back harder. Uzumaki Kushina. Makoto, you're going too far. No one behaves like you. You and Naruto are classmates, and you said before that you two have a good relationship. Are you really going to beat up your classmate this badly? Makoto Ito. Why not? Even though he's a good friend, that doesn't stop me from beating him up. Uzumaki Kushina. Have you forgotten that Minato helped you during the written exam? Makoto Ito. When did that happen? I don't remember anything like that. Did he help me? I have no idea. Uzumaki Kushina. You damn kid. She was at a loss for words after experiencing a dose of Makoto's shamelessness. Makoto had been claiming that he and Naruto were classmates and had a good relationship, but he was now using Naruto to threaten them into giving him benefits. He even conveniently forgot how Minato helped him cheat during the written test. It was beyond shameless. Ito Makoto. Oh, no need to keep going on about that. If you don't give it to me, then it's okay. At worst, I'll just beat him until he passes out. Just as he was talking with Kushina, Makoto suddenly gathered all the chakra in his body. He clenched his fist and struck Naruto hard in the face. But at the last moment, he pulled back his power, only lightly tapping Naruto's face. When Uzumaki Kushina saw this, her heart nearly stopped. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, give that technique to him. Give it to him now. Hurry. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Minato finally spoke up. Namikaze Minato. Well, even the first Hokage gave his bloodline to him. I'm not one to be stingy, but the Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden technique. Even if I give it to you, you can't use it right now. After all, how could you explain where you learned it? And the Flying Thunder God is not a technique to be given away lightly, but I do have a ninjutsu I created myself, and I can give that to you. Minato still held some reservations when it came to the Flying Thunder God technique. It was too important to just give it away carelessly. Makoto Ito. Fine, fine. Since you helped me with the exam before, I'll reluctantly accept it. Makoto acted as if he was reluctantly agreeing, but he was grinning with happiness inside. From the start, he never really intended to get the Flying Thunder God technique. By demanding it, he was just setting the stage for negotiations. Just then, Senju Tobirama, Hyuga Hazashi, and Uchiha Madara were released from their bans. Senju Tobirama, damn brat. Didn't you just say you forgot about the fourth helping you with the exam? You said it never happened, but now that there's something to gain, you suddenly remember. Truly impressive. Hyuga Hazashi, he's ridiculously thick-skinned. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, I didn't provoke you. Why did you ban me for no reason? Senju Hashirama, because I could. It's my right as a moderator. I can ban whoever I want, and if you keep pushing me, I'll ban you again. Group member Namikaze Minato presents Rasengan to group leader Makoto Ito. When Makoto saw this message, he quickly accepted the Rasengan. Though it wasn't the most powerful technique, its potential for growth was immense. Naruto defeated some of his strongest opponents just by using this technique. With this move, he could easily become one of the strongest in the ninja world. Simply put, the Rasengan was undoubtedly an excellent ninjutsu. After receiving what he wanted, Makoto easily knocked Naruto down, bringing an end to their spar. Naruto was a little dissatisfied as he got up from the ground. Makoto smiled, brushed the dirt off Naruto's body. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 37. Challenging a high-ranked student. Makoto's actions left Naruto feeling touched. Iruka also smiled warmly, believing it was a sign that Makoto truly valued his friends. Alright, that concludes the practical training. Everyone performed well this time. I encourage the winners to keep up the hard work, and those who didn't succeed should not feel discouraged. You'll do better next time. Now, that's all for today's class. You're all dismissed. As everyone was preparing to head home, a sudden voice interrupted. Teacher Iruka, wait, the students were puzzled. Who would interrupt their chance to leave? Iruka was also confused, looking back, and saw that it was none other than Makoto calling out to him. Iruka was surprised. Normally, Makoto was a quiet and introverted student who never initiated conversations. Over the years, Makoto had never really spoken much to Iruka. What was going on today? Iruka smiled kindly and asked, Makoto, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Makoto scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, you mentioned before that winners can continue to challenge the top students and rank up. Iruka looked at him with a stunned face after hearing his words. Why is he suddenly bringing it up? Is he planning to fight others? Yes, there is such a rule, but why bring it up now? Are you planning to challenge someone? Yes, Teacher Iruka. Makoto nodded firmly. That's great, I'm happy to see your enthusiasm. Iruka gently replied. Then, he turned to address the class. Classmates, it seems that Makoto wants to challenge high-ranking students. Nara Shikamaru sighed in exasperation. What's going on with Makoto today? Now he wants to continue with the challenges. How troublesome. Another student rolled his eyes and said with a smile. I hope he chooses me. Just because he defeated a weakling doesn't make him strong. No matter how strong he thinks he is, he's still a weakling. If he picks me, I'll teach him a lesson. The rest of the class seemed to share the same thought, eager to accept Makoto's challenge so they could put him in his place. After all, this was the guy who was keeping everyone from going home. Choji looked a little distressed while pulling out his last pack of potato chips from his bag. Ah, this is the last one. I was planning to eat it at home, but I guess I'll have to eat it here now. Just then, Naruto's stomach growled loudly. Choji looked at him and asked, "Naruto, are you hungry? Come eat with me." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Thanks, Choji, I'm not going to pass up on this." Ino and the others were taken aback. Oh my god, Choji actually shared his snacks. The most surprising thing is, this was his last pack of chips. Senju Tobirama. Hey, Makoto. What's going on? Don't you know you should keep a low profile? You only have a little strength, so don't act too high profile. Makoto Ito. Low-key, why should I keep a low profile? You've got all these big names behind me. If I keep a low profile, it'd just embarrass you all. Senju Tobirama. Well, you've got a point there. Uchiha Madara. That's right. You should be more high profile. Only those with no strength are constantly worried about others. Once you're powerful, make sure the entire ninja world knows your name. Uruka instructed the students to stand up again. He then turned back to Makoto and asked a question. So, who have you decided to challenge? I recommend you to not pick someone too high-ranked. Makoto nodded in agreement. I understand, Uruka-sensei. Uruka smiled, pleased to see Makoto being so obedient. He thought to himself, what a good kid. Makoto looked at his classmates as if he was carefully considering whom he should challenge. Uruka asked again, so, have you made up your mind? Just then, Kiba spoke up. TCH, Makoto, do you dare pick me? I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Don't think you're any better just because you beat a weakling. You'll always be a weakling in my eyes. Naruto, who was standing beside, was having none of it. Shut up, Kiba. If Makoto picks you, he'll easily defeat you. Kiba rolled his eyes dismissively. Weaklings sure love to talk big. Seeing this scene, Makoto made his decision. Uruka-sensei, I've made up my mind. Uruka frowned slightly as he heard his words. Could it be that Makoto was planning to challenge Kiba? He had always ranked high in the class. If Makoto chose him and lost, it might damage his confidence. Thinking this over, Uruka spoke again. Makoto, while you're free to challenge anyone, I hope you take it step by step. Maybe start with someone lower ranked. Senju Hashirama. This teacher seems like a really good person. Makoto Ito. Yes, Uruka-sensei is indeed a good teacher. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 31 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 38. Challenging Uchiha Sasuke. When Makoto heard what Hashirama had said, he also reflected on it. In the original story, Uruka played a crucial role. Without Uruka, Naruto might have gone down a darker path. So, it was clear that Uruka was a very good person. Uchiha Madara. What are you two talking about? He's so wordy. I see no difference between him and Sarutobi. Moderator Senju Hashirama has banned group member Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. Don't worry, Uruka-sensei, I understand. Makoto nodded in response to Uruka's words. Uruka felt relieved upon hearing his words. It seemed that Makoto wouldn't be choosing Kiba as his opponent. Teacher, the opponent I choose is Uchiha Sasuke. Uruka's face was filled with disbelief as he repeated, Sasuke. Are you sure you want to challenge Uchiha Sasuke? Makoto, are you really confident? Makoto confirmed once more, unwavering in his decision. Yes, sensei, I'm definitely going to challenge Sasuke. Uruka stood there with a confused face. After all, he had been trying to prevent Makoto from choosing Kiba as an opponent, but now, after so much back and forth, he was choosing Uchiha Sasuke. What kind of bizarre thinking was this? The students who heard Makoto's voice were just as confused. Did I hear that correctly? Makoto really wants to challenge Sasuke. He got arrogant after a single win. Sasuke is the top student in our grade. Yeah, he beat a weakling, and now he thinks he's invincible. I can't believe he's daring to challenge Sasuke. It looks like Makoto is about to get a good beating. As for Sasuke's fans, they were even more annoyed by Makoto. Who does he think he is, challenging Sasuke-kun? Sasuke has been the top student since he entered school. Many students used to challenge him, but they were all beaten by him. Nowadays, no one dares challenge him anymore. In their mind, he was the strongest, the ultimate hero in the ninja world. No one, not even the third Hokage, could compare to him. And now, Makoto dared to challenge Sasuke. It was nothing more than a foolish attempt to grab attention, overestimating his own abilities, and acting like a clown. Is this guy crazy? How dare he challenge Sasuke-kun? Just let Sasuke teach him a lesson. Hyuga Hazashi, Fugaku, it looks like Sasuke is really popular at school. Senju Tobirama, and Makoto, it seems you're not popular at all, but that Sasuke kid definitely is. So many girls are cheering for him. Uchiha Madara, naturally, as a member of the Uchiha clan, it's normal to be more popular and charismatic. Senju Tobirama, Madara, do you have no shame at all? Didn't you say you expelled all of them from the Uchiha clan? When did you accept them again? Are they still a part of the Uchiha clan? Or did you just temporarily employ them? When you're in need, they are your clansmen, and when you aren't, they are strangers. Makoto Ito, honestly, I don't see anything wrong with what Madara said. The charm of the Uchiha family is undeniable. Senju Tobirama, what do you mean by that? Makoto Ito, if the Uchiha clan wasn't charming, how else would Madara captivate your older brother, Senju Hashirama? Senju Tobirama, ha 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 ha, boy, you've got a point there. When it comes to charm, the Uchiha clan is the strongest. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Tobirama. Back in the classroom, Iruka confirmed again with Makoto. Makoto, are you really sure you want to challenge Uchiha Sasuke? Makoto nodded his head firmly, feeling a bit exasperated. Yes, Iruka-sensei, I'm absolutely sure. The opponent I'm choosing is Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Alright, now that you've made up your mind, Sasuke, you're up. Makoto is challenging you. Sasuke, who had been standing in the crowd, let out a cold snort. HMPH. Clearly, Sasuke wasn't happy about Makoto's challenge. After all, Makoto was just a loser. Who gave him the courage to challenge Sasuke? How dare Makoto challenge him, the pride of the Uchiha clan? Who did he think he was? With a dismissive snort, Sasuke slowly walked out of the crowd, hands in his pockets, his head lowered. Makoto couldn't help but feel a little amused. Makoto Ito, is this Uchiha's way of showing off? When it comes to flaunting, I think Sasuke is the best. Sasuke's actions drew the attention of countless admirers, their eyes glued to him. As he stepped onto the stage, Sasuke glared at Makoto. I honestly didn't expect you to challenge me. I didn't think you'd be this stupid. Clearly, Sasuke didn't take Makoto seriously at all. Makoto was slightly annoyed with Sasuke's attitude. Haha, I thought the same. I didn't think you were stupid enough to accept my challenge. Iruka, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Why did his students always seem to outdo each other in craziness? Senju Tobirama. Damn, he is so arrogant at his age. He really deserves to be from the Uchiha clan, just like Uchiha Madara. They're so irritating as hell. Just looking at them makes me angry. Makoto, please give him a good beating. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 12 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 39 plus Ultra. Uchiha Madara. Tobirama. You sadistic bastard. Senju Tobirama. Haha, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Makoto, beat him up good. I'll be happy watching it and I will give you something good later. Uchiha Izuna, you're just talking nonsense. Makoto, don't listen to him. Instead, go beat up the Senju clan and I'll give you good stuff too. Uchiha Madara, brother, have you forgotten that there's no one left in the Senju clan now except for Tsunade? Uchiha Izuna, of course, I know. I just said that to irritate Tobirama. Ha 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 ha. Senju Tobirama. Izuna. ... At this moment, in the outside world, Iruka spoke to both Uchiha Sasuke and Ito Makoto. Okay, since you've chosen to challenge each other, please form the seal of opposition between the two of you. Snort. Sasuke reluctantly stretched out his hand, making the seal on his chest. On the other hand, Makoto also formed the seal with an equally reluctant gesture. Iruka smiled wryly as he looked at them. These two are really half-hearted. Iruka didn't bother to worry about the details and simply announced the start of the match. At this moment, Makoto immediately repeated the actions he had performed earlier against Naruto. He put one hand behind his back, then extended the other, hooking Sasuke forward with a single index finger. Come on. Sasuke was stunned upon seeing his actions. Damn you Makoto, how dare you look down on me? Do you think I'm the same as Naruto? Seeing Sasuke gritting his teeth, Ito Makoto shook his head with a smile. I just asked you to make the first move. Otherwise, if I make the first move, you might not get a chance to do anything. When everyone heard what Makoto said, rows of question marks popped up in their minds. Sasuke stared at him in disbelief, gnashing his teeth. Since you're looking for death, I'll gladly help you. I hope you can still be so arrogant in a moment. After speaking, Sasuke immediately rushed toward Makoto. His speed was much faster than Naruto's, but to Makoto, it was still slow. It might even be described as extremely slow. All Makoto saw was Sasuke raising his fist, preparing to strike him on the head. Namikaze Minato. Sasuke is faster than my son. Senju Tobirama. Come on, Makoto. I am cheering for you. Uchiha Fugaku. Second Hokage, are you crazy? Why would you want Makoto to beat up my son? ... As for Makoto, facing Sasuke's punch, he simply sidestepped, avoiding it with ease. The entire process was effortless and smooth. Sasuke was taken aback when he saw his punch easily dodged by Makoto. But he didn't think too much about it. He quickly turned around and tried to hit Makoto in the stomach with his elbow. Seeing this, Makoto quickly turned and effortlessly dodged Sasuke's attack for a second time. Senju Tobirama. Hey, don't just keep dodging. Fight back. Something like slapping and punching him in the face. Make sure his face is swollen and knock out all his teeth. Makoto Ito. Why do you seem more impatient than me when I'm the one fighting? Sasuke attempted a sidekick toward Makoto, and his kick was easily intercepted. This time, Makoto didn't even dodge his kick. Instead, he grabbed Sasuke's ankle and yanked him off balance. Sasuke struggled to maintain his balance but could no longer manage it due to Makoto's overwhelming strength. At this moment, Sasuke lost control and fell directly toward Makoto. Makoto quickly clenched his fist and punched Sasuke square in the face. Plus Ultra. He put some real force behind the punch. The moment he landed it, half of Sasuke's face immediately turned red and swollen. The other students watching the battle were all shocked. Especially Sasuke's little fans, who couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my god, how can this be? No one could believe that Sasuke was the first to get hit. Even Iruka couldn't react at first. He had expected Sasuke to easily defeat Makoto. But Makoto had actually punched him. Uchiha Fugaku. Damn it. Makoto, you are being harsh. Uchiha Makoto. Oh my god. Look at Sasuke's face, it's all swollen. Why didn't you go easy on him like you did with Naruto? Senju Tobirama. Fantastic. Magnificent. That's how you do it. It feels so satisfying and I'm loving every moment of this. Let's see if he dares to act so smug again. Sasuke was stunned by the punch from Makoto. He had never imagined that he would be struck by someone he deemed a loser. He simply couldn't accept this reality. Originally, Sasuke thought he could deal with Makoto easily, but instead, he was outplayed. And now, he was punched squarely in the face. And the worst part was his own face. How could he let someone hit him in the face like that? His face was all swollen. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 38 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 40. Kick him in the balls. Before Sasuke could recover from the attack, Makoto delivered another kick and this time directly to his stomach. Sasuke's body contorted as he was kicked into a bow shape, flying through the air for several meters. Senju Tobirama. Ha ha ha. Now this is what I call peak cinema. Uchiha Fugaku. Second Hokage, are you crazy? Why are you so happy to see my son getting beaten? Uchiha Madara. He's never been a good person to begin with. Uchiha Fugaku. I think so too. Uchiha Madara. Shut up. Look at the genius son you gave birth to. He is getting beaten to a pulp. What an embarrassment to our Uchiha clan. Sasuke, who was sent flying, flipped over and sat up, shaking his head vigorously. The force of the attacks had clearly disoriented him. He couldn't believe what was happening at this moment. Makoto was just a loser. How can he be so strong? How am I not able to fight back and land a single attack? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a voice broke through his confusion. Sasuke, are you okay? It was Haruno Sakura, rushing over from the crowd. She quickly grabbed Sasuke's arm, her concern written all over her face. Sasuke, how are you? Sasuke's other little fans stood nearby, secretly frustrated that Sakura had reached him first. They muttered amongst themselves, irritated that she was the one to get involved. Only after seeing all of them Sasuke truly understood the weight of the situation. He had been beaten by Makoto in front of his classmates. Brushing past Sakura without looking at her, he coldly replied, I'm fine. But Sakura wasn't ready to let go, still chattering on. But Sasuke, look at your face. It's swollen and there's a footprint on your belly. That damned Makoto, his attacks are so brutal. Are you really okay, Sasuke? Sasuke was already frustrated by the situation. He couldn't stand Sakura's noisy complaints. More importantly, he didn't need anyone to recount everything he just endured. His temper flared, and he pushed Sakura aside. Get out of my way. Makoto was watching this scene with a smiling face. He had long since gotten used to Sakura's tendency to intervene, knowing full well that she would make a scene no matter what. Senju Tobirama, what's this? He's not even good at fighting, but he's so harsh toward girls. Uchiha Madara, this is such an embarrassment to our Uchiha clan, but that little girl is goddamn annoying. Always chirping, but I didn't notice how much of a problem she was before. Does she have no brains? Doesn't she know there is a fight going on? Sasuke was now seething with anger, resumed his stance and glared at Makoto. Very well, Makoto, you've managed to piss me off. I'll make you pay for this. Makoto listened to Sasuke's words with a smiling face as if he was looking at an idiot. He casually extended his index finger, motioning for Sasuke to come forward once again. Sasuke immediately charged at Ito Makoto again. This time, his speed was faster than before, and as they collided once more, Sasuke's attacks were more frantic and aggressive than ever. Yet, no matter what Sasuke did, Makoto dodged or countered effortlessly. It felt as though Sasuke wasn't even allowed to land a blow. After several more exchanges, Sasuke found even more shoe prints on his body. A storm raged in Sasuke's mind. How is this possible? How could I not be able to defeat Makoto? He was just a loser and I am from the mighty Uchiha clan and the top student of the class. How could I be completely outclassed by someone like him? It wasn't just Sasuke who was shocked. The other students watching the battle, as well as Iruka, couldn't believe what they were seeing. When did Makoto become this strong? He was previously competing for the last place. But how was Sasuke so helpless against him now? It didn't make sense. Senju Tobirama. Come on, Makoto. What are you doing? I almost fell asleep watching. Can we get something exciting? Give me a few solid punches. Makoto Ito. I think you're right. I really should hit him harder. Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, how dare you? Bastard. The group leader Makoto Ito has closed the vision sharing of group member Uchiha Fugaku. Ito Makoto. Oops, I misclicked it. I wanted to ban him. In an instant, Fugaku could no longer see any of the outside events. Damn it all. This is too much. While Fugaku was screaming in anger, Makoto continued to attack and launched a barrage of attacks on Sasuke, landing a left punch and a right kick with precision. Senju Tobirama. Now that's how you should do it. I still feel like you are missing something. Ha, that's right, kick him in the balls and put an end to the cursed bloodline. Makoto kicked dangerously close to Sasuke's most vulnerable spot. Uchiha Makoto. No. Meanwhile, Fugaku could only guess based on the other's messages. Especially when he saw Tobirama suggest hitting Sasuke in the balls, he began to panic. This was the worst possible situation. Uchiha Fugaku. No, stop. Makoto, I was wrong. Don't go that far. Makoto Ito, thank you for the reminder. Like you said, I was missing the mark just now. Now, I will hit straight on the balls. Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, I apologize. I will never scold you again. Makoto Ito, but it is too late for that. At this point, Fugaku's mind was spiraling as he desperately thought about how he could convince Makoto to show mercy to his son. His panic reached the extreme as he remembered Makoto's profiteer-like grin. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD Creators Thoughts. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 41. A collection of Uchiha clan fire-style jutsus. Group member Uchiha Fugaku presents fire-style Great Fireball technique to group leader Makoto Ito. Upon seeing this message, Makoto quickly clicked to receive it. However, he had no intention of stopping or allowing Fugaku to resume vision sharing. Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, what do you mean? You've already accepted my technique. Why aren't you reconnecting me to vision sharing? And why haven't you stopped yet? Makoto Ito. Are you joking? Haven't I already warned you once? You think a little fireball technique will get me to forgive you? You expect me to let your son go for that? You're just dreaming. In the Pure Land, Fugaku gritted his teeth in frustration at Makoto Ito's response. Brat, you're asking for too much. But what else could I offer him? My ancestor Madara already gave him 2 fire-style ninjutsu. This kid doesn't seem to lack fire-style techniques now. After thinking for a moment, Fugaku gritted his teeth and decided to act. Group member Uchiha Fugaku presents a complete collection of Uchiha clan fire-style ninjutsu to group leader Makoto Ito. Makoto quickly clicked to receive the reward and enabled vision sharing for Fugaku. Fugaku sighed a breath of relief, thinking his son wouldn't be beaten anymore. But upon connecting to vision sharing, he was greeted by the sight of Makoto continuing to beat Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, didn't you accept all my techniques? Why are you still attacking my son? Makoto Ito. What you just gave me was your apology. I've forgiven you and enabled the shared vision. But if you want me to stop attacking Sasuke, that comes at another price. You know, I didn't want to do this either. Sasuke is like family to me. Senju Tobirama. Damn this kid, he always leaves me speechless. Namikaze Minato. Makoto is really ruthless. Senju Hashirama. This doesn't make sense, you're not even a member of the Uchiha clan. How could you two be so close to Sasuke? If you are really close to him, why are you beating him? Senju Tobirama. Shut up, brother. Stop using your remaining brain cells. Makoto Ito. Oh, first Hokage, our relationship is just like your bond with Uchiha Madara. A good one. Senju Hashirama. No wonder you keep beating Uchiha Sasuke. It's just like Madara and I. We have a great relationship, but I'm the one always beating him. Ito Makoto. Exactly, that's what I mean. Uchiha Madara. Shut up. Damn it. Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, your demands are too outrageous. I even gave you all the fire-style ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan, isn't that enough? What else do you want? Makoto Ito. Fugaku, your eyes are pretty cool. Sigh, why are the eyes of the Uchiha clan so cool? I am so envious. Upon seeing the message, a question mark appeared over Fugaku's head. What did he mean by cool eyes? What does he mean by saying the Uchiha clan's eyes are so cool? After pondering this over for a second, Fugaku quickly understood. Good grief. He wants Sharingan. Though Makoto had already obtained a single Tomo Sharingan from Uchiha Madara, the increase in power from a single Tomo wasn't significant. Naturally, Makoto wanted more Tomo for his Sharingan. Even if he didn't get Mangekyo Sharingan, a 3 Tomo would be more than enough. On the other side, seeing that Sasuke was still being relentlessly beaten, Fugaku gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, anyway, my ancestor has already given Makoto the Sharingan. It's only a matter of time before Makoto gets the 3 tomo. If I give them to him now, there's no problem. Even if I don't give them to him, he'll likely awaken them eventually. After some contemplation, Fugaku made up his mind. Group member Uchiha Fugaku has sent 3 tomo Sharingan to the group leader. Seeing the message, Makoto was overjoyed and quickly clicked to accept it. Senju Tobarama. This kid sure knows how to get what he wants. Uchiha Madara. What a dumbass. He just gave it away without a second thought. Uchiha Fugaku. Sorry, ancestor. I just couldn't bear to see my son suffer anymore. And the most important thing is that Makoto already has Sharingan. Even if I don't give it to him, he'll likely unlock 3 tomo sooner or later. Makoto was now in possession of the 3 tomo Sharingan he longed for. He didn't just acquire the 3 tomo Sharingan, but also the Uchiha clan's entire fire-style ninjutsu collection. He had certainly made a huge profit. Having gotten all he wanted, Makoto had no intention of continuing the fight with Sasuke. He gently pushed him aside. However, Sasuke, still reeling from the beating, was now driven into a frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot, almost like they had awakened the Sharingan. Damn it, I can't lose. I can't bring shame to my clan. Senju Tobarama. So, he's finally going to activate his Sharingan after being beaten. And he says he can't bring shame to his clan. PFF'd, ha 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 ha. Damage has already been done though. What do you think, Izuna? Uchiha Izuna. Shut up. Senju Hashirama. Actually, every time Madara and I fought, it seemed like I always won. Senju Tobarama. Brother, I'm in the same boat. Izuna never won against me and I am the one who sent him to the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara. Are you two looking for a fight? Senju Hashirama. Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. Blank. Update schedule. 7 chapter per week. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. SparkyXD creators thoughts. 28 comments 0 vote. Chapter 42. Your son really looks like my brother. At this moment, in the outside world, Sasuke had completely lost it. He couldn't accept that he was being beaten by someone he considered weaker, especially someone he thought of as a joke. He couldn't believe it at all. He, a proud Uchiha, the sole survivor of the clan, had been humiliated like this. How could this happen? He was supposed to be the top of his class, a genius, while Makoto was just a random person with no qualifications to defeat him. Sasuke stared at Makoto, his eyes burning with rage. Makoto, do you really think you can defeat me? Do you believe you're going to win? Well, you're wrong. I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. His words were filled with arrogance, but when paired with the sight of his swollen face, he only looked ridiculous and funny. Senju Hashirama. Looks like this kid has a few tricks up his sleeve. Senju Tobarama. You are right, brother. They are nothing more than tricks. Makoto Ito. It's just pure pretension. There's a rule in the ninja world, if anyone shows off during a battle, they going to get beaten up badly. Senju Hashirama. There's such a rule. Senju Tobarama. Can't you get what he is saying, my foolish brother? Showing off is the most dangerous thing you can do during a battle. Uchiha Madara. Indeed, though it doesn't apply to us. Sasuke saw that Makoto wasn't even taking him seriously. He was trembling in anger. The truth was that Makoto wasn't ignoring Sasuke, but he had just gotten tired of playing with him. Damn, I'll show you the true might of the Uchiha. After his loud roars, Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a single tomo appeared in each of them. Oh my god, what happened to Sasuke's eyes? Yeah, it's so eerie. I think it's pretty cool. Is this the secret technique of the Uchiha clan? Iruka's eyes widened in shock as he watched the transformation. He recognized it immediately. It was Sharingan. I can't believe it. Sasuke activated Sharingan at such a young age. Iruka was amazed. He knew that Sasuke was the son of the Uchiha clan's leader, but this was a massive surprise. Awakening Sharingan at a young age was evidence of his immense potential. Iruka thought with a serious face, I have to report this to Lord Hokage right away. However, even though Sasuke had activated Sharingan, many of the group members didn't seem too impressed by it. Senju Tobarama. What, not even a 2 tomo? Is this the peak of the Uchiha clan now? He's just activated a single tomo, and he's acting like he's the pride of his clan. Uchiha Madara. This can't be right. How could he only activate one tomo? His clan was massacred by his brother, and his brother defected. He saw his parents die. After all he's been through, he only opened a single tomo. This is fucking outrageous. Uchiha Izuna. The most absurd part is that he should have opened it a while ago, yet here he is still with a single tomo. Ridiculous. Senju Hashirama. Madara, how old were you when you first awakened Sharingan? Uchiha Madara. Me, I activated 2 tomo Sharingan when I was around 12. By the time I was 14, I had already unlocked 3 tomo. Uchiha Fugaku. Amazing. Hyuga Hazashi. As expected of the ghost of the Uchiha. Namikaze Minato. He is on another level compared to us. Makoto Ito. Could you all stop comparing Sasuke with Madara? If you do, Sasuke will only look more and more like a trash. Madara had awakened his Sharingan early after witnessing much death and destruction, while Sasuke's awakening seemed to have stemmed from anger at his brother's actions and the death of his family. Despite the trauma, Sasuke's Sharingan activation seemed weak in comparison. Uchiha Izuna. Of course. My brother is the greatest. How can this kid compare to my brother? Uchiha Madara. Fugaku, aren't you the leader of the Uchiha clan? How did you end up with a son like this? Is he perhaps not your son? Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto. Ancestor. Uchiha Madara. Calm down. I'm just confused why Sasuke is so talentless, and in fact, he looks more like my brother. Senju Hashirama. What's this? Some new gossip. Senju Tobirama. Wait, but Izuna is already dead. Namikaze Minato. Hyuga Hazashi. Oh my god, I never realized, but Sasuke really does look like Uchiha Izuna. They could be twins. Uchiha Madara. Right, he looks exactly like my brother. Didn't you see my brother when he was younger? They're basically the same. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, please stop. I died before Konoha was even established, and I died a virgin. Uchiha Madara. I just said you two look alike. What's with all the weird assumptions? I'm only curious about how the resemblance is so strong. I never said anything else. Why are you all so strange? Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto. Blank. Hey everyone, I wanted to take a moment to address something important. I've been getting some comments saying the chapters feel short. In fact, just today, I received a review where a reader even got the assumption that I was splitting chapters into 2. After reading that, I knew I had to clarify things because this could lead to a big misunderstanding. You guys are voting daily with power stones for bonus chapters, and if you believe I'm cutting one chapter into 2 just to increase updates, that would be a serious issue. First of all, the original book's average word count per chapter is around 1,000 to 1,200 words. My chapters typically have around 900 to 1,000 words. As many of you know, CN fanfic and novel authors often add a lot of unnecessary words just to meet their daily word count. They also include Chinese jokes and some other things I don't want to mention. YKYK. When I edit and refine the chapters, I usually end up with about 700 to 800 words from the original 1,000 to 1,200, sometimes even around 600. By now, you should understand that I'm actually writing about 1/3 of the content myself, or even more. Since the chapters are short, I decided to release bonus chapters to make up for it and set Power Stone's goals. So I hope you guys get where I'm coming from. I just wanted to clear this up. Thanks for your support. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. Sparky8 Creators Thoughts. 26 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 43. The geniuses of the Uchiha family are gone. Makoto ignored everyone's messages and focused on Sasuke. At this moment, he had activated his Sharingan and, with great confidence, demanded him to attack first. Haha, Makoto, don't blame me for not giving you a warning. Aren't you just slightly more powerful in physical strength? But your physical skills and speed will be useless in front of my eyes. Everything you do will be nothing but false moves in my sight. I'll defeat you easily and show you the glory of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama. Every time this guy opens his mouth, he talks about the glory of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is gone, for fuck's sake. Where's the glory? People like him are the worst. Always spouting about Uchiha's glory, but they can't back it up. What a joke. Uchiha Fugaku, please, stop talking. Uchiha Madara, this is just foolish. If you truly have strength, then that's glory. Without strength, you're nothing. This kid keeps rambling about the Uchiha clan's glory every day, but he's made the entire clan look ridiculous. Uchiha Izuna, he's using a damn single Tomo Sharingan. Why the hell is he yapping so much? Just imagine what his face will look like when he realizes that Makoto already has 3 Magatama now. Senju Tobirama, exactly. Kid, open your 3 Tomo already. Let him see what real Sharingan is. Ito Makoto, seriously, why do you all want me to die? Senju Tobirama, we're just asking you to activate your 3 Tomo Sharingan, why would that kill you? Makoto Ito, oh, you guys don't know yet. You should ask Uchiha Shisui how he died. Uchiha Shisui, why are we talking about me again? Everyone became curious about what Makoto had said. Senju Tobirama, Shisui, how did you die? Uchiha Madara, yes, it sounds like there's something more to the story. Why does it seem like everyone has a hidden secret behind their death? What's going on with our village? Senju Hashirama, what do you mean? There was no secret behind your death back then, I beat you to death. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, stop interrupting. Shisui, tell us, how did you die? Uchiha Shisui, I was. Ito Makoto, go on and tell them. What's the big deal? Tell them that Danzo attacked you and then he gouged your eyes out. Senju Tobirama, I know my disciples hate Uchiha as much as me, but what the fuck? Senju Hashirama, sneak attack. Uchiha Madara, gouging out eyes. Uchiha Shisui, that's what happened. Senju Tobirama, you're a descendant of Kagami, Danzo did that to you. And judging by the previous conversation, weren't you valued by the higher-ups of the village? Why did he attack you? Makoto Ito, it's a long story involving a child without a mother. Senju Tobirama, stop dragging it out, just tell me quickly. Ito Makoto, well, Shisui was just deceived. When he activated Mangekyo Sharingan, he told Danzo about its power. Danzo thought such a power shouldn't be in the hands of the Uchiha clan. So, he decided to take Shisui's eyes. That's how it happened. Shisui was just too naive despite being talented. Uchiha Madara, this kid has Mangekyo Sharingan. Senju Tobirama, damn, I had some guesses when Fugaku said you were a genius, but this is still shocking. Tobirama felt utterly devastated. He had always considered Shisui to be a Konoha genius, someone who loved the village and was a descendant of Kagami. How could Danzo have done this? Ito Makoto, do you understand what I am saying now? If the news spreads that I possess a 3 Tomo Sharingan, I'll get invited by Danzo for tea after school and my eyes will be gouged out. Of course, if you can give me all your power to protect myself, I wouldn't mind opening the 3 Tomo Sharingan to scare Sasuke. Tobirama did not respond to Makoto's words. Instead, he fell deep into self-doubt. Previously, he had known what Sarutobi Hiruzen did in the past, and even thought it would have been better to hand over the position of Hokage to Danzo. But this guy was even more ruthless. Danzo had killed one of the greatest geniuses Konoha had ever produced. Shisui, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, was a top-tier asset to Konoha, and Danzo took that from him. What was even happening in Konoha now? No wonder Makoto didn't even have the thought of using his 3 Tomo Sharingan. It turned out that he was scared of losing his life. How ridiculous. What was the original purpose of founding the village? Isn't it to protect the next generation? So why are these young people becoming pawns to those in power and discarded at all? Is this the will of fire now? Is it really about letting the new leaves burn to give light to the withered ones? Tobirama had been struggling with self-doubt since the group chat began, but this time, it had consumed him entirely. Makoto Ito, by the way, Itachi also awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. He was just as talented as Shisui. He was a genius who wanted to protect Konoha. But under pressure from the higher-ups, he had no choice but to massacre his entire clan and then become a rogue ninja. Even as a rogue, he is secretly working for Konoha. This was all because of the threats the higher-ups of Konoha, like Hiruzen and Danzo, placed on Sasuke's life. Uchiha Fugaku, sigh, he is still loyal to that damn village. At this point, Tobirama had become completely silent and no longer wanted to speak. Uchiha Madara. Damn it. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. If I had the chance, I'd tear them apart with my own hands. Senju Hashirama. Damn it. Is this the current state of our village? Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 30 comments, 0 vote. Download the app for greater interaction. You can chat with me about my writing experience apart from the comments section. SparkyXD. Download app now. Chapter 44 Sasuke loses. In the Pure Land, Hashirama furrowed his brows deeply. He simply couldn't fathom how Leaf Village, which he had once founded alongside Madara, had fallen into such a state. The death of Hyuga Hazashi, the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the fall of the Senju clan, and now, the fall of 2 geniuses, these were all things caused by village's current high-ranking officials. But there was nothing Hashirama could do to change this situation, as he was already dead. The group fell into silence due to the gravity of the 2 things Makoto had revealed. The battle in the outside world began. Sasuke was still full of arrogance, and had urged Makoto to attack first. After all, he had activated his Sharingan and believed he could easily read Makoto's movements. Makoto looked at Sasuke and smiled, his expression filled with amusement. He stomped his right foot against the ground and surged forward in an instant. In less than a second, he was right in front of Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to see Makoto's movements clearly, but he had failed to consider the most important detail. The overwhelming disparity in power between the 2. When faced with Makoto's punch, Sasuke immediately tried to defend himself, but the sheer strength of Makoto's blow was far beyond his ability to handle. The punch sent Sasuke flying. He was launched several meters away and crashed to the ground, rolling multiple times before finally coming to a stop. Sasuke was lying on the ground, feeling a sense of despair. How could the gap between them be so vast? The ground trembled as Sasuke raised his head to glance at Makoto. His eyes were filled with a mix of sadness and frustration before he finally lost consciousness. Uchiha Makoto. Makoto, why are you so cruel? Didn't you get everything from us? Why did you beat him so hard? Ito Makoto. Ahem, auntie, you can't blame me for this. Sasuke was the one who kept provoking me. After I had finished collecting my things, I was ready to end the battle, but as you saw, Sasuke kept insisting. What can I do? Uchiha Makoto. Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, don't be sad. Maybe this failure will be good for Sasuke in the long run. He was far too arrogant and he thought he was the strongest, but didn't realize that there's always someone stronger. Perhaps after this, Sasuke will see his own weaknesses and work harder. Uchiha Makoto. I hope so too. Blank. In the outside world, everyone was stunned by the scene. After all, Sasuke had confidently activated his Sharingan, but in the end, he was knocked out cold in one blow by Ito Makoto. No one could have predicted such a turn of events. Makoto, who was once an underachiever, had just defeated Sasuke, the genius of the Uchiha clan and the top student of the grade. Everyone had initially expected Sasuke to easily defeat Makoto, but Makoto not only forced Sasuke to activate his Sharingan but also defeated him with ease. The onlookers, including Iruka, remained in shock. Makoto walked up to Iruka and said with a smile, "Iruka-sensei, the battle is over." Iruka finally snapped back to his senses and hurriedly announced the result. The match is over. Ito Makoto wins. As soon as Iruka made the announcement, cheers erupted from the students below. Interestingly, there were some students who had once been Sasuke's little fans. Before, they liked Sasuke because of his good looks and talent. But now that Sasuke had been knocked out cold, they took a closer look at Makoto and realized that he was just as handsome, if not more so than Sasuke. Moreover, he had just defeated Sasuke. As a result, many of Sasuke's former fans began to cheer for Makoto. Still, there was one exception. Haruno Sakura. She immediately rushed to Sasuke's side to check on his injuries. On the other hand, Naruto didn't seem very happy. Why is Sakura only looking at Sasuke? I'm obviously very handsome too. Why doesn't she come over to check on me? And when did Makoto become so strong? He was the last in line before, but now he's secretly made all this progress. This damn guy is just as annoying as Sasuke. In truth, Naruto wasn't angry that Makoto had beaten Sasuke. What troubled him was the possibility that Makoto might stop being friends with him now that he had shed the reputation of being an average student. After all, Naruto had few friends at the ninja school. If Makoto started to look down on him, he would be losing yet another friend. So, Naruto was a little worried. But Naruto's worries were destined to be in vain, because just after Iruka announced the result, Makoto jumped off the field and walked straight to Naruto. "How's it going? Aren't I awesome? Naruto, from now on, you'll be the one to take the last place. I'm never going to fight you for it again." Upon hearing Makoto's words, Naruto grinned widely. HMPH. Don't think you're the only one who's making progress. I'll work hard too. Just wait. You won't be the top student for long. It'll be my turn soon. Namikaze Minato. It seems that Naruto is highly motivated. Uzumaki Kushina. It seems like the relationship between the group leader and Naruto is really good as he said. Makoto Ito. Just saying these things isn't enough. If you really want to thank me, then give me something nice. Don't just thank me with words. What's the use of that? Look at Naruto, he's always starving. How about it, fourth? Can you give me your Flying Thunder God technique, and I'll treat Naruto to a big meal, maybe even barbecue. Upon hearing Makoto's words, both Minato and Kushina fell silent. Ito Makoto. Oh, you are such a cheapskate. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 45. Grandpa. After the battle, all the little ones in the class began heading home to find their mothers. Makoto walked Hinata and Ino home and at the same time, both of them held his hands. Of course, this didn't sit well with some of the group members. Hazashi. Makoto, since the little girl from the Yamanaka family seems to like you, can you please stay away from my niece? Makoto Ito. What do you mean? I'm just worried that they might be in danger on the way home from school. I'm just concerned about my classmates. Uchiha Madara. Oh, then why don't you show the same concern for the other female classmates in the class? Why are you only interested in those two? Makoto Ito. Well, Uchiha Madara. What a joke. Ito Makoto. Madara, sometimes telling the truth can offend people. Uchiha Makoto. Scumbag. Uzumaki Kushina. Haha, scumbag. Ito Makoto. Scumbag, I will sue you for defamation. And what's wrong with being a scumbag? Even if I am, what does it have to do with you? You two speak as if I did something to you. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Fugaku. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Makoto. Bah, shameless kid. Uzumaki Kushina. Haha, Hyuga Hazashi. Scumbag, don't mess with my niece again. Makoto Ito. Uncle, how can you say that to me? Hyuga Hazashi. Shut up, I'm not your uncle, don't call me that. Makoto Ito. Alright, uncle, I understand, uncle. Namikaze Minato. Forget it, Hazashi, this is a matter for the young ones, and we dead people shouldn't get involved too much. Hyuga Hazashi. It's not that I want to get involved, Minato. He previously promised the first and second Hokage to revitalize the Senju clan and even said he would marry their granddaughter, Tsunade. But now, the little girl from the Yamanaka family, and my niece seems to like him. This kid is obviously a playboy. Senju Hashirama. Now that you said it, I've been thinking about this problem too. Makoto, the age gap between you and Tsunade is too large, don't you think? Makoto Ito. Age is not a problem. What matters is the feelings, do you understand? Then again, you died early to know what I am talking about. Senju Hashirama. What do you mean? Namikaze Minato. Well, actually, Tsunade-sama has practiced a secret technique. It keeps her body in a youthful state and she looks as if she is in her 20s. Senju Hashirama. So that's it. Makoto Ito. So grandpa first, don't worry. It's our duty to revitalize the Senju clan. Oh, by the way, there's grandpa second. Look, I've called you two grandpas. Can I get something good from you? Senju Tobarama. You're really something else. You never forget to ask for benefits from us. Besides, things between you and Tsunade haven't been settled yet, so don't be so hasty to call me grandpa. Makoto Ito. Alright, grandpas, I get it, grandpas. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Senju Tobarama. Honestly, when I think about your unruly behavior in the past, and now hearing you call me grandpa, I feel so relaxed and happy. Makoto Ito, since you're always happy, how about giving me 2 ninjutsu? I'll shout a few more times to make you even happier. Group member Senju Tobarama presented the ninjutsu, water-style water barrier, to the group leader Makoto Ito. Makoto Ito, you really gave it to me. Makoto was genuinely confused when he saw the message. Since when did Tobarama become so easygoing? He never expected him to actually give him something. Was it because he really thought of himself as his grandson-in-law? Uchiha Madara, what did I just see? He just called you, Grandpa, a few times, and now you're giving him ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama, why do you care? Since I've got so many forbidden techniques piled up, I'll give it to him if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Makoto Ito, to be honest, I'm a little confused right now. Second, do you need me to do something? Senju Tobarama, no need. Isn't this what I promised you before? You give that Uchiha brat a good beating, and I'll give you something good. Now that you've beaten him up, I can't break my promise, can I? Uchiha Fugaku, so, you gave it to him because he beat up my son. Makoto was feeling quite happy now. He didn't expect that beating Sasuke would lead to such rewards. First, it was Sharingan, then the entire fire-style jutsu collection of the Uchiha clan, and now there was even a water-style ninjutsu. Sasuke, you're really my lucky star. I'll be gentler when I hit you again. Seeing the smile on Makoto Ito's, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but comment. Senju Tobarama, look at your smug face. Isn't it just a water-style ninjutsu? You're so happy about it. When I give you 2 of my forbidden techniques in the future, will you be even happier? Makoto Ito, Grandpa, Senju Hashirama, brother, since when did you have a grandson? You didn't even share your jutsus with me, but you gave them to him so easily. Senju Tobarama, shut up, brother. Uchiha Madara, Makoto, you are truly willing to do anything to get what you want. I, Uchiha Madara, have learned something new today. Uchiha Izuna, that's right, brother. This kid has no shame at all and even called Tobarama, Grandpa, without hesitation. Makoto Ito, ahem, what's wrong with all of you? What is dignity? How much Ryo is it worth? Can it teach me ninjutsu? Dignity is the most worthless thing in this world. The day I gain enough strength, my dignity will naturally return. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 31 comments 0 vote. Chapter 46, Beyond Shameless. Uchiha Madara, what you said is right. In the ninja world, strength is the most important thing. Everything else is just pure nonsense. Namikaze Minato, I never thought you would have such insight at such a young age. Senju Tobarama, but Makoto, if you're going to call someone else, Grandpa, he should at least be from my generation. I can't accept someone from a younger generation having the same title as me. Makoto Ito, none of these things matter. The important thing is that I respect you, Lord Second Hokage. Uchiha Madara, he's changing the subject. After all, when it benefits him, he won't hesitate to call others, Grandpa, Father, or Uncle. But the moment there's no benefit, he'll turn around and call you a bastard. So, the group members began chatting in the group, enjoying the lively interactions. During their lifetimes, they had all been battle-hardened ninjas who fought to the death. But now, in the afterlife, they could finally relax, talking with both their seniors and juniors without any burdens weighing them down. Blank. The next morning, when Makoto walked into the classroom, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Just the day before, Makoto was an absolute loser, always competing with Naruto for the last place in the class. But now, after easily defeating Sasuke, the top student, everything has changed. Before, aside from Hinata and Ino, no one really paid much attention to Makoto. But today, as he walked into the classroom, the female students stared at him like he was some kind of idol, their eyes sparkling with admiration. After all, he was as handsome as Sasuke and stronger than him. What girl wouldn't be interested in him? As Makoto walked to his seat, several girls stared at him. Of course, along with the admiration came the jealous looks of the male students, especially Naruto. It was understandable that Naruto, who had been at the bottom with Makoto before, felt unbalanced seeing him suddenly become the center of attention. The ones most jealous of Makoto were Sasuke and Kiba. Sasuke, the former top student, had been easily defeated by Makoto the day before. Even with his Sharingan, Sasuke had been unable to defeat him. Despite this, Sasuke believed that if he were given another chance, he would definitely defeat Makoto. On the other hand, Kiba felt embarrassed. He thought Makoto would challenge him, but Makoto didn't even consider him and instead chose to challenge Sasuke, making Kiba feel ignored. What surprised Kiba even more was that Makoto had also defeated Sasuke, which made Kiba feel like a fool. As Makoto sat down, he noticed several strange items on his desk, including love letters, snacks, and lunchboxes. Not one to refuse, Makoto picked them up and ate them. He even offered some snacks to Hinata, who declined shyly, lowering her head in embarrassment. Makoto didn't think too much about it. These were gifts from his female classmates. If he didn't eat them, he would be wasting their goodwill. He even shared the snacks with Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Naruto, and a few others. Ino was confused when she saw the snacks in her hands. She had put them on Makoto's desk, thinking they were for him, but now he was handing them out to everyone, including herself. Surprisingly, his gesture made her feel a little sweet. Shikamaru sighed as he took the snacks from Makoto, watching the angry faces of the other girls around him. Women are really troublesome, he muttered under his breath. Choji, on the other hand, didn't have many other thoughts. Seeing Makoto willing to share snacks with him, he was simply happy. "Thank you," he exclaimed, happily munching on 2 large bags of potato chips. Naruto was a little moved too. He didn't have many friends, and even fewer who would share snacks with him. But now, despite being the top student in the class, Makoto was still willing to share with him. What's a good friend? This is what a good friend looks like. Uchiha Madara. Shameless. They gave them to you. Why are you handing them out as if you brought them? Makoto Ito. These are all the snacks given by my classmates. If I don't eat, I'll be wasting their kindness. Senju Tobarama. What a scumbag. Makoto Ito. Am I a scumbag? Okay then, go find someone else to revitalize the Senju clan. A scumbag like me can't do it. Senju Tobarama. Brat, that's not what you said yesterday. Makoto Ito. Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. The me from yesterday and the me from today are two completely different people. If yesterday's me said that, then go find yesterday's me. What does that have to do with today's me? Namikaze Minato. This is beyond shameless. Uchiha Madara. Although I've said it several times, I still want to say it again. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the most shameless. Senju Tobarama. I've never seen such a shameless person. Makoto Ito. And you saw it today. In the classroom, Ino looked back and saw Makoto sitting next to Hinata. Feeling a little uncomfortable, she gathered her things and moved next to him, also offering him a flower. For Ino, she had noticed Makoto before, and after seeing his strength and how he easily defeated Sasuke, her little feelings for him grew. Now, she couldn't stand seeing him so close to Hinata. She handed the flower to Makoto and then shot Hinata a glare. Shikamaru watched the scene and sighed. Handling girls is such a drag. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 47. 2 couples. Makoto was not being discreet in his seat. He ruffled Hinata's hair while Ino hooked his fingers with him. Senju Tobarama. Kid, you came here to study. Uchiha Madara. I'd call you the strongest when it comes to dating. Senju Hashirama. Seems like Makoto will have a hard time choosing a wife in the future. Senju Tobarama. Brother, have you forgotten that he still has thoughts about our granddaughter? Senju Hashirama. Oh, then it will be fun to see how Makoto handles all of them. Senju Tobarama. Brother, aren't you even a lit mad at him? Senju Hashirama. To be honest, since we're all dead, we can't meddle in the affairs of the living. We might as well let nature take its course, and if Makoto has the strength and Suna agrees, I don't mind. Senju Tobarama. Brother, you're so open-minded. But what you said isn't totally wrong. If Suna doesn't agree, it's impossible to force her. Makoto Ito. Second, if I really want to threaten Tsunade, I just need to put some blood in front of her. She is now afraid of blood and will get dizzy at the sight of it. Senju Tobarama. At this moment, Makoto looked at Ino on his left and Hinata on his right, imagining how beautiful they would look when they grew up. He felt so satisfied with his life. The most important task now was to handle the relationship between the two, so they wouldn't see each other as rivals. Hinata, you look great today. Hearing Makoto's words, Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment, her face turning red. Really? Of course. He nodded his head and turned to Ino. Ino, you smell like a flowers, Makoto said, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Because there are a lot of flowers at home, it's inevitable that some pollen smells rub off on me. Makoto's hands were under the table, one holding Hinata's hand, the other holding Ino's, as he smiled, both of you look really good today. Uzumaki Kushina. Seriously, how could two such outstanding girls fall for a scumbag like you? God must be blind. Hyuga Hazashi. Stop talking, stop talking. My heart hurts so much, I can barely breathe. Uchiha Fugaku. But you are already dead though. Hyuga Hazashi. Fugaku. Stop messing with me. When the other girls in the class saw Ino sitting to Makoto's left and Hinata sitting to his right, they all felt they had lost out, so they packed their things and started moving closer to Makoto. In no time, Makoto was surrounded by girls from all directions. By the time Iruka arrived in the classroom, the layout had completely changed. He saw Makoto sitting in the middle, surrounded by girls, while the other boys were huddled in the corners, shivering. Seeing this scene, Iruka could only sigh helplessly. But he didn't say much and began the lecture. After the written test yesterday, Iruka reported Sasuke's activation of Sharingan and the sudden rise of Makoto to Sarutobi. Sarutobi wasn't particularly surprised by Sasuke unlocking Sharingan. What intrigued him was Makoto's sudden rise. It reminded him of his former disciple, Jiraiya. Jiraiya had once been a loser, but one day he had an epiphany and, over time, he became one of the most famous ninjas in the ninja world. He wondered if Makoto would rise to the same heights as Jiraiya in the future. Sarutobi then instructed Iruka to pay close attention to these kids' growth, praising him as an excellent teacher. He also mentioned that he would make time to give a lecture at the ninja school. And so, amidst the admiration of his female classmates, Makoto spent a boring day. Blank. After school, Makoto was still flanked by Ino on his left and Hinata on his right. As they walked, he chatted with two of them, causing both girls laugh cutely. All the group members were annoyed by Makoto, especially the single ones. Uchiha Madara. I was wondering why your previous grades were so bad before. Turns out you've just been focused on girls. Senju Tobarama. I never imagined that one day Madara and I would think alike. Makoto Ito. Hey, what happened? I always thought the one standing side by side with Madara would be Hashirama and you would be with Izuna. Uchiha Madara. What do you mean Hashirama and I are always side by side? Senju Tobarama. What do you mean Uchiha Izuna and I are always side by side? Closing square bracket. Makoto Ito. That's right. Aren't you two pairs that deeply understand each other? Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Izuna. Makoto Ito. Izuna, you messed up the chain. Uchiha Izuna. Forget the chain for a second, okay. Is that really the issue here? What do you mean by two pairs? How can Tobarama and I be a pair? We're mortal enemies. Senju Tobarama. That's right. And even if there were a pair, it would be me and Madara, not me and Izuna. We've never been together. As the group argued, everyone began to look at the scenery outside. The students of the ninja school walked home in small groups. At this time, Kushina noticed something very concerning. All the other students were walking home together, but Naruto was walking alone on the street. What made it worse was that the other pedestrians seemed to look at Naruto with disdain and disgust. Kushina suddenly recalled the words Makoto had said earlier. Maybe the person you miss isn't doing as well as you imagine them to be. She panicked. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals one chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 30 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 48. The Shocking Truth 1. Uzumaki Kushina. Minato, did you notice how others look at our son? Namikaze Minato. I saw it too. Something is definitely wrong. Uzumaki Kushina. What is going on? Why do people around him seem to hate Naruto? They even show signs of fear. What's happening? Don't they know Naruto is the Hokage's son? Namikaze Minato. Makoto, can you go and check on Naruto? I want to know what's going on. Ito Makoto. Now you're asking for help. When your wife called me a scumbag earlier, you didn't say anything. Namikaze Minato. Makoto Ito. But don't worry. This is just a small thing. I have never been a grudge-bearing person. I don't dwell on the past. Uzumaki Kushina. Really? That's great. I will never call you a scumbag again. Senju Tobarama. Honestly, I think you are celebrating a bit too early. Have you forgotten what kind of person this kid is? He just claimed he doesn't hold grudges, but do you really believe he'll check on Naruto out of pure goodwill? Makoto Ito. Spot on. Lord Second, you saw right through me. You really are the smartest person in the entire ninja world. At this moment, Kushina was so furious that her teeth were grinding in frustration. She thanked Makoto, thinking he was sincerely going to help her son, only to realize he was just looking for another opportunity to gain something for himself. Uzumaki Kushina. Alright, spill it. What do you want this time? But let me make this clear. You are only going to check on Naruto. Don't even think about asking for any forbidden techniques like the Flying Thunder God. Closing square bracket. Before Makoto could even bring up the Flying Thunder God technique, Kushina had already shut him down. Makoto Ito. Okay, if you don't want to give me the Flying Thunder God, I won't push for it. There will be plenty of chances in the future anyway. And besides, Lord Second is the one who created it, so I don't have to get it from Minato. Senju Tobarama. Wait, hold on. You're acting like it's a given. Why would I even consider giving you the Flying Thunder God? Makoto Ito. Oh, don't mind me. I was just making a point that the Flying Thunder God isn't exclusive to him. After hearing Kushina's condition, Makoto began to carefully consider what he still lacked and came to a conclusion. What he lacked most now was a sensory technique. Having an excellent sensory technique would allow him to predict enemy movements, just like having a full map view in a game. Ito Makoto. Then give me a sensory technique. It's exactly what I need right now. Makoto recalled that Minato possessed an exceptionally powerful sensory ninjutsu. With just a single finger touching the ground, he could accurately detect both the number and strength of enemies. However, what Makoto truly desired was the Kagura Heart Eye of the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, Kushina had no knowledge of it, making it impossible for him to obtain it from her. Uzumaki Kushina. You want a sensory technique. But I don't know any of them. The Uzumaki clan does have one called Kagura's Heart Eye, but I never learned it. Closing square bracket. Namikaze Minato. It's okay, Kushina. I know a sensory technique. Group member Namikaze Minato has presented the area scanning technique to group leader Ito Makoto. With that, Makoto clicked accept and successfully acquired the sensory technique. Uzumaki Kushina. Now that you've gotten your benefits, get to work quickly. Makoto Ito. I got it, why are you guys so impatient? After sending Hinata and Ino home, Makoto set off in the direction Naruto had gone. Many of the powerful figures in the group were clearly interested in knowing what had happened to Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Makoto walked forward with a confident smile on his face, fully aware that Anbu ninjas were likely lurking nearby. However, he remained unfazed. For one, he was Naruto's classmate. And secondly, both he and Naruto were regarded as the class losers, often spending time together. In fact, their friendship was exactly the kind of companionship Hiruzen would hope for Naruto to have. The most important thing was that there was a large group of powerhouse watching over him. Even if things went awry or danger struck, he didn't believe they could really ignore him. Soon, Naruto's lonely figure appeared in view. Makoto did not act hastily, but first used the sensory technique he had just acquired to scan the surroundings. After a brief scan, he detected 3 Anbu ninjas secretly following Naruto. The group members also noticed the Anbu ninjas secretly observing Naruto. Namikaze Minato, is this an Anbu ninja? It seems like the Lord Third sent them to protect Naruto's safety. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 49. The Shocking Truth 2. Uzumaki Kushina. Yes, it seems that the Lord Third is very concerned about the safety of Naruto. Seeing what Minato and Kushina had said, Makoto couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Ito Makoto, it's as you say. He is very protective. Did you see the Anbu ninjas protecting your son? Though Lord Hokage doesn't play much of a role in Naruto's life, he is certainly very concerned about his mental health. He often goes to Naruto's house to talk with him alone. I have to say, he is really going to great lengths to take good care of your son. When Minato and Kushina heard his words, they frowned, not fully understanding what Makoto meant. Makoto Ito, let me remind you for one last time, be mentally prepared. Namikaze Minato, what are you talking about? Why do we need to prepare ourselves mentally? Uzumaki Kushina, Makoto, what do you mean by your words? Makoto Ito, do you remember what I told you before? Your loved ones may not be doing as well as you imagine. With that, Makoto stopped speaking and leisurely strolled not far from Naruto, as if he were simply taking a walk, without the slightest hint of following him. The Anbu ninjas didn't pay much attention to Ito Makoto as he was just a kid from the ninja school. Soon, the group members noticed a strange scene. All the pedestrians on the street seemed to be avoiding Uzumaki Naruto like the plague. No one was willing to give him a kind look. Even when they saw Naruto approaching, they hurriedly steered clear of him, muttering curses under their breath. The most outrageous moment came when someone spat in Naruto's direction. Hey, the demon fox boy is out again. Get out of the way. I really don't know what the Hokage is thinking, letting us live with this demon. At this moment, a little girl ran up to Naruto, but her mother quickly appeared and yanked her away. How many times have I told you? Stay away from that thing. Naruto showed no reaction at all, as if he had grown completely accustomed to this kind of treatment. Minato and Kushina were dumbfounded upon seeing their son being treated so harshly. Previously, the two had believed that Naruto carried the surname Uzumaki to hide his true identity. Firstly, to conceal the fact that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, as the Nine-Tails was an incredibly valuable force to the village. Secondly, to keep his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage a secret, since Minato had many enemies in the ninja world. They thought all of this had been done with Naruto's protection in mind. But now, they realized that things weren't as they had thought. Why did everyone in the village seem to know about Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet no one seemed to be aware that he was the son of the fourth Hokage? The couple couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Namikaze Minato, what the hell is going on? Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, could it be? Is this the kind of life Naruto has been living since he was a child? Makoto Ito, to be honest, I don't want to be the one to break it to you, but I have to say, Naruto is actually doing pretty well now. His life was much harder when he was younger than it is now. Namikaze Minato, why, what is this? What is Lord Third doing? I don't think I've ever done something wrong. I even gave my own life for the village. Why is my son being treated like this? Ito Makoto, let me be clear with you. Without Lord Third and Danzo, Naruto's life would definitely be much better than it is now. Namikaze Minato, what do you mean? Speak clearly. Makoto Ito, you sealed the Nine Tails into Naruto's body. How many people knew about this? Apart from you, Kushina and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who else could possibly know? Even if others did, they were probably all high-ranking villagers. Without the consent of the Lord Third, how did it become common knowledge that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Namikaze Minato, but I just don't understand. What good could this possibly do for the Lord Third? Makoto Ito, stop trying to find a reason to deny the truth, you damn pineapple head. Who else could it be but them? Even if someone else really wanted to spread the news, as the Hokage and an elder of the village, Hiruzen and Danzo should be able to control public opinion, right? Couldn't they have kept this news hidden entirely? And what does this do for them? The benefits to him are huge. First, if Naruto assumes the identity of the Jinchuriki, everyone in the village will hate him. Then think about it, if a person who is nice to Naruto suddenly appears, don't you think Naruto would become dependent on them? That's where Sarutobi comes in. He visits Naruto once a month, gives him some pocket money, and creates a stark contrast with everyone else. In the future, when Naruto grows up, won't the power of Nine Tails be under his control? As for Danzo, there's no need for an explanation. Namikaze Minato. This is impossible. This can't be happening. Lord Third, how could he do something like this to my son? Makoto Ito. Ha, why do you think Naruto doesn't have the last name Namikaze? Namikaze Minato. Why? At this moment, Tobirama, who had been silent for some time, spoke up. Senju Tobirama. It's because Namikaze Minato is the hero who sealed the Nine Tails and you were the fourth Hokage. You have many supporters. Do you understand? Closing square bracket. If Naruto had the last name Namikaze, no one would hate him. He might even be regarded as a hero's son. In that case, how would Sarutobi be able to highlight his own uniqueness in Naruto's eyes? And Danzo would have an easy time targeting Naruto if he was hated by the whole village. The only obstacle preventing him from taking Naruto would be Hiruzen. So, Naruto must remain just the Jinchuriki who is hated by everyone in the village. He can never be seen as the son of a hero. Do you understand now? Tobirama's analysis was precise. After learning about the death of Hazashi, the destruction of the Uchiha clan, and the downfall of the Senju clan, Tobirama had become even more clear about his former disciples' intentions. After seeing Tobirama's messages, Minato's faith completely shattered. Namikaze Minato. Why? Just why? Damn it all. I was the Hokage of this village and I have dedicated everything to this village, including my life and even my wife's. Why is my son treated this way? What did he even do wrong? Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 37 comments 0 vote. Chapter 50. What is a Hokage? At this moment, Minato, who had always been known for his sunny and optimistic nature, was overwhelmed by a surge of fear, disbelief, anger, and sadness. Dark emotions consumed his heart. When the others in the chat group saw Minato's messages, their expressions grew complicated. What Sarutobi Hiruzen had done was truly revolting. Uzumaki Kushina. Minato. Our son. Uchiha Madara. Damn it. This really makes me sick. Is this truly the Hokage of our village? He makes me want to vomit. Senju Hashirama. Sigh, I never expected the later generation Hokage to fall this low. Uchiha Madara. It's all because of that damned monkey bastard. Tobirama, how did you end up with such a disciple? If this were my student, I would have crushed him to death first. Senju Tobirama. Stop talking. I've wanted to do that for a long time now. At this moment, Kushina not only felt heartbroken for her son but also for Minato. He had dedicated everything to the village, yet their son was being treated like this by everyone in the village. Namikaze Minato. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have sealed the 9 tails inside Naruto in the first place. I shouldn't even have become Hokage. If I hadn't taken that position, our family of 3 would be living happily right now. Uzumaki Kushina. No, Minato, it's not your fault. Namikaze Minato. Lord First, Lord Second, why are you both staying silent? Tell me, what did I do wrong? What did my son even do to deserve this? Senju Hashirama. No, Fourth, this isn't your fault. The blame lies with the current high-ranking officials of Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Yeah, this has nothing to do with you. It's all because of that son of a bitch Hiruzen. He is too scheming. Makoto Ito. Sigh, this is the nature of the human heart. Uchiha Madara. That's right. This is human nature, filthy, full of desire and darkness. That's why I say there will never be true peace in the ninja world. Even if there is peace for a short time, it's only temporary. It only exists when a single powerful person suppresses everyone, forcing them into silence. But once that powerful figure disappears, the ninja world immediately falls into chaos, just like what happened after the first ninja war. Closing square bracket. Ito Makoto. To be honest, I actually quite agree with your idea, Madara. Uchiha Madara. Right, kid. Did you hear that, Hashirama? Senju Hashirama. Shut up, Madara. Makoto Ito. Madara, I think you really do want peace in the ninja world. How about you give me those eyes of yours and teach me all your skills? How about I suppress the entire ninja world on your behalf and make the ninja world peaceful? Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Makoto Ito. Sigh, you are so stingy. Minato was still filled with self-doubt and guilt overwhelmed his heart as he thought about Naruto's situation. Makoto Ito. Minato, you are an excellent ninja without a doubt and a person of high moral character, but you are not suited for the Hokage position. Namikaze Minato. Do you really think so? But I gave up everything for the village. Minato was filled with disbelief as he saw Makoto's message. He had sacrificed his life, his wife and even his own son's happiness for the village. Yet, Makoto said he wasn't suited for the Hokage position. Uzumaki Kushina. Minato, don't listen to his words. Makoto Ito. In my opinion, being Hokage is all about playing dirty politics and manipulating people's hearts. So, Minato, do you know how to play dirty politics? Or to manipulate people's hearts? And I hate to break it to you, but after you took the position, did you ever have real authority? No, the power remained in the hands of the third Hokage and the elders. You were nothing more than a figurehead. Makoto Ito, do you even understand what transitional Hokage is? That's exactly what you were. The true Hokage position had already been arranged by Hiruzen for someone from the Sarutobi clan or possibly even his son, Asuma. The only reason he stepped back into power was that your unexpected death forced him to adjust his plans. He had no choice but to return and ensure his chosen successor could take over smoothly. Senju Tobirama. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with what you said. Whether it was my older brother or the fourth Hokage, neither of them was suited for the position. My brother was too soft-hearted and indecisive, while the fourth Hokage had no grasp of politics or how to use people. Sigh, if Madara had become the Hokage, the world might have been unified by now. With the combined strength of my brother and Madara, bringing the entire ninja world under one rule would have been a piece of cake. Uchiha Madara. Ha, I never thought I'd see the day when Tobirama actually said something positive about me. Senju Tobirama. Don't get ahead of yourself, you damn Uchiha. I'm just stating the facts. Makoto Ito. Well, it's true that the first and fourth Hokage weren't exactly cut out for politics. Grandpa Second, you've always had a sharp sense for politics, and when it comes to manipulating people, you're no worse than the third Hokage. Senju Tobirama. HMPH. As far as I'm concerned, Hiruzen is a disappointment. Namikaze Minato. So, this is how it is. Senju Hashirama. Sigh, I never expected Naruto to have such a past. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 51. Discussion on World Unification. Senju Hashirama. Madara, I regret it a little now. If I had followed your advice and the two of us had unified the world together, wouldn't we have prevented all this? Uchiha Madara. What's the use of saying these things now? We are already dead. Though Madara spoke harshly, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Hashirama agreeing with his thoughts and even admitting regret was a confirmation that his ideas were right. It gave Madara even more reason to resurrect himself in the future and make the ninja world truly peaceful, so that Hashirama could witness it. Senju Tobirama. Brother, to be honest, I didn't agree with the distribution of the tailed beasts from the beginning. I tried to persuade you, but you were too stubborn to listen. What could I do? For the sake of peace, he even bowed down in front of them at the 5 Hokage conference. Uchiha Madara. What did you just say, Tobirama? How could Hashirama bow his head down before those trashes? Makoto Ito. You mean you don't know? He bowed down to the leaders of the other villages and begged for peace. Don't you know about this, Madara? Uchiha Madara. What the hell? I didn't know. If I had known, I would have killed them all. Damn you, Tobirama, how could you let your older brother do that? Senju Tobirama. Hey, Madara. Why are you so worked up? It was my brother who kneeled to them, not you. Makoto Ito. Don't you understand? If his wife kneeled to someone else, why would he be okay with that? Uzumaki Mito, Senju Tobarama, so that's it. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, what are you talking about? Why are you comparing us with a married couple? I'm just angry. Hashirama is the only one in the whole world who can defeat me, and yet he bowed before those nobodies. Uchiha Izuna, brother, it's all in the past now. You should calm down. Didn't Hashirama just say that he regretted what he said earlier? Uchiha Madara, HMPH. Senju Hashirama. So, Makoto, the only way to bring peace to the world is to suppress the entire world with force. Makoto Ito. Of course, this is the most efficient and effective method. Senju Hashirama. Is this really true? At this moment, Hashirama began to reflect on what Makoto, Tobarama, and Madara had said. Could suppressing the world with force truly bring peace? Namikaze Minato. Today, I saw the darkness in the human heart. I am never trusting anyone, especially the ones with smoking pipes and bandages. Hyuga Hazashi. Makoto, it's easier said than done. As you mentioned, for the world to achieve true peace, there needs to be an invincible force to suppress everyone. But from ancient times until now, who has truly reached that level? The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were once on that level, but both of them are dead now. It can be said that the current generation of ninjas is weaker than the previous one. How can one person suppress the entire ninja world? Is it just based on talent? I'm afraid that even with your current talent, you won't be able to suppress the ninja world even if you trained until death. Makoto Ito. Do I really need to train? It's not difficult to bring peace to the world as long as you are willing to teach me all your skills. I can unify the entire world anytime, any day and anywhere. At these words, everyone had a thoughtful look on their faces. They already began to imagine the ninja world unified by Makoto after being trained by them. Moreover, there was literally no need for all of them to train Makoto. Hashirama, Madara and Tobarama were enough. If these three trained Makoto, who in the world could match up to him? Hyuga Hazashi. After all that talk, you're just trying to benefit from us. Senju Tobarama. But let's be honest. I was really moved by what Makoto said. Maybe we can give it a try. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama always has better judgment than I do. Since he agrees, so do I. I also want to see if you can actually suppress the ninja world and achieve true peace. Namikaze Minato. Since both the Lord First and Lord Second are on board, I can't really say much. Hyuga Hazashi. Then we can give it a try. Might die. This is the power of the youth. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. In the end, all the powerhouses in the group expressed their opinions, except for Madara, who was still silent. Senju Tobarama. Madara, why are you so quiet now? In fact, Madara was completely confused at this moment. He wanted to unify the world on his own, not let others do it. Surprisingly, after just a few words from Makoto, everyone in the group began to support him. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 100 power stones more for the next bonus chapter. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 27 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 52. What will a couple do alone? Uchiha Madara. Your support is enough. Do you need me to take action? Uchiha Izuna. Brother, what are you saying? Isn't it your dream to unify the ninja world? Uchiha Madara. Shut up. Uchiha Izuna. Makoto already knew that there was a high probability that Madara would not train him. After all, Madara wanted to walk the same path and he certainly did not want to see anyone else unify the ninja world as he didn't trust anyone else. If anyone was going to unify the ninja world, it had to be Madara himself. Moreover, with all the effort he had put into this goal, how could he possibly change his mind now? Makoto didn't mind much. As Madara said, the support of other group members was enough for him. Makoto Ito. Since you've already said that, are you all going to give me the things you cherish? Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama. Ahem. The weather is not good today. How about another time? Makoto Ito. Are you kidding? If you don't want to give it to me, just say so. No need to make any excuse. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, when did you become a man who goes back on his words? Senju Hashirama, let's not waste time talking about boring topics. Madara, do you want to take a walk in the dueling arena? Uchiha Madara, no, as you said, the weather is not good. Let's fight another time. Group member Namikaze Minato invited group member Uzumaki Kushina to the duel arena. Group member Uzumaki Kushina agreed. Uchiha Madara, holy shit, what's going on with these two? Senju Hashirama, that's right, why are these two suddenly fighting? Senju Tobirama, what's wrong with them all of a sudden? Senju Hashirama, what are they trying to do? Makoto Ito, what else can a couple do? Just think about it. Senju Hashirama, so that's it, the two of them are renting a room together. Senju Tobirama, brother, there's no need to say that out loud. Senju Hashirama, Madara, how about we get a room too? Uchiha Madara, what the hell are you talking about? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you have a wife? What are you looking for me for? Uzumaki Mito, damn it. I really want to leave this group. Uchiha Izuna, so, the dual ground isn't just for fighting. Senju Tobirama, this function is really amazing. But I do remember Makoto saying the group chat supports dating functions. Uchiha Makoto, this is really a nice feature. Fugaku, what about we get a room too? Uchiha Fugaku, hehe, do you really need to ask? Group member Uchiha Fugaku invited group member Uchiha Makoto to the dual ground. Group member Uchiha Makoto agreed. Just like that, they also went on a date. Uchiha Izuna, brother, I want to see you too. Uchiha Madara, okay. Group member Uchiha Izuna invited group member Uchiha Madara to the duel arena. Group member Uchiha Madara agreed. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, we haven't seen each other for a long time. What do you think? Senju Tobirama, shut up, brother. Did you really forget about Mito? She seems really upset with you. Go and have a chat with her first. Senju Hashirama, now that you mention it, Mito, let's go and have a chat too. Uzumaki Mito, fuck you. Don't you dare talk to me. Moderator Senju Hashirama invited group member Uzumaki Mito to the duel venue. Group member Uzumaki Mito refused. Senju Hashirama, Mito, come on, why did you reject me? Uzumaki Mito, I told you not to bother me. Go find your friend and talk with him. Senju Hashirama, Sai, why are you forcing me to use my authority as a moderator? Moderator Senju Hashirama forcibly invited group member Uzumaki Mito to the duel arena. In this way, the couple also went to reminisce about the past and reconcile. Since several people were reminiscing about the past, they naturally needed some private space. So, Makoto didn't open the view to everyone, ensuring no one could see what happened in the duel field. Senju Tobirama, hey, do you all think my big brother will be hung up and hammered by my sister-in-law? Hyuga Hazashi, I think it's very possible. Makoto Ito, how about we take a sneak peek? Senju Tobirama, isn't this not good? Makoto Ito, don't you want to see it? Senju Tobirama, I want to see it. Makoto Ito, then why are you talking so much? Hyuga Hazashi, wouldn't it be bad? What if they were doing some embarrassing things? Makoto Ito, forget it then. Thus, Makoto did not open the view for everyone to share, but he quietly watched it himself. When Makoto saw what Hashirama and Mito were doing, he was immediately stunned. The first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, was now kneeling on the ground, begging his wife for forgiveness. As some group members went to the duel grounds, the chat became somewhat deserted. But Makoto had a brilliant idea. He decided to set up a variety of delicacies that could only be purchased with things like chakra, techniques and bloodline limits with the help of the chat group. These delicacies would have a huge impact on the people who had been dead for a long time. What Makoto said wasn't just common food from this world but famous dishes from his previous life. Steak, biryani, sushi, lobster, caviar, pizza, ramen, tacos, pasta, burger, pho, paella, dumplings, shawarma, fondue, tempura, goulash, croissant, cheesecake, barbecue and so on. It could be said that it had everything. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 27 comments 0 vote. Chapter 53, The Graduation Day. At this moment, every group member was eating an extravagant dinner in the duel ground, and this also brought a lot of profits to Makoto. The chakra Makoto got from Hashirama alone had likely surpassed Kakashi's chakra reserve, not to mention the numerous techniques he got from others. As he observed everyone eating and drinking in the duel group, he couldn't help but feel happy. After all, he got a lot of things from others without even doing anything except for setting up a dinner. Soon, 6 months went by in the blink of an eye, and the graduation day for Makoto's class arrived. Over this period, Makoto's life had been quite comfortable. From time to time, he received chakra, techniques, and other rewards from the group members in exchange for real-world items. He also spent time with Hinata and Ino at school and occasionally beat up Sasuke, who had frequently challenged him. After losing to Makoto in their last spar, Sasuke had been training even harder, hoping to defeat him and reclaim his position as the top student. But no matter how much Sasuke practiced, he had never been able to defeat Makoto. After all, Makoto's progress was just too fast. Every day, group members were eating, drinking, and sending over new techniques and other items. Though they were mostly basic, and nothing particularly top tier, Makoto's overall strength has already exceeded a Jonin. At the very least, he was an elite Jonin. As a result, Sasuke continued to challenge him during the combat assessments, but each time he was defeated more thoroughly than the last. Almost every day, Sasuke would pester Makoto, pushing himself to the limit in their sparring. Makoto found this a bit odd. It seemed as though Sasuke had developed some strange habit after losing to him countless times. Sasuke had also changed a lot in this time. He still didn't pay much attention to the others around him, but he had started to interact with Makoto, even awkwardly inviting him to eat ramen together. Makoto was surprised. Could Sasuke be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Had he beaten him to the point of emotional attachment? Makoto wasn't worried about the graduation test at all. He already knew the exam was just about performing the clone technique, which he had already mastered half a year ago. Thus, he had no concerns about the graduation exam, but Naruto was deeply worried since he didn't know the clone technique at all. Despite Naruto's anxiety, the graduation exam proceeded as planned. As the top student of his year, Makoto was the first to be called up. He performed the clone technique flawlessly, earning his headband with ease. This meant that he had successfully graduated from the academy. However, the group members were a little confused when they saw this unfold. Currently, everyone was no longer gathered in groups as before, but instead, they were all in the duel arena. Hashirama had used his wood style to build houses for everyone, turning the duel grounds into a small village. The members had even hung plaques with their family names in front of their homes. For example, Tobirama had the Senju clan plaque in front of his house. Izuna also hung the Uchiha clan plaque in front of his house. Hyuga Hazashi displayed the Hyuga clan plaque. Soon, a small hidden leaf village had formed in the duel ground. Hashirama was especially thrilled, even building a circle of walls and putting up a gate that read, Hidden Leaf Village. This time, Hashirama appointed Madara as the leader of this small Konoha village, which caused Madara to call Hashirama insane. Now, everyone was gathered in the center of this small Konoha village, chatting in small groups while watching the outside world. For them, this was completely different from their previous experiences in the Pure Land. Before, they could only rely on the chat group to observe the outside world, but now it was entirely different. It was as if watching a drama. As everyone watched Makoto graduate and receive his headband, some of them had speechless faces. Tobirama vented his frustrations while drinking wine. Senju Tobirama. So, you can really graduate from the academy just by performing clone technique. Does this really make you a ninja? Can anyone honestly tell me if these kids can put up a fight on the battlefield? I never imagined the graduation exam would be about the three bodies technique. Uchiha Madara. So getting a headband means you're a genin. But can someone like this really be called a ninja? Uchiha Izuna. Maybe they made it easier for every child to graduate as a ninja. Senju Tobirama. Fair enough. In that case, they are all ninjas. But it's just one of the three bodies technique. Can there really be someone who doesn't know it? Uchiha Madara. How could anyone be that much of an idiot? But what no one expected was that such an idiot actually existed. As the exam continued, all the students received their headbands one after another. But when Naruto performed the clone technique on stage, it ended up transforming into a super mini version of himself. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 150 more power stones for the power stones. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 18 comments, 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. SparkyXD. Download app now. Chapter 54. Naruto's best friend. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Madara. What did I just witness? The fourth son really doesn't know how to use the clone technique. Senju Tobirama. How is this even possible? Is this kid playing some kind of prank? Senju Hashirama. That must be it. There's no other explanation. Uchiha Izuna. Just accept the reality. He really doesn't know it. Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki can't even perform the clone technique. Senju Hashirama. Hey, Madara. He has a name, you know. Stop referring to him like that. Uchiha Madara. That's irrelevant right now. And I didn't mean it in a bad way. The real issue here is that he can't use the clone technique. Isn't that just ridiculous? Senju Tobirama. Fourth, I hate to say this, but your son is seriously lagging behind. You were a once-in-a-generation genius, one of the very few I actually acknowledged, yet your son is completely hopeless. Even if I factor in his circumstances, he still has the Uzumaki blood running through his veins and is the son of a Hokage. None of this makes any sense. Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama. Fourth, don't be too disheartened. Your son is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Even if he never learns a single technique, he'll likely still have enough raw power to crush anyone in the future. Senju Tobirama. Stop spouting nonsense, brother. Do you really think that with his current abilities, he'll ever be able to control the Nine Tails? Are you joking? Senju Hashirama. Brother, can't you see I'm just trying to lighten the mood? Of course, I know that, but why do you always have to spoil the mood by telling the truth? Do you have some personal grudge against Fourth or something? Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Naruto was still the same unpopular kid at the academy. Since he hadn't received his headband yet, no one really paid much attention to him. He could only sit alone on the swing, watching as the other children proudly showed off their newly acquired headbands. Seeing this scene, Makoto paused his conversation with Ino and Hinata before walking over to Naruto's side. Hey, Naruto, why do you look so down? This isn't like you at all. Naruto was surprised to see him coming in his direction as he hadn't expected anyone to come over. Well, you already know why I feel this way. Anyway, congratulations. You got your headband, and from now on, you're a real ninja, Naruto said, forcing an awkward smile. Makoto was touched by Naruto's words and felt a little sorry for him. But this was the beginning of an important event for Naruto where he would steal his signature technique, the multi-shadow clone jutsu, from the Scroll of Seals. So, Makoto kept Naruto company, chatting with him the entire time. Before long, Ino and Hinata came over. Then, Shikamaru, Choji, and several others also joined the group as well. Even Sasuke came over to see what was going on. Hey, hyperactive pineapple head, are you really sulking over something as trivial as a headband? Sasuke frowned as he stared at Naruto. If that's all it takes to bring you down, then you really are an idiot. Naruto's temper flared the moment he heard those words. He jumped to his feet, his hair spiking in frustration. You're the idiot, Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head away, completely ignoring him. Makoto couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. With the influence of Indra and Ashura's chakra, it was obvious that Sasuke and Naruto were naturally drawn to each other and yet they couldn't stand one another. As the group continued chatting, Naruto's mood improved significantly. Namikaze Minato. Makoto, thank you very much. Makoto Ito. Like I said before, Naruto and I have a pretty good relationship. It's only natural for me to cheer up my friend, right? Uzumaki Kushina. Ha, looks like you still have some conscience left. Dash 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 dash. As time passed, the other students gradually dispersed, heading home. Makoto made up some excuses and sent Ino and Hinata on their way as well. 2 hours later, a figure approached Naruto and Makoto. It was none other than Mizuki. The moment Makoto saw him, his eyes lit up. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. Mizuki, you're finally here. Mizuki walked over with a friendly smile. Oh, it's Makoto and Naruto. Why are you two still here? Shouldn't you have gone home by now? Then, as if noticing Naruto's slightly downcast expression, Mizuki put on a helpless look and sighed. Sigh, Naruto, can you come with me for a moment? Makoto glanced at Mizuki, his expression as neutral as ever, but inwardly, he was looking at the man as if he were a complete fool. Damn, this guy is really good at acting. He's making it seem like he's here to comfort Naruto, but in reality, he just wants to use him to steal the scroll of seals. Alright then, let's see who has the better acting skills. With a bright, innocent smile, Makoto slung an arm around Naruto's shoulders. Mizuki-sensei, what do you need to say to Naruto in private? Are you planning to give him a special lesson? Can I come too? His eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness, as if he was desperate to learn whatever Mizuki had to teach. Mizuki's expression stiffened. Seeing Makoto act so cluelessly, he felt a strong urge to curse out loud. This damn brat. Meanwhile, the group members clapped their hands with amazed faces. Uchiha Madara. Damn, I remember thinking this kid was completely talentless when we first met. But it turns out his talent is in acting. Senju Tobirama. Now that you mention it, this brat really does have an extraordinary talent for acting. Uchiha Izuna. Is it just me, or does anyone else feel the urge to punch his face? Uchiha Madara. Me too. Senju Tobirama. I won't deny it. Hyuga Hazashi. Wait, hold on. More importantly, why is he suddenly behaving like this? Senju Hashirama. I don't know, but something about that teacher feels off. Namikaze Minato. I agree. There's something suspicious about him. Makoto, be careful, don't leave Naruto alone with him. Makoto Ito. Since you've spoken, I'll keep a close eye on him. On the other hand, Naruto was deeply touched. He didn't have many friends, and not many people were willing to spend time with him. Yet, Makoto never avoided him. He even treated him to ramen from time to time. To Naruto, Makoto was his best friend. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 26 comments 0 vote. Chapter 55, Mizuki's Plan. Naruto turned to Mizuki and spoke earnestly. Teacher Mizuki, Makoto is my best friend. If you have anything to say, just say it. Seeing him like this, Mizuki began to consider his options. His goal was to deceive Naruto into stealing the scrolls of seals. If he included Makoto in his plans, the chances of success would only increase significantly. With this in mind, Mizuki led the two of them to a secluded location and began feeding them the same lies he used to trick Naruto in the original timeline. He talked with him for nearly an hour, but his words could be summarized in this way. If Naruto stole the scrolls of seals and learned the techniques within it, he could easily graduate and become a ninja. As for Makoto, who was already quite strong, he would become even more powerful by learning the techniques recorded inside scrolls of seals. Mizuki exaggerated his words to the extreme, and after hearing his words, Naruto had an excited look on his face and Makoto also put on the same excited expression. After thanking Mizuki, Naruto and Makoto bid their farewell to him. Looking at his back, Naruto had a moved expression and sighed with admiration. Teacher Mizuki is really a good person. Watching this scene, Makoto nearly burst into laughter. After that, the two of them plotted their next steps, agreeing to infiltrate the Hokage's office at night to steal the scrolls of seals. Senju Tobirama. Hey, kid, this is obviously a trap. How could you both fall for it? Closing square bracket. Senju Hashirama. Makoto, you're usually a sharp guy. How could you believe such nonsense? If you really want to become stronger, there are plenty of people in this chat group who could help you. If we all gave you a technique or two, wouldn't that be better than anything inside the scrolls of seals? Besides, that book only contains the techniques created by my younger brother. There aren't any particularly powerful techniques inside. Senju Tobarama. Shut up, brother. If they aren't powerful, why would they seal it away? Uchiha Madara. Powerful, huh? More like 8 out of 10 of them were designed specifically to target our Uchiha clan. Hyuga Hazashi. Oh, how so? Uchiha Madara. The Sharingan possesses superior dynamic vision, so Tobarama invented Flying Thunder God to counter it. Closing square bracket. Hyuga Hazashi. Oh, I see. Anything else? Uchiha Madara. And he created tandem paper bombs to break through the defense of Susanoo. Hyuga Hazashi. But you mentioned only 2 techniques though. Uchiha Madara. Damn, alien eyes, why are you so damn curious all of a sudden? Anyways, since the Sharingan can easily see through clone technique, he developed multi-shadow clone technique as a countermeasure, and there are so many examples. Flying Thunder God / Reanimation Jutsu, Darkness Technique, Spiritualization Techniques, all of them were created to counter the prowess of an Uchiha. Hyuga Hazashi. Holy shit. I thought you were lying for a second. So all the techniques Lord Second created were really meant to counter the Uchiha. Namikaze Minato. It seems to be the case. Senju Tobarama. Well, when I was developing these techniques, I naturally considered the threat posed by the Uchiha clan, so I just paid a little more attention to countering them. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Fugaku. Senju Tobarama. Damn it, because of you damn Uchihas, we diverted from the topic. Makoto and Naruto are walking to their death. Senju Hashirama. Makoto, Scroll of Seals is kept inside the Hokage's office. Do you seriously think you can steal it? Ridiculous. I'm telling you right now, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Closing square bracket. Namikaze Minato. That's true. Hokage's office is heavily guarded at all times, and several Anbu ninjas are on patrol. More importantly, the third Hokage himself is overseeing security. Even though Makoto has some talent, stealing the Scrolls of Seals is nearly impossible. Senju Tobarama. Kid, I could understand Naruto being fooled, but why did you agree to this bullshit plan too? Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobarama. Fourth, I'm not trying to insult your son, but he is a bit naive. Did you see the look on his face when he heard Mizuki's words? He was practically drooling. How could an airhead like him possibly steal the Scroll of Seals? Namikaze Minato. Makoto Ito. I still have to go. Mizuki lured us into this situation, meaning he must have an ulterior motive. If we don't go, we'll never know what he's really planning. Makoto came up with the perfect excuse. He couldn't just admit that he wanted to take a look at the Scroll of Seals himself, could he? To be honest, the idea only occurred to Makoto while he was talking with Naruto. Since Naruto was already bound to steal the scroll, why not tag along and take a look at it himself? So, he made up an excuse. Makoto Ito. I'm doing this for the village. I need to expose Mizuki's plans and let everyone know that he is a traitor. Senju Tobarama. Even if that's true, do you seriously think the two of you can succeed? I guarantee you'll be caught before you even get close. Makoto Ito. That remains to be seen. What if we manage to pull it off? Closing square bracket. Senju Tobarama. Ha, if you two brats actually succeed, I will give you a forbidden technique. Makoto Ito. Nice, I am very happy with adding another forbidden technique to my collection. Senju Tobarama. Brat, I only said that because I know you'll fail. There's no way you can pull this off. Makoto Ito. We'll find out soon enough. Tonight will decide everything. Seeing the confidence in his words, Tobarama felt a little unsettled. Could it be that Makoto actually had a strategy for stealing the Scroll of Seals? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head, shaking off his doubts. As Minato said, the Hokage's office should be well guarded. Hiruzen might be an old geezer, but he still possessed cage-level strength. Dealing with two brats like Naruto and Makoto would be effortless. Senju Tobarama. If you two get caught, don't come crying to me. I warned you. Makoto Ito. Just remember, you promised to give me a forbidden technique. Closing square bracket. Senju Tobarama. Ha, let's see what happens. At this moment, Tobarama scoffed in amusement. There is no way these two brats can pull it off. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 70 more power stones to get a BOMUS chapter. SparkyXD creators' thoughts. 16 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 56. Did you use up all of your luck? Hyuga Hazashi, why are you going out of your way to cause trouble? With so many of us in this group, is there any technique you can't get? Hyuga Hazashi, and didn't Lord First just say that the Scroll of Seals is essentially Lord Second's personal collection of techniques? Instead of stealing, you could just learn directly from the person who created them. While the others were trying to dissuade Makoto from stealing the Scroll of Seals, one person's response shocked them all. Uchiha Madara, bullshit, kid, if you want to steal it, then go ahead. I fully support you. Madara had no interest in stopping Makoto. In fact, he was more than happy to see the village descend into chaos. The more trouble Makoto and Naruto caused, the more entertaining things would become for him. Normally, Madara spent his time scolding and mocking Hashirama, but today, he was simply eager to sit back and enjoy the mess that was about to happen. Seeing Madara's message, Makoto had a slight smile on his lips. It would be foolish of him not to take advantage of such a golden opportunity. More importantly, it wasn't just any technique created by Tobirama that he was after. The Scroll of Seals contained powerful and secret techniques. Some were even related to wood style, and that was exactly what he wanted. Although Hashirama had previously gifted him the Senju clan's bloodline, granting him both wood style and beginner-level sage arts, Makoto still had no clue how to actually use wood style. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he was determined to seize it. Late at night, Makoto and Naruto met outside the ninja academy as planned. Naruto's face was filled with excitement. Once he stole the Scroll of Seals and learned a technique from it, he would finally become a true ninja. Meanwhile, Makoto remained calm and composed, knowing full well that the mission would be a success. Senju Tobirama, Makoto, have you done these kinds of sneaky things often in the past? Makoto Ito, what do you mean by that? Uchiha Madara, you seem awfully calm about this. It doesn't look like this is your first time stealing something. Makoto Ito, Madara, do you even know what it's like to steal? Have you ever stolen anything before? Uchiha Madara, of course, I know. Back in the day, I used to sneak into the Senju clan's territory and steal Hashirama. Makoto Ito, what the hell did I just hear? Uzumaki Mito, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, Madara, please speak clearly. What do you mean by stealing me? We were clearly just hanging out. Uchiha Madara, ahem, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Makoto Ito, oh, so now you want to clarify. It's too late now, everyone knows you two are like that. Uchiha Madara, shut up, brat. Damn it, if you're not going to steal the Scroll of Seals, go home and sleep. Makoto rolled his eyes and decided to stop entertaining Madara. Instead, he focused on the task at hand. He activated the area scanning technique that Minato had given him. Pressing his fingers gently against the ground, he sensed a flicker of chakra nearby. Makoto narrowed his eyes as he confirmed it was none other than Mizuki. However, Makoto pretended not to notice Mizuki. He casually tapped the top of his shoe, as if dusting it off, before calmly pulling Naruto along toward the Hokage's office. The streets surrounding the building were eerily quiet, as if someone had deliberately cleared the area. As they neared the Hokage's office, Makoto activated his sensory ninjutsu once more. He carefully scanned the surroundings and found that, within a few hundred meters of the Hokage building, there wasn't a single ninja present. The only chakra signature he detected inside the building belonged to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon realizing this, the corners of Makoto's lips twitched speechlessly. He is really something. Not a single Anbu ninja around the Hokage's office. It's just him alone in there. At that moment, the chat group erupted into discussion. Uchiha Madara, what the hell is going on? Didn't you guys say the Hokage's office is heavily guarded by Anbu ninjas? Uchiha Shisui, this doesn't add up. How can the security be this lax? Senju Hashirama, there really is no one else around here. The only person in the office is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato. Are all the Anbu out on missions? Hyuga Hazashi, Makoto, did you use up all of your luck? If not, how is this possible? There isn't a single ninja around the Hokage's office. How crazy is that? Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 20 comments 0 vote. Chapter 57. Naruto is unmatched. When it comes to stupidity. Senju Tobirama. Why do I get the feeling that this whole situation is unusual? It smells like a conspiracy. Makoto Ito. Conspiracy. What does that smell like? Senju Tobirama. Hyuga Hazashi. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, do you really know what conspiracy smells like? Senju Tobirama. Shut up, brother. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Shisui. But the chakra signals detected within the Hokage's office should belong to the third Hokage, correct? Namikaze Minato. That's right. Lord Third is still incredibly powerful. With him overseeing the situation, there won't be any issues, even in the absence of those Anbu ninjas. While everyone was discussing, Makoto grabbed Naruto and confidently strode through the main entrance, as if the two of them were merely walking into a shopping mall. Senju Tobirama. Brat, what the hell are you doing? Are you sure you're actually here to steal something? Namikaze Minato. Why does it look like you're just returning home? Senju Hashirama. I thought Naruto was foolish enough. But who would have guessed there's someone even more foolish than him? Senju Tobirama. Shut up, brother. How do you have the nerve to call others stupid? Uchiha Madara. That's right. Naruto didn't look like he was attempting a theft at all. He simply followed Makoto as they walked in without a hint of hesitation. Hey, Makoto, we're here to steal the scroll. Isn't it bad to just walk in like this? Naruto asked, his face filled with confusion. Makoto glanced at him in surprise, wondering if Naruto had actually thought of a plan. Then what do you suggest we do? Makoto asked. Naruto paused for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the window right beside the door. How about the two of us climb in through the window? He suggested earnestly. Makoto slapped his forehead in exasperation. He really shouldn't have expected Naruto to come up with anything clever. And how exactly is that any different from walking through the door? Makoto asked, his expression completely speechless. Now that I think about it, there really isn't any difference. So let's just go in directly through the main entrance. Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up as if he had just solved a difficult puzzle. Senju Tobirama. Ha 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 ha. Fourth, your son is just like my brother. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, what do you mean by that? Senju Tobirama. Both of you are fools who hardly use your brains. Honestly, I sometimes wonder if you two even have one. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina. Senju Hashirama. Blank. In the outside world, Naruto and Makoto strode confidently into the Hokage's office. Naruto, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were there to steal something, made a series of loud and boastful noises as if he were on a grand adventure rather than a covert mission. As expected, their reckless behavior quickly led to them being discovered by Hiruzen. What's the matter with you two coming here so late at night? Hiruzen asked in a deep, authoritative voice, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Senju Tobirama, you two are done for. It hasn't even been a full minute since you entered, and you've already been caught. Hyuga Hazashi, damn it. I warned you multiple times not to go, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you got caught immediately. Uchiha Izuna, there's no escaping this. You two will have to face the consequences now. While everyone in the group chat relentlessly criticized Makoto, he remained unfazed, showing no reaction at all. Instead, he was patiently waiting to see how Naruto would handle the situation. Naruto glanced up at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his usual bright and cheerful smile. Grandpa, we're here to steal the scroll of seals, he declared without a hint of hesitation. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, Namikaze Minato, Hyuga Hazashi. Damn, did that kid leave his brain at home before coming here? What kind of thief openly admits they're here to steal? Uchiha Madara. When it comes to stupidity, Naruto is unmatched. He's truly the strongest of them all. Naruto stood before Hiruzen, his expression completely innocent, as if he had said nothing wrong. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow in surprise at Naruto's blatant confession. What? You want to steal the scroll of seals? How do you even know about it? Who told you about this? He questioned, his voice laced with suspicion. Naruto, placing both hands on his hips, puffed out his chest and snorted confidently. HMPH, we won't tell you that Teacher Mizuki was the one who told us about it. We would never betray him. I absolutely won't say that Teacher Mizuki told me I could graduate as long as I managed to get the scroll of seals. Naruto added, looking particularly proud of himself. Naruto stood tall, acting as if his lips were sealed shut, as though no force in the world could pry any information from him. Senju Tobirama, holy shit. Uchiha Madara, did he just say that out loud? Hyuga Hazashi, damn, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Namikaze Minato, no, I think Naruto has already seen through Mizuki's plan. That's right, my son is clearly putting on an act. Uzumaki Kushina, shut up, Minato. Sarutobi's face darkened upon hearing Naruto's words. His expression turned serious as he addressed them with a stern voice. The scroll of seals is no trivial matter. He warned, his tone carrying the weight of authority. Enough of this nonsense. You two should stop fooling around and return home immediately. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 58. Sexy Technique. After hearing Hiruzen's words, Naruto touched his nose and said confidently, since Grandpa is trying to stop us, I have no choice but to fight. Without hesitation, he immediately made a fighting stance. Sarutobi was slightly surprised by his words and looked at him curiously. Fight? Do you really think you can defeat me just because I'm old? Grandpa, this is a technique I created after working hard for days. Senju Tobirama, he actually created a technique. Uchiha Madara, is this for real? Uchiha Izuna, this dumb kid managed to develop his own technique. Namikaze Minato, as expected of my son. Senju Hashirama, interesting, I'd love to see what kind of technique he came up with. Hyuga Hazashi, I'm curious as well. Sarutobi, now intrigued, stroked his beard and nodded. Oh, then go ahead and show me your technique. Naruto puffed out his chest proudly. Since you promised, you better keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Hearing his words, Sarutobi shifted his full attention to Naruto, ready to witness the technique he had devised. Naruto swiftly formed the necessary hand seals and shouted, "Sexy technique." Boom! A thick puff of white smoke filled the air. When it cleared, Naruto had transformed into a voluptuous female version of himself, complete with long blonde twin tails and absolutely nothing covering the figure. Hiruzen's mouth fell open in pure shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Fuck. A sudden, violent nosebleed erupted from his nostrils, shooting out like high-pressure water jets. The sheer force sent him flying backward, and before he could even process what had happened, his body went limp. His head tilted to the side, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Just like that, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village had been defeated in a single move. This was the power of the sexy technique. Hee. Naruto smirked proudly before dispelling the transformation. Turning to Makoto, he puffed out his chest with a smug grin. Well, what do you think, Makoto? My technique is amazing, right? Even Grandpa Hokage couldn't handle it. Without waiting for a response, Naruto grabbed Makoto's wrist and dashed toward the Hokage's office. Come on, it's time to steal the scroll and for me to become a ninja. Snapping out of his daze, Makoto quickly followed. The two of them rummaged through the cabinets and storage boxes, searching for their prize. Before long, they found a large chest resting in the corner and inside it lay the scroll of seals. Without hesitation, they snatched it up and fled the scene. The group members were all stunned, completely unsure how to react to what had just happened. Senju Hashirama, this is absolutely outrageous. Uchiha Madara, what kind of technique is that? No, seriously, can that even be considered a technique? Senju Tobirama, as bizarre as it is, I have to admit, it's an effective move for catching people off guard. Uchiha Izuna, this kid is truly unpredictable. Hyuga Hazashi, Lord Third was instantly defeated by such a ridiculous technique. Unbelievable. No one had expected things to play out this way. Naruto had used an absurdly technique to take down Hiruzen and successfully steal the scroll of seals. Senju Tobarama, the fourth son, is surprisingly creative. I'm kind of impressed. Makoto Ito, now, don't forget. You promised to give me a forbidden technique. Senju Tobarama, excuse me. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't recall promising anything like that. Makoto Ito, should I pull up the chat logs? Senju Tobarama, hey, that wasn't me at the time. My account got hacked. Has anyone else experienced this kind of thing? Makoto Ito, wow, Grandpa Second. Since when did you become so shameless? I thought you were different from your brother, but I guess I was wrong. Senju Tobarama, what are you even talking about? Why can't I understand a single word you're saying? Uzumaki Kushina, damn it. Where the hell did Naruto learn something like that? Who taught him? It must have been Master Jiraiya. That perverted old man. Only someone like him could teach a kid such an immoral technique. Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya-sensei may be a pervert, but he wouldn't teach Naruto such a weird technique. Uzumaki Kushina, are you telling me Naruto actually came up with that technique all on his own? Namikaze Minato, sigh, this is all my fault. If I hadn't become Hokage, if I hadn't sealed the 9 tails inside Naruto, if we hadn't died, we could have raised him properly and taught him the right path. This is all on me. Naruto sprinted toward the forest with the scroll of seals in his arms, Makoto keeping pace beside him. Makoto, Grandpa Hokage might wake up any second now. We need to hurry and learn the techniques inside the scroll before he comes after us. Makoto nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's hide in the woods and go through it quickly. The two of them dashed deep into the forest, eventually stopping in a secluded area. Carefully, they opened the massive scroll, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they scanned its contents. Back in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi groggily got back to his feet, wiping away the remnants of his nosebleed. His face twitched as he muttered to himself, where the hell did that brat learn such a technique? At the same time, Mizuki spread word throughout the village. Naruto and Makoto had stolen the scroll of seals. Ninjas immediately rushed toward the Hokage's office, preparing to track down the two troublemakers before they could cause any more damage. What Mizuki didn't realize was that Hiruzen had already pinpointed Naruto and Makoto's location using his crystal ball. Everything was under his control, but he chose to play along with Mizuki's scheme, curious to see what he was plotting. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Naruto and Makoto eagerly unrolled the scroll of seals. The very first technique that caught their attention was the multiple shadow clone technique. Senju Tobarama, damn, I still can't believe these kids actually managed to steal the scroll. Senju Hashirama, yeah, this was way too easy. It's like they just walked into a store, picked something off the shelf, and left. Uchiha Madara, how ridiculous. These two brats walked into the Hokage's office, stole one of the most important things in the village, and the so-called God of Shinobi got taken out by a mere transformation technique. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 29 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 59. Memorizing all the techniques. As soon as Naruto opened the scroll of seals, his eyes locked onto the multiple shadow clone technique. Without even glancing at the other techniques, he immediately began studying it, eager to master it as quickly as possible. Standing beside him, Makoto couldn't help but feel speechless. There were countless other powerful forbidden techniques recorded in the scroll, yet Naruto had fixated on the very first one he saw. Still, his actions made one thing clear. Naruto was desperate to become a ninja. Shaking off his thoughts, Makoto unrolled the scroll further. The moment he saw its contents, his eyes widened in shock, despite already expecting something incredible. The scroll contained a vast collection of forbidden techniques, compiled since the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto, don't just focus on that one, Makoto urged, his eyes scanning their surroundings. Memorize as many techniques as you can. The ones further down are way more powerful. Hearing this, Naruto snapped out of his senses. He glanced at the rest of the scroll and began focusing on them. However, compared to the other techniques in the scroll, the multiple shadow clone technique was significantly easier for Naruto to grasp. The hand seals were relatively simple, making it the perfect starting point for him. As Makoto continued scanning the scroll, his eyes suddenly landed on a technique that needed no hand seals. Naruto, learn this. Makoto pointed at the Rasengan. It's a non-hand seal technique, so it should be easier for you to master. Hearing this, Naruto immediately shifted his focus and began studying the Rasengan. After helping Naruto, Makoto took a deep breath and placed his hands over his eyes. With a surge of chakra, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated. He then began memorizing every single technique in the scroll. From the multiple shadow clone technique to the more obscure and dangerous ones, detonating talisman jutsu, spiritualization technique, infinite darkness technique, confinement barrier, flying thunder god technique, and even impure world reincarnation. Even if he couldn't use some of them yet, there was no harm in storing them in his mind for the future. His excitement grew as he found an entire section dedicated to wood release techniques used by Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, damn, there weren't nearly as many techniques in the scroll back in my time. Senju Tobirama, of course. Many of those were created by me after you died. When it comes to inventing techniques, I'm second to none. Senju Hashirama, aren't you embarrassed to say that? Most of your techniques ended up being forbidden techniques. Senju Tobirama, that's your fault, brother. I worked hard to create each of them, but every time, you just banned them without even taking a second glance. Senju Hashirama, that's because the techniques you invented were too dangerous. Tobirama scowled as unpleasant memories resurfaced in his mind. Back when Hashirama was the Hokage, he had spent countless hours developing new techniques. Each time, he'd excitedly rush to his older brother to show off his latest invention. Blank, brother, I invented another technique, Tobirama said proudly in the Hokage's office, his face beaming with excitement. But Hashirama simply asked without even looking up from his paperwork, is it a water-style technique? When Tobirama shook his head, Hashirama immediately picked up the scroll of seals and handed it over with a stern expression. Then put it inside this scroll. And just like that, his masterpiece was banned. It has been the same every single time. Blank. Senju Tobirama. Shut up, brother. Back in the real world, Makoto sighed as he continued memorizing the scroll's contents. He couldn't help but notice that the vast majority of techniques listed had been created by Tobirama. On the other hand, Naruto was struggling. He was having a hard time memorizing the hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique and the intricate control methods needed to perform the Rasengan. Noticing how intensely Makoto was studying the scroll, Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion. Makoto, can you really memorize all of these techniques? He asked, his voice filled with doubt. Without taking his eyes off the scroll, Makoto replied calmly, I have a good memory. I'm confident I can remember all of them. More importantly, I've already learned a simple technique like Rasengan. Naruto's jaw dropped in shock after hearing his words. What? You've already learned it? That's amazing. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen observed the entire scene through his crystal ball. Since Makoto had covered his eyes with his hands, Hiruzen hadn't noticed his Sharingan. But seeing the boy speed reading through the scroll, the old man couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. What a greedy brat, trying to learn so many ninjutsu at once. At this rate, he's going to forget all of them and end up learning nothing. Then, his gaze shifted to Naruto, who was still painstakingly recording the hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique and carefully studying the Rasengan. Seeing this, Hiruzen's smile deepened. At least Naruto knows his limits and is focusing on what he can learn. Back in the woods, Makoto was completely immersed in memorizing the scroll's techniques. His Sharingan spun rapidly beneath his hands as he absorbed every single jutsu like a sponge. Wood-style techniques, water-style techniques, flying thunder god, 8 inner gates, impure world reincarnation and various other sealing techniques. Makoto knew that just memorizing these techniques wouldn't mean he could instantly use them, but having a solid foundation for future study was already a huge advantage. On the other hand, Naruto had just barely managed to learn the multiple shadow clone technique. His progress was impressive, but when it came to Rasengan, he was still struggling. Uchiha Madara. Makoto, you're really greedy. Senju Hashirama. Madara, what do you mean? Uchiha Madara, can't you see? He's using the Sharingan to record all these forbidden techniques. He's clearly planning to study them later. Senju Hashirama, is Sharingan really that powerful? Uchiha Madara, It's quite impressive. Senju Hashirama. Then why did you lose to me? Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. Tisk. That's what you get for always bragging about your Sharingan. Uchiha Madara. Damn you, Tobirama. Do you want to fight? Namikaze Minato. It seems that Naruto has finally learned the multiple shadow clone technique. With his massive chakra reserves, it should suit him well. However, Rasengan is still a bit too much for him to handle. Uchiha Izuna. Honestly, despite his naive appearance, Naruto does show promise when it comes to learning ninjutsu. The fact that he managed to learn the multiple shadow clone technique in such a short time is impressive. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50 advanced chapters. 36 comments 0 vote. Chapter 60. Mizuki arrives. Namikaze Minato. Master Izuna, thank you for thinking highly of my son. Uchiha Izuna. Ha ha ha, it's not a big deal. And although we're not from the same generation, I was still very young when I died. I always feel a bit weird when you call me master. The group continued chatting, while Makoto had already recorded all the techniques while Naruto was still trying to master Rasengan. Suddenly, a figure landed in front of them. It was none other than Iruka, who had an exhausted look on his face. Seeing him like this, Naruto asked with a worried expression, "What's wrong with you, Iruka-sensei?" Iruka sighed, clearly disheartened. "I was trying out a new technique." Naruto replied with a face full of surprises. "Sensei, we are also learning new techniques." Iruka's eyes widened after hearing his words and asked with a suspicious face. "Really? Where did you get them?" Naruto then explained. "Teacher Mizuki said that if I get the scroll of seals and learn the techniques in it, I can graduate and become a real ninja." Iruka's expression darkened as he realized what was going on. What? Mizuki? Before Naruto could tell the rest of the story, a figure appeared behind them. Naturally, it was Mizuki. With a few swift movements, several shurikens were launched toward them. Makoto was quick to react, pulling out a kunai and deflecting the shurikens effortlessly. Mizuki landed nearby and sneered. "It seems you've both gotten your hands on the scroll. Hand it over to me now." Iruka stepped forward, shielding Naruto and Makoto. "You must not give the scroll to him." Uchiha Madara. This Mizuki finally shows up. I was getting tired of waiting for him. Senju Tobirama. He isn't particularly strong, but he's certainly good at using his brains. Though I doubt he can escape from the village with his pitiful strength. Hyuga Hazashi. Is the show finally about to start? Uchiha Madara. What show? It's just amateurs pecking at each other. Iruka confronted Mizuki, his voice filled with anger. "Mizuki, you used these children just to get the scroll. You're despicable." Mizuki rolled his eyes at him. "Tch, Iruka, I suggest you stay out of this, or next year this time will be your death anniversary." Iruka still stood between Mizuki and the two students, and said firmly, "I am their teacher. I won't let someone like you harm my students. Not now, not ever." Makoto closed the scroll and then threw it into Naruto's arms. "Naruto, keep it safe." Naruto nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Makoto, I won't hand it over, no matter what." Mizuki frowned after seeing their actions. "Iruka, why are you meddling in things you have no business with? Your strength is inferior to mine, and now you've brought two kids into this mess. Do you really want to die?" Uchiha Madara. Why is this guy yapping so much? I am getting tired of this shit. Makoto, take him down. Iruka furrowed his brow as he calculated the situation. If he were alone, he could still handle Mizuki. With both Makoto and Naruto present, if things escalated, they'd be in danger. He needed to fight Mizuki first while helping the kids escape. Before he could fully analyze the situation, a huge shuriken appeared, larger than a person. It flew straight toward them. "Iruka, you think I'm giving you time to prepare?" Mizuki called out menacingly. Iruka saw the massive shuriken flying toward them and shouted, "Get out of the way." But Naruto was terrified by the sight of the giant shuriken and stood froze in fear. Noticing this, Iruka jumped in front of him, trying to block the attack with his own body. Senju Hashirama. As expected, Iruka is really a good teacher. Senju Tobirama. He's a good person, but his strength is a bit too weak. Uchiha Madara. Why is this guy using his body to block it? Namikaze Minato. Makoto, take action now. Makoto was a bit confused as he watched Iruka's actions. He wondered why Iruka was using his body for such a move. Iruka was a chunin, couldn't he use his ninja tools to block the attack? Makoto quickly pulled out a kunai, activated the body flicker technique, and appeared next to Iruka. In one smooth motion, he blocked the incoming giant shuriken with his kunai. In the distance, Mizuki narrowed his eyes after seeing this scene. This kid, was he hiding his strength all along? Iruka and Naruto were both left speechless, staring in disbelief. What did they just see? Makoto, a newly graduated student, had just blocked an attack from a chunin. Iruka was especially stunned. He knew that Makoto had been the top student in the class, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. How could a newly graduated student have such abilities? When Mizuki saw Makoto block the shuriken, he frowned as things were getting out of his hands. He quickly jumped down from the tree, ready to end the fight. I don't have time to play with you. Go to hell, kid. Mizuki snarled with a ferocious expression as he launched himself towards their direction. Blank. Every 300 power stones equals 1 chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Support me at patreon.com/SparkyXD and read up to 50